向终点的路很长，但谁也无法一直结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
One and all here to the China DPC. We are back for some more Dota, starting in Division 2 today, as we begin this road in the final tour of this DPC season, and of course, the final brick in the road towards TI itself. My name's Sne. I'm joined today by Lizard and R-Cryptic. R-Cryptic, I want to start with you. How's it going, buddy? How's your morning doing? Well, it's morning for me. What time is it over there on your side of the world?
It's getting late. It's getting a little bit late. But I'm like Lizard right now, apparently. So I'm sure that'll get fixed in a moment. Just looked at the names. I'm like, wait a minute, that's wrong.
No, I'm fine.
Lizard got less attractive, apparently. I don't know. Apparently, our cryptic guy's super handsome now. No, I'm doing great. Doing great. It's been a fun day. Just kind of relaxing a little bit. Yeah, gonna wind down my night with some classic Chinese Dota 2. It's gonna be great.
Speaking of classic Chinese Dota 2, Lizard, good sir. I need to apologize for last time, fam. The most wholesome guy in this Dota 2 world. OG, how are you doing today? And I know we're sharing the same time zone, so it's nice to see you up early for some Div 2 Dota, man.
You know what? Like, I can recognize my eyes in yours. Like, I can see the same look. I just woke up 5 in the morning after playing Dota until 3 in the morning, to cast some Dota. Look. Meanwhile, Ricky, he's like, yeah,
It's been a good day.
It's been a good day. I've done a lot of work, I can button down a little bit, chill out, play one Dota, cast a bit, go to sleep. It's all good. But I'm doing great. Hyped to be disappointed by IG. One more season. Let's go, baby.
The disappointment of IG. I mean, let's keep it 100, boys. When we saw IG first dropping down to Division 2, it was terrible to see, but we were all like, you know what, sort of the price of business for replacing your signature player at the time. And we were expecting that just one little piece away of the puzzle from being able to come back into Div 1. But our Cryptic, not only did that not happen, let's be honest, it's not like they even got unlucky last season. IG was certainly not the top 2 teams in the division for the second tour. Do you think that will be the case again here in tour number 3? Because it's not like the field of competition has gotten easier for them. So are we looking forward to more disappointment? Or do we finally have, with the Prince of Dota returning to IG, is this the piece of the puzzle they need to get back into proper tier 1 stead?
I mean, it's definitely a huge benefit, right? Getting FY back onto a team, let alone onto IG. But that being said, like, you're right. I don't think the Division 2 is necessarily easy in any regards. Like, Dandelion was kind of an exception last tour where they just came in and just dominated every single team. But I'm kind of seeing that, like, the kind of hints of Dandelion in the new stack of Team Fusion. Like, they just look so dang strong. So there's almost guaranteed to be one of the contending teams for that 1-2 spot. And I wouldn't count out teams like Magma as well. So it's not going to be necessarily the easiest road for IG to try and get back into Division 1.
Yeah, absolutely not. I mean, today they are going to be going up against Team Saiyan, another team which we see here that has racked up a win so far in the lower division of this China DPC. Unfortunately, Lizard, that does mean for IG that if they don't win against Team Saiyan, of course, Team Saiyan, they're not a terrible team, but if you can't beat Team Saiyan and you still have a Magma and there's still a Fusion to go through, does mean that you pretty much have to win this game. Otherwise, dreams of Division 1 go out the window for next season.
Yeah, I think their dreams are. I think this team still aims higher, right? Even though, they're in Division 2. So if they lose to Team Saiyan and if they drop one extra game afterwards, some major changes will happen. They already got, like you called it, the Prince back into the roster or in the roster, and that's, I think, a huge tailwind for them, which should allow them to just conquer this lower division with 0 losses. If they do not, if they manage to drop a series right here against Team Saiyan, right, and then perhaps the next one too, I just don't see the recovery for them. I don't see the road anymore. This is a major winning team. Like, how many times do we have to repeat this? Like, these guys want to be winning Division 1 right? Like
Mm.
this is not where they see themselves, I'm sure, as they've told so many times. But life is rough, and sometimes you get beaten down into the trenches, and you need to find a way out.
Of course, we are going to be starting the day in what it might be a little bit of a trench here in Dota 2, starting with the Division 2 of IG versus Team Saiyan. We then transition to the Division 1 action, LGD versus Dandelion, which we've been talking up quite a bit, but that's because they play some really good Dota. Very excited about that matchup. Then we round out the day with Extreme Gaming versus Vici Gaming. And just looking at the stack of teams, it's kind of disgusting to me that only 4 Chinese teams get to go to TI. And the way it's looking right now, it might even be less than that. And of course, one of the important things about Division 2, Ricky, is all about seeding. Yes, we want to see teams being promoted into Div 1, but you really are playing for just a better chance of going to TI at this point and putting yourself in that best position. You know, Lizard was just mentioning it now. If they don't do well IG, they should be some roster shuffles within the squad. But they have to probably wait until after TI because right now, you don't add players this late into the season, not expecting to try and qualify to the showcase of the Immortals with that same roster, right?
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what it comes down to, right? You're gonna have the last chance qualifiers after everything breaks down, from the DPC, and any team that's competing Division 1 or Division 2 can definitely enter those qualifiers. And if you want any chance of making it to TI, you got to bring your best roster, your best A game, and that's just not what we've seen from IG over this past year. So it feels really rough to be in their position. So I would say something's got to change this season. We'll see what happens. Like they've got 1 win under their belt. They've got to get about 6 more to really kind of convince us that they're back in form. If I see them drop even just a single series or in a few games here in Division 2, I don't think that bodes well for their chances at TI.
Unfortunately not, but we're going to be hoping for a little bit better from their side. Lizard, one of the things that we normally used to see when IG was quite good, yes, it was the case that at times their drafting got a bit predictable, but it was so damn effective. Every single game, you might have known the heroes that were coming, but they would make it work and make it look good. That has been one of the things that's been lacking on that team for quite a while now. Now that they do have FY in the mix here, is there, I mean, we're being a bit unfair talking up IG so much in lieu of talking up Team Saiyan, but unfortunately, it is just the reality that Team Saiyan have to sort of overperform or have to demonstrate that they are at a higher level than what we expect. And unfortunately for IG, their drafting was really, really bad, I'll be honest, without the advent of Kaka in the team. That first game of FY, did it give you a bit more confidence in this new form of IG, or are we still looking to iron out some kinks in the new White Boys?
No, I believe that Saiyan should be respected. It's the only enemy really that that's legit out there. So the team as well is really good. They have Son Goku too. So overall, I think that they can pull off a victory here. We should talk a little bit more about them, but like you said, it's IG on the other side. Do they have what it takes in the drafts? I definitely believe so. I don't think that they. I don't think that they ever dropped the ball on in the drafting area. Like even in when they lost in Division 1, when they didn't get promoted in Division 2, I don't think it was the drafts. Like you can look, this team when they're on their A game, it almost doesn't matter what they draft. They should win the games in Division 2. Like they can be severely outdrafted, they should still be able to win games in Division 2 with somewhat ease, I should say, even. So I really don't think it was the drafts. It was just some apparent lack of I don't know what to call it. Would you say it would you call it motivation? Would you call it like communication as well? I'm not sure what it was, but the synergy just wasn't there in the last 2 seasons. When you bring someone like FY, I think that's the main thing that you're aiming to fix. It's not the draft. It's like just getting the team back together, uh, getting that one strong voice back into the team.
Agreed.
Synergy is actually a good way to go about looking at it. And Ricky, what do you think about Team Saiyan? Because Lizard is right. We have to put respect on this team. They are right now in Division 2 for a reason. It's not like they've been bounced out. And of course, this is a sort of motley of various players from certain teams that were already in the DPC ecosystem. What do you make of this team? Because, of course, they have a little bit of work to do in the synergy department, being a much more new roster relative to the side of IG. Will they be able to get more synergy faster, or are they just going to be a bit more hungry for these kind of games over IG right now?
So I was lucky enough to actually cast Team Saiyan's like last match against Shenzhen, and I will say like it wasn't clean. Like there was definitely like a lot of kind of sloppiness in the series. Um, I would say some of it was maybe getting a little bit too overexcited. I think their drafts were actually pretty good though, so that is
Mm.
something to keep an eye on. Like they were definitely trying to pick up the Dawnbreaker when they could, which I think that hero is pretty sick right
Very
now.
good.
But
Yeah.
yeah, overall, I was a little bit impressed by MS, like in general, in terms of his like ability to find farm. But he made a couple like game decisions that cost him some games. So we'll see if that's been addressed. But yeah, we'll find out.
Lizard, we had some horror shows with MS last season, some like 70, 80, 90-minute games with this guy where you're just like, well, yep, this is going to be just fun to watch. That was actually one of our core complaints of last season in Div 2, right? The fact that a lot of these teams were sloppy, weren't necessarily able to close out games in winning positions. From what we've seen, I mean, we spoke about this when we saw Div 1, that the level of Dota we've seen that side hasn't been as crisp as what we've become accustomed to. On the other side here in Div 2, are things looking cleaner now that we've had a little bit more time with these teams developing? From the couple of games that we've had so far, does it still look like a bit of a, how do I want to call it? Do we still have that lack of ability to be able to close out games in winning positions that was endemic to this region last time around?
Perhaps they've moved from not being able to finish to not being able to do something else. Like fix one problem, something else occurs in the different spot. It's like a whack-a-mole. Um, no, like you can always, how to put it, when it's a Division 2, right? Like it's always easier a bit to flame as well and to find these small, to nitpick, right? To find these small little mistakes that they're making. But uh, overall, I think we're steadily improving in Dota. It's not even just in Division 2. Division 1 perhaps is a little bit lackluster for now, but overall the skill in Dota is improving, and I think we'll see that demonstrated here.
Well, one of the things we'll need to have that demonstration is a draft. We need some heroes. We need to see what everybody is going to be playing. And we have one on our cards right now. The first game between IG and Team Saiyan officially underway. And the way this is looking right now in the draft, Pugler, Marcy banned. Going to be expecting those two heroes banned a lot of games. The other side, IG, remove the Treant Protector and this Medusa. But these opening picks, Ricky, Visage, and Mars. What? Okay. We've been seeing this Visage hero become a lot more commonplace, but in China as well. This is not a hero that was picked at all last season, but seems to be all the rage right now.
I mean, it just kind of came out of the major. I think that's really all it comes down to is Wraith Pack started getting abused a lot more towards the major, and people started realizing that these like Death Ball heroes that just win lanes and group up and fight are pretty much the way to play the patch. That hasn't changed a lot with the most recent patch. Like some things are slightly worse, like BKB, obviously. But Visage, in terms of how the hero is played, essentially didn't change at all. So it makes sense that it's still like a really early pick if you have someone that can pick it up. One thing I want to bring light to, though, is the Treant Protector ban. IG must have done their research because this is Team Saiyan's like first pick every game if they can get it. Like if the Treant is not banned, they will take this hero every single time.
I've noticed. Ricky, hear me out here. This is very serious. So,
Yeah.
Terrorblade as well banned out from Team Saiyan. Now, I know that they've played it before. They won versus Shenzhen with it. You casted it, whatever. That doesn't matter. Because they're Team Saiyan and they have Son Goku. Don't you just ban out all these heroes that can transform? Like
that might be the strat. I think you might be right.
Doesn't he gain some, like, when he transforms, he's like, Rah! Starts clicking faster, gains 100 APM. Yeah.
You might be onto something here. Visage is a little bit of a transformation hero in some capacity, like with the familiars and the stone form. So
he's more of a villain. He's more like a villain from, but yeah, I can see that. Axe, perhaps, when he calls, Rah! No? Too early for Axe. I need some more coffee. Yeah.
No. I'm trying to think if Axe would fill the role a little bit. He could. I think that's fair.
Axe looks like, I don't know, some anime, because he's mostly naked. He's like running through some forest. Like
is it a busy training?
Quests. Yeah, like I don't know. He has that fishing pole, or like a stick with a shirt and all his stuff is in it. tied to the
Oh,
end of the
yeah,
stick.
yeah.
You know.
Just a wandering traveler.
Yeah, yeah.
Looks like he's about to go hit up a waterfall and just chill underneath it. That's where the muscles come from. Just some resistance training for the axe. One of the things about this axe hero, though, is we've been seeing that whenever there's heroes like axe in the patch, these massive initiators, always makes games very, very unfortunate and very sad for support heroes. This game, though, seems saying, although they do have that kind of jump lizard, it's only so far the Mars. Unfortunately, it has been the case that Mars seems to be all you need in the initiation department. But this is Team Saiyan, and you were talking about Son Goku. One thing Son Goku loves to do is to play these more active heroes. Doesn't necessarily seem to be the type of guy that has fun playing these more staunch, solid, do nothing type of supports. So in terms of do something supports, what's still left in the pool here for Son Goku? He still has his Earth Spirit. He still has his Venge, which he's played in this tournament already. He still has the Earth Shaker as well, which he's seen a couple of times coming out in China. What do you think is the best hero to pair up with this Mars in the offlane?
Well, it depends. I think Visage is also an option if you aren't putting it mid. I think that's also something that you can play with Mars. They nerfed him a bit, right? The soul assumption, I think it got nerfed by like 7-8%, the total amount of damage. But I think that's a possible option. You could go for some extra team fight as well. Phoenix has been banned out, but something like a Dark Willow is still in the pool. Some pairs that we haven't really seen. Some Ancient Apparition versus Tiny and versus DP. By the way, I'm just pulling heroes out of like some very lost and forgotten bag here, as as the patch has. Obviously, we haven't talked about it, but major patch happened, right? And
Yeah.
some heroes I believe are viable once again.
Or ones that have never been viable.
Oh man, Meepo, bring back Meepo! Come on.
Pudge, baby.
No.
I'm telling you, it's
No.
Pudge. Pudge is the
We
biggest
already saw
sleeper in the
Pudge.
patch.
We saw Carry Pudge the other day, man.
I am very
Was-
convinced that Pudge is like the best 1, 2, and 3 possession hero in the entire game. Like, he's going to be like the biggest flex picks.
And
Biggest
4 and
flex
5.
I don't think he's gonna be. I think he's gonna be exclusively played as a 1, 2, or 3. But I feel like he's just gonna be a huge flex pick this whole season. And we're seeing some regions already kind of tested out, and I don't think it's lost yet. So
Yeah, it's not a bad call. Like Pudge looks pretty solid at the moment, and when I say solid, I mean it. That guy, like, you just
tanks.
You just can't kill
You can't kill him.
You can't kill him. Yeah, exactly. There's a point in a game in which I don't know what you have: AC, Daedalus, ton of items. You still don't hurt him. But
Yep. For me, how you know that a hero is busted in any given patch is look at the ability. When you play ability draft, one of those heroes' abilities are very good. And in ability draft, Flesh Sheep right now is so strong. So not very surprising to see Pudge dominate a lot of these games. He's just unkillable. Another hero that has seemed to be somewhat unkillable, but that's mostly due to their mobility, is this Void Spirit. We saw ZC crushing on this Void Spirit the other day in Division 1. On the other side, though, Ember Spirit emerges here, who's dropped a little bit in popularity these last couple of weeks. But do you boys think that the Spirit matchup is still, or the Spirits in general, obviously Storm has taken a massive knock in the nerf department, but are the other two still as viable to be occupying this mid lane?
yeah, like when you have to look at it from a full perspective here. Ember is also good versus Visage, right? Like you get this hero with dots that can deal with his armor layers, a hero that can get on top of him, kill off his birds, and also that doesn't get threatened by Visage at all, can defend easily against him. Plus, you get a hero that lanes and deals with Void Spirit at any given. They deal with each other. Let me just say that it's not like he's a complete counter. It kind of depends who gets a better game, pretty much. But that relegates that Prophet to a 5, right?
That's what I'm thinking.
be.
Most likely,
or
unless
off
they.
lane. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like unless they side lane it, right? Which is not that common.
We've seen
They
some.
could run a.
We've
Yeah,
seen
Blizzard?
some Tiny 4, yeah. We've seen some Tiny 4 recently, even. So some Tiny 4, that Prophet offlane still works for them. And they could finish their draft off with a carry.
I think that's likely to be the case because they also have Grimstroke here, which is kind of just enable your Ember Spirit. But heroes like Phantom Assassin are still in the pool, which is one of the better heroes against Mars and works really well with Grimstroke as well. Yeah, I mean, they still have a lot of options here on IG. I think overall the Ember did get a pretty big nerf in the most recent patch. Like, it is one of those nerfs that on paper may not feel too bad, but the sleight of fist range, like a lot of players are used to it after playing
Yeah.
so many games on this hero. And now you're just going to be slightly off with like slight chains sometimes if you think you're in range and you're not.
Those
So
kind
Really
of
does make
things
a difference.
really, yeah, that truly does hurt very often.
Yeah.
A slight change, no pun intended, like in the
very
in the
good.
ranges,
Shout out,
it
Lizard.
yeah, it can really mess you up. I said no pun intended, like I said it
It was a
first,
good
and
one.
then
You can't take it back. You did it.
It's
It was a
it's
good
on
one.
you, fam. But y'all are right, definitely. We already saw last season when there was that slight change to just how Pangolier works with the Rolling Thunder, not being able to chain disable people. Almost overnight, Pangolier seemed like a worse hero. So we're going to be seeing whether or not people can utilize the Ember Spirit still to its full capabilities. Of course, Team Saiyan did go back for some laning prowess and some team fight. We do seem to have the Snapfire that's going to be the 5 position for themselves. More and more likely that this Visage is indeed the 4. With the way this draft is shaking out. So Lizard, you seem to be right. There's going to be this Visage Mars on that side of the map. And I think that we're probably seeing this support Tiny, as you're outlining now, Ricky. So what do we have left here? Since it is going to be this 1-to-1 matchup for both of these squads. For Team Saiyan, of course, they already have some lockdown. They just need more damage. IG, lockdowns, okay enough. Just need some hero to be able to follow up right now. Ricky, you mentioned PA for IG. What do you see coming up on the cards right now for Team Saiyan to occupy their safe lane?
I mean, I think them having last pick is what they're just going to wait for. I think there's still a decent amount of options, but they need to see their core matchup before they like really try and lock something in. And I think that's going to make a big difference because they don't really have anything that's like they're specifically enabling. You could still move the Visage into the 1 position if you really wanted, and then pick a support. And I think that's like definitely something that they could do depending on the game.
is Morphling a hero again? Is it possible?
No.
We
No?
saw it
No.
yesterday or
No.
just the other day, and
No.
it was picked into
No.
a Medusa. And despite the Aghanim Scepter feeling like it could be a game changer, it still didn't do anything.
I am of
So-
the personal belief that Morphling, the only time I've actually seen it look good, it looked decent being played in the mid lane when OG did it the other day. And I think that might be the direction that this hero goes anymore. I don't think as a right click carry, he really works out for you. And I hope Team Saiyan picks it so I can keep talking trash about the hero, honestly. I've lost so many games against Morphling over the years that I'm very happy to see him lose. So I wouldn't be too upset by this. I'm very upset though, Lizard. I keep complaining about the CK hero. IG gets it again. How on earth is this hero still so good, even in this patch, man?
Yeah, like the nerfs weren't that heavy directly to him. What damage reduced overall to Chaos Bolt and Chaos Strike lifesteal reduced a bit.
yes.
And they go for the Sven. Like this is literally the first thing that you think of when CK is picked. But when I look at the side of IG, Sven isn't a hero that I want to be picking for myself. That's the problem. Like when I look at this Dead Prophet that I'll be playing into, like Sven is great versus CK. Don't get me wrong, and the matchup should be good for him. But when I look at the rest of the team, I feel like, okay, I'm a Sven. I'm gonna get kited 24/7, but this is the best that we could get.
Could have picked Pudge. Could have picked the Pudge safe lane. Just
Oh my
gonna say.
gosh. Absent going for the Pudge. I mean, we'll get kited around a lot. BKB is worse right now, so it's going to spend a lot more of the game as well, not being able to just run headlong into this. Ricky, you were talking about how this last pick, they're going to be holding on to it for Team Saiyan and hoping that they cover all the bases that they need to. I'll be honest, I'm with Lizard a little bit and say that I like the idea of this fan, don't like the game it's being played into. Tell us some good news about this fan. Will this be the hero that Team Saiyan needed to win this one out?
I mean, the Shard is actually pretty game changing this game for the Sven. Like in team fights, like Death Prophet's Exorcism is going to be doing almost no damage while his Warcry is active. Chaos Knight as well will be doing substantially reduced damage. And then you have the talents at 20 for 10 more armor. I believe the number works out to be 32 bonus armor for like 11 seconds or something on like a 20-second cooldown. So it's pretty good against physical damage teams. So this is like one of the things that I was like theory crafting. I thought we'd be seeing Sven picked up a lot more. Not necessarily in the 1, but I do think they have some answers to IG's damage.
Well, we'll see whether or not they have the correct answers in this particular lineup, or if IG, with the Prince of Dota 2 back in the mix, will be able to carry their draft to victory. We'll be finding out here in this first game of IG versus the side of Team Saiyan. We've got Lizard, we've got our Cryptic, we've got some Dota 2. So take it away, boys. See you after the game.
Happy to be back, Lizard. How are you, man?
Doing great, just great. And you know, like your theory crafting, I like it. The armor, it sounds like a good thing with Sven versus DP versus CK. Even it could matter quite a lot. And then again, on a more serious matter, obviously, it's Team Saiyan and they're playing Sven. I think Sven kind of falls into that.
Oh, you're right.
Transfer, you know, like
that
you
is the
get
literal Super Saiyan.
Exactly, like you bullied me through elementary school. He goes red. He turns back after 5 years of training.
He's been in the hyperbolic time chamber his whole life, ready to come back and send a message.
Exactly.
I'm curious. I thought Sven was like on the verge of being an okay pick last patch. I think some of the changes this patch might make him pickable, especially with how many buffs they've given to Warcry. So I'm really hoping that it works out. But, this will be the first time I've actually seen it. We'll see. FY, by the way, I'm not sure if you've noticed. I've been seeing him play this 4 position, or a lot of people have been playing 4 position Tiny, not just FY. Kaka was doing this the other day. He just goes tree grab level 1 and just clicks the other heroes in the lane until they eventually just stop being able to lane. It's quite funny.
Yeah, I've seen quite a bit of Tiny as well. Picked up on 4. There was There was some combination that teams played with the Tiny. It wasn't the DP, but it doesn't matter. As long as you can toss someone into the tower on that mid lane, it's good. In this game, sadly, he cannot. As Void Spirits, you toss him back, he should be able to
just dissimulate,
just dissimulate out. So then again, at the same time, it's really nice to have a hero that can stick with the Dead Prophet and just give her space. That tree allows you to do exactly that. Just get that stick, stand in front, trade hits, DP is happy.
So what do you think about Mars? Is like he got slightly nerfed, right, in terms of the spear stun duration. I think they nerfed like his damage or base strength or something, but still seems to just be Mars, right? At the end of the day, like he still has the arena, he still has the rest of his kit to follow it up. Is that good enough to just make it so Mars is pretty much always pickable?
Mars is one of those heroes, exactly like you said. Something very similar to a Phoenix on a different position of it, but it's just that his skill set is way too valuable to a team. Unless that's nerfed heavily, the arena, I believe he'll always be a top-tier offlaner. Also in this game, Mars and Snapfire, remember we were talking about these big team fights with Mars?
Yeah.
I think they got a really good one. You mentioned it as well. Now you have Snapfire versus the Chaos Knight. Fly's Phantasm isn't going to feel super strong.
Yeah.
Lane though.
Yeah, getting aggressive there. He actually held the spear for a long time there, thinking maybe he might be able to dodge out that stun, but didn't end up working out. He's going to salve up, though. The salve meta, I think, is one of those things that allows CK to still be pretty good, just because he has so much sustain, even though they did nerf the lifesteal a pretty substantial amount, but it's still good enough, it seems. They're going to go out right on to... My grandma's out. Nice little cookie over the wall there.
I wonder if anyone else's spectator mode is broken after the patch, because...
Oh, everyone's is. Yeah, it doesn't work at all. Yeah, but you can't use assisted camera. There's the first blood in the top lane, though. They actually managed to take down the Sven. Mostly set up there by FY, which is very nice. I'm surprised, that he was as low as he was. But Tiny, pretty good.
It's not only Tiny, right? You're playing into this level 2 Spirit Siphon, JT is spamming you, constantly hitting you. As a Sven, you need to come closer to the creeps to farm, so... Now Visage as well, he might die.
Oh, yeah. Does pop the stick there, gets a Soul Assumption, tries to run away, but no, one more auto attack goes to JT. Now gets his second kill of the game.
this really isn't an easy lane for Visage plus Sven. As usually, when you're playing Visage on a support, you want to have these squishier targets, right? To Soul Assumption, you kill them off, you trade all your mana for their HP, you move back or you die, whatever. You trade your life, and your core is happy. In this lane, you can't do that.
Yeah, it's so true.
Yeah.
Top lane, with the pressure that's been applied, FY obviously is going to be able to protect the rune there for emo in the mid lane. So, speaking of the mid lane, though, Zone's actually doing pretty dang good here.
Oh.
Bottom lane, Mars will fall there. Sniped underneath the tower.
Got him.
All right, lane's going pretty good for IG.
Besides that Void Spirit on mid, he's doing alright, like you said, right? Zone, holding his own. But do you think that level 6 changes things in one way or another? Like in one direction or another?
I mean, bottom lane for Saiyan's level 6 is definitely like no one gets to play here anymore. Like, even though CK is pretty tanky, the amount of magic damage you have just from Snapfire plus Mars is...
Lane. Yeah.
Yeah, Sven. Dude, just the avalanche holding him inside the Spirit Siphon range, then the toss back, he's got a Storm Hammer, but it doesn't matter. Another kill for JT. LWW just going to have to run back underneath the tower. I mean, I really like what you pointed out. Like, Visage wants to play a kill lane, and you don't have kill threat onto this Death Prophet, especially with a Sven.
Yeah, and that's the problem, right? Like, you could see that whole fight, LWW, he's just standing there spitting out those soul assumptions, but it doesn't matter. DP is still on 50% HP, just being healed up. And by the way, that Prophet, probably one of my... It's not the most standard JT hero, but he plays a mean Death Prophet, and it's always fun to watch.
We saw it a lot last season, right? Like, it was Death Prophet Tusk we were seeing in the offlane a ton.
Hell yeah. Man.
Tusk did just get a pretty nice buff as well, so I'm surprised we're not seeing more of it.
Zone?
Yeah, he should be fine. He is level 6, but no Astral Step for 5 seconds. He's gonna make it under the tower though, he's fine.
Maybe Foley was there a little bit sooner, but then again, they didn't have any spells on Embers, so not enough damage.
He does get the Illusion Rune on the Ember though, which is really nice, so gets to continue kind of bullying out, or I would say like starting to pull away in the mid lane. Zone, I think for the first like 4 or 5 levels was doing the best, but the side lane kind of spilling into his mid lane experience, unfortunately. I am really curious to see what this Sven builds. Like, in the past, it's pretty much always just been like Treads, Echo Saber, like Mask of Madness, and then you just kind of like mass farm stacks, right? But has the meta changed enough to have to like be able to build him a different way?
I don't think so. I believe you kind of have those standard builds for Sven that you're going to go for. Fights hunting him. They're actually committing to a fight on top lane, it looks like. All three, I don't think that they're stronger, and Ember is rotating in as well. This could be Slaughterhouse on top lane.
Yeah, they do have to be careful. If you only lose one hero, it's not that bad, but the DP just gonna go ahead and try and chase them right underneath the tower, and they're finally gonna see that the Ember is here, MS on the run. Question is, will he actually be able to make it out alive? He's pretty quick on the Sven, but the Warcry has expired, and JT just going to close that gap here, get that Spirit Siphon off, and Stormhammer to again slow him down. Ember up onto the high ground. We'll finally get the vision. Whoa, that was a high roll on the side of Fist, I feel like.
The only thing is, all of them together had one reliable stun left remaining, and not even one at that point, so he could have just TP'd out. There's no Searing Chains. Sadly, he doesn't know that. He continues running, and he gets eventually run down.
They do have the arena bottom. Zone's here as well with an Invis. They might be able to find a return kill onto Flyfly. It'd be a big one, but it would be a heavy commitment. Scan comes out, they don't find anyone. So they're actually pinging him out. They're like, he's probably on the far right side. But see what happens here as FY is going to show himself. And there's the arena. The spear comes out. Zone going to show himself. Fly might actually think twice about trying to fight this one. But Instead, he ends up cooking out the Mars. Can he actually walk away? Yeah, he's gonna be fine. Just tanky enough, no spells left, but meanwhile, top lane, LWW dove by Death Prophet once again. So a 7-1, only a 2k gold lead, but it is 9 minutes into the game.
It's a problem how much they're feeding JT. Like, he's getting a ton. At the same time, I completely understand why Visage is under a tier 1. On the side of Saiyan, you really need those level 6s on your supports. If you sacrifice a couple of kills, so be it. Just try and delay the game as much as possible. Get those levels, fight after.
Well, MS, yeah, doing exactly what we thought. Just popping the God Strength to try and farm as fast as possible in the triangle right now. Maybe try and catch back up to that CK, but yeah, I think you're right. JT being as strong as he is, that is going to be something difficult to deal with. Like, Death Prophet can definitely snowball these games, especially once you just get those tank items. And then it's really just going to be down to the Sven whether or not he's able to burst her down. Fight for the runes here. Not going to be able to grab it on the side of Saiyan. Instead, they're going to go and toss back Snapfire. Set themselves up for another kill here, potentially. Yeah, grab it on the side of Ember Spirit. So, just playing the map really well.
Yep. So far, definitely. And it's easy, right? When you don't need to support your offlaner, let's say when you can let him, when you can leave JT on top lane or he can rotate away from it, then it's easier to set up all these small little things, play around the runes, go into the enemy triangle, or go mid, as JT has his ulti.
Alright, gonna go for the dive here onto the Void Spirit. The Soulbind is there. The Mortimer Kisses from the backside of the fight, but all they get is a Grimstroke for their troubles. They'll grab the mid-tier 1 tower in the process. LWW is level 6 now, so he does have those familiars, but they don't really get much out of this. You needed the Mars Arena to like really take this fight, and now you don't have damage to jump back into it. They're gonna be able to toss out. They find the Snapfire. Avalanche is there. Spirit Siphon as well, and a Sleight of Fist from Emo can help bring down another kill.
That was so huge from FY. And because he completely destroys their Mars plus Snapfire combo, which you cannot have if Snapfire is dead. So nice positioning by him, realizing where Snap might be hiding, tossing her back in. So far, like, this is... Right? Like, you see this so many times when your carry is not doing too well on the offlane, when the enemy offlaner is given everything. That enemy offlaner just becomes a beast that rotates from one lane to another, pressuring everything, creating so much space for, in this particular case, the Chaos Knight.
Radiant are scanning.
Alright,
They have
smoke up
smoked
here.
up,
Yeah. Who are they gonna find? I mean, Fly would be perfect. Do they actually have... They do see him. He's right under a ward, but they're looking for FY instead. Avalanche comes out, he's able to just stop Mars in his tracks, so the smoke is only going to be able to net them potentially this tier 1 bottom tower. I mean, I thought for sure they'd go for the CK.
Yeah, that's what you think, but then you realize it's the Prince Sora. They have FY, right? Like, you see FY, you want to kill him in the game, obviously, and you want to get
yeah, of course.
But I'm not sure as well, like, you're right. I was checking that ward, it should have spotted CK. Not sure why they... maybe they're thinking they don't have the damage for him, as he does have that armlet. But with CK, with Snapfire, I'm sure you should try to go for that one instead. Unfortunate for them regardless, as they get nothing but the tier 1 tower.
Alright, well, it's only a 2k gold lead so far for IG, so it's not insurmountable, but I do worry what's going to happen, like, if they get these BKBs online relatively early, which I'm pretty sure is going to be, like, the standard build, right? JT's already got his queued up. He's just about 1,000 gold away. The Ember Spirit, about 1,400 away. So I feel like that timing is going to be pretty rough for Saiyan to deal with.
I have to say that for me, let's see on bot if they can catch this Tiny again.
They do get the spear, but the TP is coming through. Fly. They're just going to go ahead and settle for one of the familiars, it seems. And yeah, they do not manage to get themselves another kill with their Marina.
They did force, well, only one rotation really on the bottom lane, and they forced the. This is, man, I'm loving what IG is doing. I just love the way they're playing as well. Fly uses Phantasm, wants that bird. Can he get it? No, he can't. He's not ranged enough. Even with the broom handle, doesn't help.
Sad.
But what I want to say, yeah, like the way they're playing on IG shows motivation, shows synergy. Even this small TP from Chaos Knight and not anyone else on the bottom lane realizing, yeah, we just need the carry there. He needs that area to farm anyway, plus he helps, and it's like in a split-second decision. It's not a split-second decision, they decided on that before, they knew who was gonna go for it. And like you mentioned, BKBs, they're getting BKBs so early on, because they understand, once we get them, that's pretty much it. They don't have damage against us. Not right now when the Sven is so poor, at least.
Yeah, he's got a Midas and he's queued up a BKB of his own, so he's not gonna be able to do. Even once you have the BKB on the Sven, I worry that he doesn't have enough damage to kill these heroes.
No, for sure.
He's gotta get like another damage item, right? Like either Silver Edge or I don't know. It's usually Blink Dagger even too.
Yeah, it's about the control, right? Like you need to have some setup to kill these heroes. If you have an Ember with the BKB running in, it will be so difficult to set up a proper arena. So everything kind of crumbles off of that. That's why these BKBs are so massive on the side of IG.
Speaking
By
of
the way,
Mars, he's got his Blink coming on Courier right now. So this is probably their time to try and find some important pickoffs, and it looks like they are going to go ahead and smoke here. So Zone and Goku get ready to try and find something, but at the same moment, IG smoke themselves, and they find the Sven in the triangle with the scan. Oh no, this is a disaster for Saiyan if this actually connects, if they manage to find the Sven here.
Sometimes getting that Blink Dagger too soon can hurt you, like in this situation. They should understand where Sven is going after, but probably they don't want to roll back into their own jungle. Instead, they just continue just onslaught. By the way, JT has a BKB completed, so this is a huge timing for him.
Yeah. And I like that he's got the Shivas queued up as well. Just gonna try and get some of that extra armor so he doesn't actually go down to the Sven.
FY mid lane.
Yeah. Does manage to find him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You can, if you look at MS, he actually already used his ulti. He's still farming with it, so there's. If they want to do anything, that's only delay. But FY has found him.
MS just doesn't want to risk anything. He just wants to be able to try and farm creeps, it seems. So doesn't know where the other heroes on IG are and decides to just go back to his own triangle.
I was actually thinking that someone will TP on the outpost and FY will save that toss. And perhaps then they can... Okay, Void Spirit.
He's got a Yules for the moment. The arena from Goku gets big. They actually do manage to pin down JT. Do a little bit of damage to start it off, but he's still holding himself on that BKB, ready to reinitiate if possible. Soulbind there onto Goku. Syrian Train's holding him in place as a FY here to cut him off, and there will be no escape for the Mars. A nice little pick off there from IG once again.
It's just that 2k gold advantage that you were talking about. It's in the right hands, right? And top lane, oh my god.
Yeah, yeah. You get found by, well, means CK there.
But the gold advantage that they've got really means a ton on the side of IG, as you cannot get any of these major kills due to BKBs being up.
Oh, unless you extend too far, MS gets the BKB off here to try and turn around. MS responds with his own. He's got the cleave, the God Strength is there. He needs to chop him down, and he does. Just barely. So MS putting his first BKB to good usage. Didn't get the Exorcism off.
That's why. Maybe he dies here as well.
Yeah, the Remnant to follow. Sven trying to snipe it for himself, but ends up going the way of Zone. So on the board now, really, for Saiyan here.
Yeah, 200 gold away from plate mail as well on the side of JT. On the side of IG, JT had it almost, but he ran in, got blocked down before the BKB.
Nice initiation there with Fly. Yeah. Good old Inkswell into that Reality Rift, the chain stun down. That Mars, really well played. with or I don't know why I said Exo, with Phantasm, and he's got his eyes set on Roach on here potentially.
They do not have any wards around on the side of Dire, so that one Radiant Ward is giving a lot of vision. They actually pop Exo as well.
Yeah.
This is a huge commitment. They will take the Aegis, but it should be a farming one, as after this is done, I don't think you're ready to set up any fights. So
Looks
it
like...
will give...
Oh, whoa, interesting. I thought it was going to go to Emo, but
Emo? Yeah.
Yeah, like the way he was positioned, right? He like had a slot open, or do you think they were fighting over the Aegis there?
Yeah, it's just a good old right-click battle. You know, give each other some fairy fires, give each other some raid bands, spelling blades.
Flood your allies' inventory so they can't drop anything or pick anything up. Yeah, classic. Sounds like my pubs.
Give them your BKB, die after, you don't care, as long as you get that Aegis.
They smoked in the mid lane for this, but gets popped right away by a Sleight of Fist. Inconvenient there for Saiyan. There's the arena though. JT gets the BKB off right away, gonna try and turn this around. There is no Exo though. Ollie stuck inside here with that Mortimer Kisses raining down. They do manage to take him down, but it's gonna be CK on the backside, able to reinitiate the fight. It's gonna be Snapfire that does manage to survive, but you've lost the Mars and the Void Spirit in the process.
Yeah, they only get the Oli, and I'm not sure what the thought process was, because MS is behind on his Sven. He pops the BKB, pops the God Strand, but doesn't truly commit. So you have to get out. Plus you're fighting into that Aegis.
Yeah, and double BKB, right? It was BKB out on Emo plus JT there in that fight, so a lot more difficult to take the fight once they have that.
My biggest problem for them fighting there on the side of Team Saiyan, that is they forced the fight when there were no ultis on the side of IG, and they still didn't get anything out of it. It's kind of a problem because now...
Snapfire?
Yeah. Mid lane?
Yeah, they do manage to actually cancel the TP top, so it might be enough. Nah, LWW. Still gonna get ran down here by JT. One more Crypt Swarm's gonna do it, and now in the top lane, Son Goku, he canceled that Mars TP, or canceled the TP on Fly, and it looks like he's gonna regret it as Fly just kills him with a Phantasm.
Punished. By the way, Sven got that Blink Dagger while all of this is happening, so you do get that form of initiation, you get that Blink Stun, and perhaps with it you'll be able to, I don't know, set up a stun on JT and follow up. They have no saves. Maybe that's the play. But it might be too late even right now.
God Strength comes out. There's the blink onto the backside of the fight. Is it enough to take down Fly right away? The Mortimer Kisses, the arena, so much committed just for the forward position. Tiny. Fly now pops his own BKB and doing damage in fast. And with that BKB expired, the Sven just melts underneath these heroes here. Cookie on 4, gonna buy a little bit of space, but Visage just burning down and fast. Remnant, enough from zone here to make the space. They're out of gas, it feels like, on Saiyan now.
Truly does feel that way. Mage Slayer, it's that Void Spirit. Melts him. Oof, I don't know, you got that Blink Dagger, but even with it, you severely lack damage. You were taking some fights that you shouldn't have. I feel like when you're playing this Sven hero, he needs to be in front when it comes to the farm. So,
yeah.
Remember when you were talking about 2k advantage, 3k advantage on IG? Yeah, but it's against the Sven. That's like, it's not an alchemist, but he still needs to be farming quite a bit. Picking a Sven also and not making any stacks for him is a little bit sus. It's just that it makes his game way harder. Imagine if he had like some small crit or any additional item in these last couple of fights. Perhaps then you can blow up targets easier. But not with the Blink BKB. This is... From all your items, the most what you're getting is that Mithril Hammer, right? The most amount of damage.
Yeah. That's so true. Yeah, you just have a lot of net worth invested into this Sven that doesn't really translate directly to damage. And on the other side, the CK just armlet BKB Mage Slayer is just so much more impactful.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm just wondering, I just don't see it anymore. There's a Shiva's completed on that Prophet as well.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's like, how do you take down these targets? You can, but it needs to be a perfect initiation.
It has to be the Sven Blink BKB, but speaking of which, Sven's the one that's been caught, and they take him down. 64 seconds without buyback. FY on the Tiny, setting up play after play here. This is going to be the Phantasm from Fly as well, as they look for their second lane of Barracks here.
Yeah,
No resummon on the familiars either. They do see zone. There's going to be the avalanche, the toss, the stun. Going to be dodged there thanks to the ults. The arena does come through, but BKB from Fly, he doesn't care about it at all. He just beats them down one by one. Evo just shredding the back lines. 4 heroes now dead for the side of Saiyan. Buyback, yeah, available for the Void Spirit, but doesn't even matter.
Snapfire hiding as deep as possible in the fountain, not to get tossed out.
They're chewing through all the trees. They're like, he's got to be here somewhere, right? Let's go back, focus on the lane. Fortification does come out, a 15k advantage though, and a very convincing game one so far. And GG. Saiyan's gonna tap out, go back to the drawing board.
Yep, understandable. This was clean. I have to really say that this was clean from IG. It's something that I expected from them in the last season. We didn't get it, but in this one, at least the first game, I'm impressed. No high hopes just yet, as IG has, they've been up and down in the last season too, but it's looking better, I have to admit, it's looking better. The way they rotated, the way they played, JT plus FY looked incredibly strong. That lane, Swan plus Visage, they just looked outskilled completely.
Yeah.
Lizard is out here sounding like a man who doesn't want his heart broken again, but can't help but admit that it's looking a lot better. And that was a game where IG just dominated. 25 minutes into the game, it was really over. They did everything right from the laning phase. The one lane that went okay was the mid lane, where, Butterfly Effect is standing in for Emo today. But overall, this game, Ricky, perfect from IG. It almost felt like this game sort of played itself. And for me, that's one of the marks of a good team or a good execution of a strategy, when it feels automatic, where every checkbox that you normally would want to have at a particular draft is just checked off, mark by mark by mark by mark throughout the entire game.
Yeah, I think you just set up your safe lane to fail, unfortunately. I think Lizard made a really good point. Like, JT got to kind of do whatever he wanted this game. The Sven never really comes online. It's not like a lane he's super strong in. And Visage 5 is not a hero that plays from behind. This is a hero that wants to snowball so heavily, get that early boots of bearing or even the Wraith Pact, and just play with their team. But yeah, the safe lane just really crumbled here. So
yeah,
I think I'd do something different next time.
Definitely, we do want to see something different. I mean, this is the kind of game where whenever you have a Chinese team that's playing Mars Snapfire and are unable to really connect with their ganks, unable to take good team fights around those big ultimates, you really know that you're in trouble, because this is the region that practically pioneered that style of Dota. But Lizard, I want to also go back to talking about that mid lane, the one lane that did seem to go okay for them. Yes, we know that safe lane went very poorly, and it was hard for them to recover from a Visage from behind, but it also didn't really feel like they were able to connect with the movements across the map of this Void Spirit. Normally, this is the hero that will help your team bridge the gap from a poor laning phase into a decent mid game. What happened in this situation? Why didn't he have that kind of impact in this game?
His rotations were really well dodged, first by IG, but it's not only that. Look, it all comes down to the offlane and JT, in my opinion. He had too good of a game, and when you have an offlaner with that good of a game on a hero such as that Prophet, your whole map shrinks real fast. That's what happened. They lost the tier 1 top lane, then they rotated instantly mid. What can you do when you have 4 heroes? You're a playmaker on the mid lane. You want to go and kill someone, right? You want to set up a smoke gank or connect to some lane. But 9 minutes in, that Prophet is already on your mid lane killing it. What can you do? You can't really do a ton. You just have to stay there and defend. And that was an issue. Obviously, a couple of rotations were better done by Emo. He rotated top perhaps a bit faster. Void Spirit wasted a lot of time on the bottom lane. The gank on the CK, if you remember, did not connect.
Yeah.
I believe, only killed the Tiny there. So some of these things definitely didn't go as well as they planned. But I don't think it's on zone overall. I don't think it's like a zone problem that they lost this match.
The entire game was just difficult. Here we do see JT, the one time where it did feel like he had overextended a little bit, but this early timing on this BKB just enabled everything on the map. And unfortunately, Team Saiyan, they didn't have that many defensive items, so they were just getting shredded apart every single fight, having to just run and run away, can't really do anything aggressive. And unfortunately, Ricky, FY tanked a lot of ganks here, but it didn't really feel like he was tanking these ganks. It sort of felt like Team Saiyan's like, well, we want to get something out of these movements on the map, so we keep forcing the fight onto Tiny. And IG just like, sweet, keep doing that, boys. We'll just kill everybody on the retreat. But could Team Saiyan have done anything differently in that regard whenever they did feel like they were going too far just to chase the Tiny? Or is it just the nature of the circumstances that you have to get something, even if it is the 4 position?
I mean, I do actually felt like they had some targeting issues. There was a moment when they actually like saw CK in the jungle and like were smoked up, and I thought for sure, I was like, they're gonna go arena the CK right here and find themselves a kill. But then they like chose to go after FY, and I think it's because they just didn't believe in their damage. They're like, we can't kill the Chaos Knight. Maybe like he's just too strong or too tanky. But I mean, that kind of comes out of having like Mars had a really rough lane bottom. Your Snapfire didn't have like much at all either. So it's like between those two, like you would like them to kill any hero, but Chaos Knight might be able to just turn on them without like another hero. And yeah, they just ran out of damage this game, like very fast.
Let me just say that I truly believe they didn't see the CK.
No, he was under a ward. I looked at it.
He was under the ward, but maybe they're blind to
tunnel
the
vision
CK icon on the map. Yeah, they
Yeah.
don't see the CK. Because if you recognize the Chaos Knight, there you go on Chaos Knight. The damage isn't that much of an issue. You have a Snapfire, you have a Mars. That's more than enough. Just the two of them, and they had like 4 heroes in that rotation. So
yeah, they had Visage as well.
Yeah, I'm really not sure what happened. It was some miscommunication or something like that. But these kind of players on this level understand that they do. I mean, I'm sure 100% they understand that they have enough damage to kill off the CK. So maybe it's nerves as well. You're playing versus IG. You're thinking, yeah, the CK is a major winner. He's tankier than we are. Than we usually expect. I don't know. He'll toggle his armlet in between the Snapfire Mortimer's kisses. He'll do something crazy.
Nah, you know what it was, Lizard? They looked on the map. They definitely saw CK. They're like, look, Fly is a major winner. He's done his thing. But who the real carrier of this team is FY, who just got the MVP award as well. So kill FY, kill the prince, deal with him first, and maybe we can eke out a victory. Nah, I'm kidding. Something went wrong, definitely. And just looking at overall, there's practically no metric where Team Saiyan was anywhere close to the IG performance here. Didn't really find themselves in decent stead on the map. And unfortunately, when you go for these kind of picks, this Visage support, the Snapfire with the Mars, everything has to work perfectly for you. And it did not here for Team Saiyan. I also feel a little bit that you could... hesitation is the wrong word, but you could sort of sense that they didn't have that full confidence in what this draft are supposed to do, and they really struggled to connect all across the map. But still, good showing here, gentlemen, from the side of IG, and we're seeing that matchup that they had to start their season, not necessarily a fluke. They were hella clean in that one, and they are looking clean in this one as well. The question is, are they going to remain this clean going forward? This is just a game 1 victory, and the 2-0 is maybe going to happen, but of course it'll depend on what the next drafts look like, what the next game looks like. Before we go into a short break, gentlemen, a quick word, Ricky. If you're the coach right now of Team Saiyan, what do you say to them coming back into the game to try and get them into a winning mode?
I mean, I would just... You gotta like focus on like the things that they did well, which was like their team fighting like wasn't necessarily like badly coordinated. So it's just like realize that this game may have been more of a draft issue and address that and come back with like heads up and try and take it back to IG. Just not let them have a free game. I think if they can do that, I don't think Team Saiyan are out by any means.
Well, we'll see if Team Saiyan are going to be getting that download from Ricky or if they're going to be handing over yet another game to IG. We'll be finding out together after a short break here in the DPC. This is Division 2 Dota. We have IG versus Team Saiyan. It's 1-up right now for IG. And when we come back, game number 2 will commence.
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Welcome back, one and all, here to the DPC. We are continuing with this Division 2 action here in the Chinese region as we so far have a game with IG 1-0 up against the side of Team Saiyan and hoping to try and turn that into a 2-0, hoping to continue their run to finally get back into Division 1 Dota. My name's Snare. I'm joined by our Cryptic and Lizard. Lizard, good sir, before we get into the draft, quickly tell me, if you're the coach of IG, what have you told them in the booth to get them into a winning mode, to keep this run going for themselves?
Listen to FY. Just listen to him. Whatever he says, do it. It's gonna happen. Have full faith in the prince. You don't have to do anything more. Don't use your brain. Just listen to FY. Turn it off. Be on auto mode. Just play the game, like you play pub. And when he makes a call, you go for it. Simple, right?
Very, very simple. Listen to FY, that'll definitely win. Let's see what FY has got cooking in the terms of the heroes, because we do have a draft on our hands here for the second game. And here we go. Our Cryptic, we saw this so many times last season, and it looked hella good when we did see it. IG themselves did also utilize the strategy to some decent effect, opening up with this Brewmaster Snapfire. Yes, Team Saiyan do have this offlane Dawnbreaker. I believe she's going to be playing offlane this game, that we've been seeing on the come up in China. But I don't know if it's going to be good enough to beat out the Brewmaster Shadow Shaman, even after the nerf, though. What do you make of it? Is the strategy still as good as it was last season?
I mean, Brewmaster is just still essentially the same hero. Like, nothing's really changed in terms of how he's played. Like, you still just go with that, like, Aghanim Scepter Refresher, the Aeon Disc, and you just play for that, like, team fight domination. Shadow Shaman, kind of the same, right? Wants to be able to play around their team. Very good at ganking. I'm a little bit surprised they picked the puck into the Shadow Shaman, since that is like a pretty scary hero to play against. But I will say this: Dawnbreaker has looked incredibly impressive as a hero in the DPC so far, from both the support role and the core role. And I know Team Saiyan love picking this when it's possible. So I actually think this is a much better opener from them getting the Dawnbreaker than going for something else.
What is it that you like about Dawnbreaker so much? Is there something in particular?
She's just a fight-winning hero. Like, she just plays opposite the map, kind of like Spectre, and then you just ulti in with the Aghanim Scepter, give your team 60% evasion and like 1,000 health. It is unbelievably strong.
Yep.
Yeah, makes sense. 1,000 health, 60% evasion. Matt checks out. Team fighting through the roof.
Yeah, we saw a Juggernaut actually get completely countered by a Dawnbreaker ult in the previous series with Saiyan, and he would Omni, and then instantly, as soon as the Omni came out, every single fight it was just Dawnbreaker ult, and it just missed every attack in the Omni slash, and would just come back down into the Dawnbreaker, plus like whatever else was already there.
I just have to say, I really need Dawnbreaker's workout routine. Those legs, like
Oh my
those
gosh.
that quadriceps, I don't know, man. Like,
Listen, you're already too buff,
Like,
man.
you were
You're making
her-
us look bad.
I thought
What?
you were her trainer. Are you
Yeah.
not?
No, actually,
No.
that's
Damn.
not correct. I don't know who's sharing those rumors, but if I was a trainer for someone that trains legs, they would look like Puck. I'm not-
My man is skipping leg day every single day.
Bro, I just took a sip of my water. Come on, man. You can't say that.
Skip leg day, bro.
Oh. But Dawnbreaker certainly never ever skips this leg day, and she has just been phenomenal all of these games. This new build as well, Aghanim's coming later after that early BKB, and the timing just makes team fights impossible. I do kind of like it into the Brewmaster here for similar reasons as we enjoy it versus the Juggernaut. Interesting to see the puck this early, but this, interestingly enough, opens up the possibility of Team Saiyan coming back for the Tiny themselves in the 4 position. Most of the time when we saw this emerging from South America, the pause for Tiny, it was with either Bat or Puck in the mid lane, already looking decent for that, if that's an option. You want some kind of team fight, you want more initiation, and just a Puck Tiny combo, super good in general. I'm just a bit concerned now because they have to find Damage Lizard, and they have to find it quick. IG is beefy. Brewmaster, and now with the Dragon Knight coming out. Sure, he has enjoyed some nerfs, but still looking like they're going to really struggle to kill these heroes on the side of IG.
Yeah, some damage over time, some vessel carriers, some phoenixes look pretty damn nice here. Like anything that can chew through those tankier heroes. Like you said, the tiny overall isn't a bad option. It isn't neither of the two, but does combo well with the puck. You get that break on the Dream Coil. This is another way, like a wait one that I haven't seen in a long while. It is a Dream Coil into swap, so you get a way of break. You get a save as well, which is also nice. Makes me think: are they setting up for some ranged carry? What exactly? I'm not sure. Most of them dislike playing into a brew. There is a draw possibility as well with the silence, which is nice. But eventually you get ran down. Let's see. It's an interesting pick. Did you guys see Venge lately?
I do have some
Yeah.
insight.
Didn't they play this the other day, Ricky?
This
The
was
Vengeful
Son
Spirit?
Goku 3-position Venge.
Venge, yeah,
They
I saw
ran
this
it
other day in
with the
offlane.
Puck
With Puck,
Dawnbreaker. So this was like right up their alley in terms of like something that they've definitely practiced. They played it incredibly well. Their game 3 was super impressive. Now
Game
they
3
did have,
was it the one with the TB or?
yeah, they had
the
TB
TB,
that
yeah.
game. It was like TB and Undying was in the game as well, but this time no Undying, so they actually grabbed themselves a Phoenix. And with that pick, I'm actually wondering, it's got to be 3 Venge then, unless they're planning on running like Dawnbreaker core and like
and
Phoenix 5.
I think you ban out some Medusa right now if you're IG, and
Definitely.
you're set. Like for Team Saiyan, they do need. I can kind of see a Drow. I can see a Medusa, and on IG some is Jug banned out. No, maybe a Jug, maybe an Ursa. You did say the Dawnbreaker counters him completely, but it's kind of a hero that would be good for them, and they go for a Silencer instead. Haven't seen in a while, but. Will be interesting. Nice counter to the Dawnbreaker if you think about her ulti, like the way she's going in. You just silence, you fight off of that, or you versus a Phoenix. It has always been one of the better supports.
This is very, very interesting to see the Silencer come out. Obviously, like you say, very good against the Phoenix. It was only enjoyed once all of last season, gentlemen, in China at all, the Silencer. I forget the team that picked it, but it wasn't Div 1. The fact that it does emerge here, we still don't necessarily have an egg hitter, but like you mentioned, Lizard, this is another way to approach the egg. Just don't allow it to ever be cast off. And often when we see the Silencer being enjoyed, I see it generally succeeding in one of two contexts. Either A, you have enough burst damage to completely just kill everybody during the global, or B, you have enough team fight set up that once you cast global, you just make life impossible. The enemy team has to retreat every single time. And Ricky, they've got a lot of team fight on IG. Every single hero has some form of stun or disable. All of them don't have the most damage individually, but together certainly can bring down these heroes from Team Saiyan, as they don't necessarily have the beefiest squad in the world, especially considering we're going to be having a support Dawnbreaker here. I'm liking what's emerging here from IG. What do you do as Team Saiyan? I mean, we do probably have a hyper carry coming out. Now that there is a silencer, which hyper carry do you see being picked that's probably going to buy Manta first? Let's assume Medusa's going to get banned, though, because I don't see how IG lets that through.
I mean, you're definitely looking at a Brewmaster, Shadow Shaman offlane. And in terms of like heroes that like they can't really pressure. I mean, Medusa's already banned, so it's like they don't have to worry about Medusa. Yeah, Medusa is first phase.
First ban,
So it's like they don't have to worry too much about the Medusa. But you got to be able to pick a hero here that isn't pressured out of lane by Brewmaster, because that is like going to be the biggest issue. And I don't really know what it's going to be. Like the TA's banned already. Monkey King would have been a decent choice. The problem I have is like you're already losing the mid lane matchup on Team Saiyan. Like Puck Dragon Knight's like one of the easiest matchups in the game for Dragon Knight. Like there's just nothing Puck can do in this lane except just lose the lane.
He's gonna farm well. Like lately, they've been doing all right.
Oh, there it is. Nature's Prophet. Okay.
I like this from Team Saiyan. A lot of global potential, a lot of split push potential as well. So you can deal with the Panda in that way. You have a natural, not necessarily an Orchid builder, but he can go for that. I expect some Witchblade Maelstrom. Puck versus DK, like Puck is gonna farm, or at least he should. At least, as of late, that's how I see that matchup revolving. What does IG get here? Is it an Ursa? Is it something different?
It's gonna be the Venge offlane, almost guaranteed, especially with the Nature's Prophet pick.
Is it a PL then? Like
PL's banned.
PL's banned. They took it out themselves on IG. So we need something that has wave clear, something that has damage, something that's going to be able to hang in the lane, deal with the aggression of early. And it's going to be anti-mage. All right, this is going to be a fun game no matter what. Last pick anti-mage for Fly. I personally, this might be just me being a curse, but I've never been involved in a game where IG pick anti-mage and they win. I'm hoping that this might be the day that ends up changing. But for this last pick, it's a pity that we don't have Black in the mix here. But Ricky, what do you make of this? The offlane matchup, if you're going to be playing this Venge in the offlane, are you feeling confident seeing the anti-mage pick, or does this make life more difficult for you?
It's actually pretty fine for Venge. It's actually going to be Dawnbreaker on the 4. So we're taking Phoenix into the safe lane. So I think this is actually like a perfectly fine lane for Venge Dawnbreaker. Like if Anti-Mage actually gets stunned up by like Magic Missile, if he doesn't actually reflect it, there's nothing to cancel the Starbreaker. So that combo alone can do like half of his health and damage. So he's got to be careful.
If you even go for it, like if you even go for the stun, because you don't need it in a lane such as this one.
You just click
you just click him. You get minus armor and you just right click him, because if you stun him, he did something completely wrong, as he should always be able to reflect it. But you can always just right click him. And honestly, I can see what IG is thinking. They're gonna stall this game. They're gonna get to some portion of the game in which AM is that end all ultimate hard carry. Team Saiyan, are they disrespected right now? Because I really like their drafts. I really think that they have what it takes to win this game.
I really like the pace that they're going to be able to set with the draft that they have right now, how quickly they can get onto the map. Like from level 7, 8, 9, it does feel like a really tough time for IG early on. Very quickly, Lizard, Fly hasn't won a game on Anti-Mage since July of 2020. This last pick, I'm not super confident in it, but just quickly, are we going to a game 3, or are we going to be having a 2-0 off the back of this AM pick?
Off the back of that game 2, I would say that this is a 2-0. Game 1, sorry. I would say that this is a 2-0. But I believe in game 3. I want to see game 3. I think the draft of Saiyan is just better, and I'll give them a shot.
All right, they might not have any transformation heroes, but they do necessarily have this Dawnbreaker coming in with the big glowing yellow aura. So hopefully that's going to be enough for Team Saiyan to power up and grab this game 2 victory. Let's see how this one is going to shake out. Yet again, we have Lizard and R Cryptic on the mic. Take it away, boys. See you after the game.
30 seconds.
Thank you, as always, my dude. I got a question for you here. If we want to talk transformation heroes, could you argue that Goku is playing an ultimate transformation hero, whereas like you die and you're instantly reborn as an illusion.
Yeah, like that's some interesting storyline. Is there any anime that has that kind of a storyline? Please, I want to learn more about this.
That'd be a
Strange
question
world.
for Neff, my friend. I don't know.
Not for you. Yeah.
I mean, I do watch some, but Neff's on the real fringe of society, you know, when it comes to anime.
Yeah, anime has been mentioned. Neff writing something in Discord in 3, 2. Never mind.
I'm sure he's already typing up an essay to drop in Twitch chat in a little bit. Top lane, they are going to find Ollie here. There's the first stun that comes out. The Celestial Hammer actually chosen here at level 1 instead of the Starbreaker. And Ollie, he's just going to walk away. He gets out.
They're losing a ton of mana, but don't really care as they're dishing out a lot of damage as well. I love the Orb of Venom on Eren as well.
Yeah.
Like, they're going all in on these right clicks really, and Silencer, like we said, Fly, he might be the one that dodges the stuns and whatnot, but Ollie, he needs to be careful. If they go on him, he's just dead.
Yeah, exactly. They're gonna be able to do pretty well here. Venge did get a slight damage buff. It was what, like 2 base damage or something in this patch, but generally once you have like a single value point in Vengeance Aura, and then of course just your general stat gain, pretty good at CSing. This hero ends up doing a lot of damage as the lane goes on.
Yeah. A Raid Band or 2, and you're good to go.
I was gonna ask, what do you feel about the starting items now that like Wraith Band didn't get nerfed, but both Bracer and Null Talismans did?
You mean, in a way, do you still go for Raid Band? I think you do, but when it comes to Bracers and Null Talismans, not so sure. Like,
That's
maybe you... Yeah, maybe now there are some heroes that you'll opt to go for, let's say, a Soul Ring or an Urn instead of a Bracer on that offlane position.
Okay.
When it comes to Null Talismans, that's probably the biggest nerf out of the 3, I would say. Out of the
Rightfully so, I think, though, right?
Yeah, it was just busted. If you see a Storm just building 5 Null Talismans, you have to understand you effed up somewhere, you know, like...
Yeah, it's like, alright, we may have like improperly balanced the patch. Top lane, Goku taking a ton of damage here, and that might be First Blood. He's gonna take out the curse here, potentially. No, he's got 5 wand charges, yeah, he's fine.
He's fine.
But he's out of regen now, and with this one, Ollie feels pretty safe in lane. Like, there's no way that they can apply pressure to either of them.
Yeah.
So he's got to wait for that courier.
Just has to be careful so they don't jump him. FY actually TPing with like 1% HP.
Oh gosh, yeah, I didn't see that.
This bottom lane is not that easy for Shadow Shaman and Brewmaster. I feel
They're
like...
gonna get Goku top here, potentially the slow once again, but Fly goes under tower, takes a pretty good chunk of damage. Starbreaker will not connect onto Ollie, so they're unable to turn it around.
They had a stun on Son Goku, but...
Just not,
he's
not
just...
in range, I'm guessing? Or?
Yeah, exactly. Interesting. He just used everything on that aim. He might die here. Aim has still got that healing salve, so... I think I was...
No, go ahead. I'm very confused on what's happening. Okay, he is going to salve his ally. Dude, it's so not worth it.
Yep, look at that. Oh, man.
That's like, he just blew 100 gold for a single tango.
And it's not even, like, usually when you heal someone up with the salve, when you heal yourself, you want to get over that threshold in which you're able to be in the lane again.
You just didn't fix that here?
You didn't, exactly. He's just chilling in the trees, hiding himself.
Yeah, he just might not die solo to Fly now is the only difference. But yeah, it feels very rough. He's got Tranquil Boots queued up, obviously, with like this Windlace Ring of Regen build. So I'm guessing that's what Goku's heading for. But he needs to be careful. Ollie is on the side here, and if they get in range, we could see First Blood here in the top lane. Aaron, though, level 3, 2 points in the Celestial Hammer. I mean, it is a lot of damage with this spell. It is so good.
I think if you get them bottom lane Phoenix,
yeah, they got him.
Oh.
LWW sticking around just a little bit too long there.
The way some of these lanes are going, it's not what you expect, right? That's something that needs to be said as well. Like IG is a team that perhaps is showing that they're able to outskill Saiyan in the laning phase at least. Fly.
He's just gonna TP or blink on over to Goku. Is he gonna regret it? One more auto attack from Aaron will be enough. He goes for the salve there. They're gonna TP in on MS, and kill will end up going the way of the Dawnbreaker. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but you still definitely don't want to die on the anti-mage.
She can get another one.
They're gonna go for the dive here. Yeah, the Celestial Hammer slow is enough, and MS, his rotation ends up netting him 2 kills into the top lane.
Yep. One goes for Aaron, the other to him, but it's a great rotation considering how the lanes were going, right? Like,
yeah.
He doesn't have a TP, that's the only slight issue, I would say. But
they got catapult now, though, right?
Exactly,
so they just push.
Yeah.
This is one of the things that I've seen so many teams do with this Nature's Prophet, right? They just try to make a rotation to a lane as soon as that catapult starts pushing, and you've got those 3 points in, you know, Nature's Call. But it looks like they're going to give up putting any more pressure here and back off. I mean, they still got a chunk of damage.
Holy.
Oh yeah, that's a dead silencer. Pretty easily dropped there as it goes to the way of MS, though he is pretty far forward, and with the Brewmaster coming in, the split's going to come down, and they'll be able to find themselves 1 return kill, looking for more Fly onto Goku. Meanwhile, it's going to be JT chasing down Aaron into the trees here on this Dawnbreaker. Who's going to fall first is the real question. All right, triple kill end up going the way of the Panda. The Storm Spirit, or the Storm Panda ends up grabbing the last hit there onto Goku, but I mean, what a rotation.
Yeah, that rotation was way too good. And, you know, sometimes these moves that Nature's Prophet did on top, that MS did, look so genius. But then if you overstep your boundaries just by a little bit, you get punished, and from genius looks like a fool, right? Why are you there with the carry? Why don't you go back? Why don't you continue farming? Why he didn't do that is because he didn't have a TP.
Yep.
Once he used that teleportation towards the top lane, he didn't have the actual scroll, so he had to remain on top. It looked good once they killed Oli, but Brew gets 6, and yeah, just gets a triple.
In Dragon Knight, gonna be able to do Dragon Knight things here in the mid lane. Oh, wrap around there from Fly. They'll be able to find the puck, the Dragon Tail as well. Beautiful gank into the mid lane from IG, and with the Dragon form, we'll be able to start putting the damage onto this tier 1 tower. This is why I was so worried about them picking the puck into this Shadow Shaman. They're going to try and get aggressive here onto FY. He might be able to survive, though. LWW the dive to the other side, but he'll be all right for now.
Bottom lane as well. Prophet, he should be fine, right?
Yeah, TPing out. Yeah, he'll be all right. No split yet.
You were worried about the puck when Shadow Shaman was picked, and I was dead worried about him once Silencer came out. So
yeah.
there's a Shadow Shaman, a DK on the mid, and the Silencer. They really didn't make his life any better in this game. Like,
yeah, it really does feel like at no point in this game is the puck safe. Even if he goes for that Linken's, which he's inevitably going to have to get, you still have to worry just about global silence.
Yeah, like, do you even get the Linken's at that point? I mean,
I don't know.
There are some games in which going defensive, yeah, okay, they're not going to be able to stun me or hex me, but they're still shackled, they're still global, they're still this, they're still that. You know, there's a ton of spells. It's
kill
a
them
rough
before
one.
they kill you type of scenario almost.
Yeah, perhaps just go for some Witchblade Blink, get on top of them, fire everything that you get, and die a glorious death.
FY has gone Invis Rune here, and he's going to find Aaron in the trees with the last remaining second of it. He tries to hop away the Celestial Hammer, but unable to do so thanks to that Shackle. JT should be able to pick up that kill with ease, and he does. Gets himself another Urn Charge, and the tier 1 tower to fall shortly after. Meanwhile, top, it's going to be Zone diving Ollie here behind the tower. They get themselves an okay trade, but in comes JT, in comes Fly. The Phoenix has nothing, just gets bursted. JT doesn't have split yet, or didn't use split, so unable to stop the TP there on Goku.
Oh, he gets the tower actually. JT misses
Alright.
the deny. He also didn't use the form, so that's a small victory, I would say, for IG. I'm not sure if he used the form, if they'd be able to kill off anyone. Perhaps the Venge, as he wouldn't be able to DP out, but...
Yeah, it's just whether or not it's worth it. I mean, Goku is having such a rough game. In the series we saw previously, like they were able to actually pretty heavily dominate with this offlane Vengeful Spirit, and he got to a really good timed Aghanim Scepter. He's level 6 at just 10 minutes into the game. Like, it is not ideal from your offlaner.
It's not ideal for any of them. Eren is level 5, Phoenix is level 4. Have they used the Tome already? I don't believe they have, right?
I don't think so. I think it's coming out right now. Well, we see one picked up on FY, but no Tome yet for the side of Saiyan.
This Phoenix really needs, he desperately needs the Tome. They need level 6 on Phoenix so you can combo the Dream Coil and the Egg. Take a fight off of that. FY might break the smoke. Let's see.
Nice
Instead they go
play to dodge him. They're going to go for someone else. They're looking for the Anti-Mage. Do they have the damage with just these two, though? Coil does come through. Wrath of Nature. Oh, yeah, you're right. With the Nature's Prophet, they got him. Good call.
That's the global presence that Prophet gives you, and overall, you know, I saw the Anti-Mage picked up, and I really dislike AM in a game such as this one. If he gets the farm, it will be fine, but the fact that you're playing into a Prophet and a Puck, like, you have to be so damn careful with your farming patterns. It's not an easy game. If Puck catches you, you're most likely dead. Top lane?
Top lane, they're going to just beat down Goku here. Can't really run away from the Brewmaster at this point. Burns him down with the urn as well. That was the blink reveal from him.
Got him.
He's actually got a Midas into Ags queued up. There's no way he goes for the Midas, right?
I mean, when you're having this good of a game and you're playing with an AM.
Ooh, they get zone as well. That's going to be the blink reveal from the Dragon Knight.
Doesn't matter what he buys at this point. Like, they're so far ahead. This Midas, I think he will not get it, but you never know. It's JT.
That is true. That's a good point. They're smoked up. Smoke's going to get broken. He just blinks right up onto the high ground, finds the Phoenix. I'm surprised. I thought he would just global him so he wouldn't be able to cancel the dive, but he's just going to go and pop that split. Take down the Phoenix first. Global comes out to stop the Dawnbreaker from chasing down Ollie, and he is alone for the moment. Avenge was thrown into the skies there. Zone making his appearance here in the fight, but catches a Cyclone as well. Goku going forward. There's going to be the Dawnbreaker ult to try and keep them alive, and it might be the time to disengage as MS joins the fray. Gets that kill there onto Ollie. So a 1-for-1 trade. A lot committed, actually, from IG.
Yeah. They greeded out a little bit, and they paid the price for it.
They have Coil mid. I mean, are they going to use it? They do into the or the swap immediately, but FY is there. Beautiful egg. They've got to disengage, and they can just walk right on out. Nice sprout there from MS. Will be enough to bring down the DK, though. This guy is tanky. 4 points in that Dragon's Blood, but it's going to be a Sunray. 20 HP, finally gets in one last auto attack there from MS, but in comes Flyfly. Zone's got to get away. Nice shackles onto the Nature's Prophet with Flyfly. Continue the chase, going for more, trying to get his hand on top of this Puck. Nice Starbreaker to make some space, but Flyfly finally gets the kill as they continue now onto MS, and this is a disaster now. The Anti-Mage Shona gets himself a double, potentially more here, as he's chasing down the Phoenix. Stun available, will be able to toss on over to Anti-Mage, and Goku ends up cleaning him up. A little bit too aggressive there, it seems.
Yeah, I think IG, they're enjoying themselves way too much. Like, this particular game, they're just playing. Anti-Mage joining this early on is not something that you see very often, and that's, like, it was demonstrated right there why. He did get 2 kills, which is pretty solid, but he gets taken down by the Vengeful in the end.
Yeah, like getting 400 gold, but then being off the map for a minute as an anti-mage is not worth it.
I think it's worth it. Yeah, probably not worth it. He does have like power treads and Orb of Corrosion, so I guess that's one of the reasons why, right?
He's still gonna get a decently timed battlefield. It'll be like 16 minutes probably, but and when you go that Orb of Corrosion Orb of Corrosion treads, it's like you are expected to get it like a post 15-minute Battle Fury for sure.
Yep.
Like that is just a lot of gold in early items.
Yeah, definitely. Like on most heroes, if you like PA that goes a Battle Fury but gets Orb of Corrosion earlier, right? It slows you down a bit. Yeah, just IG, I believe from now on will pop that global the moment the opportunity arises when they catch a target that needs to be silenced. Perhaps this Phoenix again,
Smoking up.
same place.
I mean, do they have
Same
vision of
play.
anyone? They will see Goku there, and that smoke gets popped. It's going to be DK that jumps on over, hits him with the Dragon Tail. JT finds the rest of the team in the triangle. We'll just settle for the Venge. They could potentially go Roche with this, because they can tank it, and the wards, like, they still do a lot of damage to Roche. They just get one-shotted by Roche. So as long as someone's tanking it, it will fall.
Yep.
And there it is. They will scan it out. They get down a ward sentry as well. Saying no, the question is, can they actually do anything about this?
I don't think so. Puck just TP'd base. They have an egg. Egg is really strong in the pit, so let's see. They will scout it out. You have to be careful because of the AM.
Yeah. Speaking of which, he just grabs the Aegis. About to finish his Battle Furies. He's going to go bottom. So, Fly having a fantastic game so far.
Battle Fury completed, like you said, 16 minutes in. Really nice timing. The zone
JT's hungry. He's found MS. Oh no, he didn't know there's a ward on the high ground. And MS, there's no way. You can't escape the Brewmaster here. He cleans him up. A big kill. Yeah, you're right. On the back line, are they going to be able to get more? They find the Venge. Cyclone comes out from JT. The question is, can the team get there in time? They have the blink in one on the DK, but they don't want to commit that far.
They definitely could have fought that, but it would have been a difficult fight. Also, while Panda was searching for Nature's Prophet, Puck was searching for Panda. Sadly, Zone didn't silence him, didn't catch him just before Panda blinked. And one thing leads to another. Nature's Prophet is dead.
Zone top lane. They did see him under a ward for a moment, and it's going to be FY. He's trying to find him. He's going to get him. Walks right into it. The Hex comes out, and there's just nothing you can do about this as a Puck, man. It is so difficult to play the game.
Yep. And they're so quick about it as well. They knew he was around. The moment he shows his face, you can't even phase shift. Insta Hex, insta stun, insta shackles afterwards. He's buying a Yules. It's good. Like, you need that Yules versus the global silence. You need some way of dealing with it, but
Oh, they found Prophet. Oh no, it's just all coming apart here for the side of Saiyan. Your Nature's Prophet dying twice now, and this one actually going on over to the anti-mage.
Yeah. The thing is, these kind of plays are supposed to happen against AM.
Well, rather Zone might have found FY. The TP's coming in, and it looks like Shadow Shaman, he's just gonna burn down here. Aaron's gonna clean up that kill.
Yeah, they had the ward on the high ground, right? I believe they did, so they did see him.
Yeah.
They jumped FY. It's a nice defense. There's just so many things that Saiyan could be doing that they aren't. Like, you have this egg Puck combo, you have this Nature's Prophet Puck that could be hunting AM all the time. It's just that IG is playing a bit faster. Their tempo is faster. Their metronome is set up for more beats per minute. And,
yeah. It also just feels rough that he has the Aegis, right? Because you would love to be able to just punish the anti-mage right now, but he has an Aegis.
No, 100%. I think it's a bit late right now at this point.
Yeah.
You need to be catching up.
They're gonna go
with the
top.
zone.
Oh gosh, FY doesn't stop. LWW's here. He's gonna drop the egg, but it won't matter as the Dragon Tail comes through. Global silence as well to cancel out the Dawnbreaker ult, and LWW forced to dive away. I'm surprised they they could have just let the Dawnbreaker come in and killed her.
I'm surprised they didn't even kill the egg instantly, to be honest.
Yeah.
That was another option, I feel like.
Ollie gets found here, a little bit too far forward, going
Top
for the
lane Phoenix.
D-board. Yeah, okay. I mean, Fly is just solo killing heroes at this point, which is a big issue.
Usually not the place you want to be in when you're playing against an AM.
Yeah, pre-20 minutes, he's like soloing heroes.
Diving your tier 2 when he has a ring and orb of corrosion, also not something that you want to see, but it is what it is. They need to somehow find a way to play around the puck and the egg together if possible. So far they're not finding it. MS is going for a Satanic next. I just don't see what this item is going to do for him, really. Like, Mjolnir is good. It's not even about the items. I feel that they do have the amount of damage at the moment. They are just not able to find the right play. That's it.
It's funny, the Satanic build is kind of like the Medusa into AM build, where you're just like, well, I can't run, so all I can do is stand here and attack him. So like they just like itemize for like Satanic Butterfly a lot of the time. Fly top lane, he gets found initially. I don't know if he's gonna get out 2 seconds on the blink. Nice dodge, he's made it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Oh my gosh. Such a huge commitment too, and they're gonna turn it around. Easy pick off there for the DK, takes down LWW.
Yeah, they're also losing the tier 2 on the bottom lane. They also had an option to just let AM die. He had that Aegis for 20 more seconds, so they could follow up afterwards. That was also a play that was possible, so such a low probability for Team Saiyan to actually accomplish anything off of that.
Kind of like grasping for straws right now, it feels like, right? Like nothing is going their way.
Exactly. It's just that it becomes increasingly more difficult. Son Goku, it should be fine. Does he have that Aghanims completed? He doesn't.
Almost.
100 gold left, yeah.
Speaking of Agzo, it does get finished up on the Brewmasters, so he's certainly just going to let this first Primal Split go if he gets an option. Wards come down here onto the tier 2. They've still got a Catapult alive, and Fly going to tank the tower for a little bit. Does need to be careful, though. Doesn't want to take too much damage. Goku behind, yeah, there it is. The blink, the split comes out right onto the Vengeful Spirit. They're going to throw the puck into the air. Oh, there's the global silence. You got no egg, and they're looking for more. Hex does manage to catch the puck as well. There's going to be the Dawnbreaker ult, trying to keep these heroes topped off, and it works. Able to reinitiate the fight, but MS just stuck in the center of it all. Goes down. It's going to be 3 heroes dead on the side of Saiyans. They're still looking for more. Fly jumps right up onto the high ground, managed to take down. That's a dieback on the Phoenix, and Goku with just a little bit of duration left on this... on the clone, but it doesn't really matter. It's just gonna be JT diving you instead. He's still got another split. He's just baiting you out in the process. Managed to take down the Venge Illusion, so no heroes able to fight. It's just Aaron versus the side of IG. Your high ground crumbling now.
This is just way too clean gaming coming from IG. Saiyan unable to do anything about it. They even had a little bit of luck in that last fight. Son Goku got his Aghanims delivered just before he died in a nick of time, but the spells afterwards weren't used to any good. Right, like the swap wasn't there for the Prophet.
Yeah.
They couldn't kill off anyone that important. They kill off a silencer that already used the global.
Oh,
so
they found MS. He tried to make a cheeky play to kill FY, and they just beelined it for him on the other 2 heroes, and that's pretty rough. I'm not sure if you noticed this, but Anti-Mage picks up a point booster. Do you think he's going for the Aghanims, or is he going Scotty? Probably Scotty, right?
in a game such as this one, I'd like to see the Ags.
Dude, I love the Ags on Anti-Mage, but you just don't
Pretty
see it
sure
all
it's
that much.
Skadi, yeah. but I wouldn't mind the Ags. But, you know, just for fun.
I love right when it gets completed and you have always going for it. He queues it up and you get all 3 of the blink fragments right away, and you just chuck them onto one hero in a fight, and they're like, "Wait, what's going on here?"
Yeah, you just blow up one single target. Usually when you're going for Skadi, you're not getting that point booster first, right? Bottom lane, Venge.
Yeah, Venge found. There's going to be a split on the backside, trying to make some space. Shackle's going to get caught there by FY, but he's going to pay for that one. Tried to commit pretty heavily there to take down that second life on the Vengeful Spirit. JT, of course, has the Aghanims so he can split himself. There's going to be the Global Silence, though, from Ollie as they jump in. They take down MS off the back end of the Dragon Tail. And now they're looking for more. JT comes in with another one, looking to take down Aaron potentially. They throw puck into the skies. Goku still got a little bit of time here on that delusion, but it's just going to be LWW sitting here on the sidelines, man. He just wants to use the egg, but he has no options.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Just stay in the trees, man. Hide yourself. That's it.
Yeah. JT's just making space on the front line here, trying to prevent them from being able to slow down this push as they will take down a second lane of barracks and get away scot-free. Well, maybe. Quail does come out onto the Brewmaster. He just snaps it right away, and he just continues to walk.
Yeah, the fact that they only
so
caught one.
tanky.
JT is too tanky, and the fact that they only caught him, he couldn't commit the egg.
Yeah.
The guy, everything that he did was right, but you can't put the egg there on the low ground, and if you put it on the high ground, you won't have enough damage to kill off the panda. So, yeah, you just, you know, you dive through and that's it. Say bye to them as they take your axes.
Dude, he just has a casual 2,900 HP on the Brewmaster right now. And then, of course, the Essence Ring as well, if he needs that boost of 400 more.
Yeah, and the Earth Brawler, right? Like, you switch to that, you get 20% magic resistance. It's
7 armor as well.
quite
You just Cinder Brew yourself and run away.
Do you think AM kills Prophet with just the axe if he spams all of them on him? Probably not,
mean,
right?
I don't even think he needs to use all of them. I think he just use 1 or 2 and he kills them.
Just
He
1 or
doesn't have a
2.
BK. He doesn't have BKB. He just blink mantas, drops a blink fragment as well. He'll burn all of his mana in like a second and a half. Mana void him. He's like, that hero just dies. Oh, Blink Dragon Tail
Right.
comes out. There is a nice swap out from Goku, but blink fragments being chucked in here from Fly. They'll be able to force the TP out on MS. But the question is, are they able to get out on the Venge? It doesn't look like it. It's just so much damage coming through from the DK, and it's going to be a Blink Fragment. Continue to chase down LWW here. He dives away, and he'll be able to TP home.
I mean, this game is just so difficult for anyone on Saiyan. If playing against Shadow Shaman and Silence wasn't enough.
Oh, they're just going into the base.
Dragonite.
They just don't even care. They just go into the base. They find the puck. They find the Dawnbreaker. There's just too much instant catch, right? This is so scary.
If it wasn't enough that they have Shadow Shaman and Silencer, you also have a Dragonite with Aetherlance, Orchid, and Dragon Tail. Like, what is this build? The Aetherlance Orchid? Is this? Have you seen this? Is this standard?
This, I believe, Amar built something very similar at the major. This Aether Lens, I think he went like Octarine, but I mean, it's actually just such a good game for the Orchid. Like, all of these heroes on Saiyan just struggle to it. They can't get a BKB on the puck. You're not going to get it on the Phoenix.
Yep.
It's actually like a pretty genius build. Like, they can't save anyone.
No, it's amazing. Maybe I would argue that it's a bit of an overkill because you do have Shadow Shaman and Global Silence, but still, it's pretty solid. Gives you some additional stun versus the puck versus the Prophet. Like you said, Silence versus the Egg. We didn't see one good egg in the whole game. We didn't see one good combo from Team Saiyan, and mostly it comes down first to difficulties they had dealing with the Dragonite, but second, I would say just pure outplay by IG. This was one of those games in which you remember that what we were talking about, drafts don't matter. When you see an anti-mage diving your tier 2 this early on, there's some skill discrepancy there that needs to be addressed.
When you have a situation, Lizard, where 4 heroes are chasing 1 support, and then the IG team instead ends up turning and killing 3 of those heroes, and said support still escapes the fight, yeah, there's a bit of a difference in skill and ability, and IG demonstrate that in perfect fashion. Another way to actually sort of crystallize what you were saying there. In this game, you know that build you were talking about on the DK, Aether Lens into this Orchid Malevolence? I just want to outline something for y'all quickly. We have to go back 4 patches before we have somebody who finished an Orchid faster than this DK. We have to go back to 7.18 before we have a faster Blink Dagger pickup than what JT accomplished in this game. And unfortunately, on the other side, though, Vengeful Spirit, it's I think the 10th slowest pickup of this Aghanim Scepter. No Ags available at all for the Dawnbreaker. They just were not allowed to play Dota. Especially Ricky Puck. Good gods, I feel so bad for Zone in this game. You couldn't play Dota. Shadow Shaman's there, Global's there, Orchid's there. You just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, it is the actual perfect storm of of like disasters for Puck. Like there's just no way he gets to participate in this game how he would intend to. It's like every fight is he's just gonna get instantly hexed, or the global comes out and then he has to like Yules and he comes down into a hex, like or a Dragon Tail or another Orchid. Like there is just no way to itemize on the Puck this game to be able to deal with this. And a lot of that comes back to the mid lane matchup of the Puck versus Dragon Knight, where it's like Dragon Knight is so heavily favored in the lane already that like you're not gonna be able to find enough farm to itemize for this at any point in the game.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Like the best way to completely eliminate a player on a certain hero is to first counter him in the lane, and then later on get a couple of heroes that do well against him. So that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah. Another recipe for disaster, Lizard. You were talking about how we never got to see the combo, and as we're looking through these replays, the theme always is Team Saiyan trying something, but it just never able to connect fully, and then they just get completely ran over. We were talking about it at the end of the draft that Team Saiyan has the potential to be able to play really quickly off the back of this Nature's Prophet, but not only did MS just keep getting picked off over and over and over again, it just really felt like they very quickly ran out of damage. I mean, we already saw that they were going to have some degree of damage issues, but I didn't think it was going to be this bad, but the game was just too difficult for them early on. How could they have fixed this? Was there some way to make this work? Did MS need to itemize differently? Or was there just no hope given the configuration of the game?
Maybe he could have committed a bit more into the let's kill off anti-mage any way we can, with something like an Orchid early on. But I won't say that's the primary difficulty that they had. The primary difficulty was rotations and doing proper ones. Like when you have like the game is difficult for you, but you're making it difficult. You're constantly being on the defensive side instead of trying to kill off that AM, hunt him down when you have this global presence that you truly did. Like you have the Puck plus Prophet. Those two heroes are enough to kill off AM at any given point in the first 16 minutes.
Yeah.
If you find him, even with the power to absorb of corrosion, you can't kill him. You just need to find the proper moves, right? Like you cannot be the responding side. You need to be the one that actually makes the moves early on. Get those deep wards, smoke up, catch the AM. I know it's easier said than done, but it's really not that difficult with these two heroes. So perhaps that's something that they could have done. And if you do that, you're also forcing the Brute to pop his ulti somewhere on his side or some global silence to save the AM. Everything changes. You open up the map, you open up possibilities for yourself. But if you're always defending, AM is free to roam, free to farm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Not only is he free to roam, but our Cryptic, you play off lane, right? And we were praising DP last game. JT had an amazing performance. Yet again, played really well. And while this AM, as Lizard was mentioning, was allowed to roam the map, keep farming freely, they were being hard carried for some significant portion by JT's Brewmaster. Talk to us about what he did, especially in this game, because it just really felt like he was everywhere. And every single time they used that brew split, completely dominated the fight. They had no answers for it on the side of Team Saiyan.
Yeah, JT's actually probably my MVP for this game. Like realistically, like his itemization is just perfect. He is just this like unkillable. I'm gonna go in and like get vision for my team to follow up these fights, and it just makes FY's game way easier. It makes Dragon Knight's game way easier. They're able to just spot a target and be like, yeah, that's the one we're gonna kill. Meanwhile, JT just takes Puck out of the fight almost every single time Puck was getting cycloned up. And he'd just come right back down into death, basically. They'd be able to kill a hero or two in that time frame, and then second Bruce Split comes out and he just does it again and again and again. It's pretty much textbook performance out of a Brewmaster pick. And yeah, he went 9-0 and 11. Like you can't ask any more out of your offlaner than that.
Woo! 9-0-11 Brewmaster. Great performance here from IG, and that's going to be their second victory here in the Division 2, setting themselves up quite well for success right now, trying to, paper over the cracks that we saw last season, and they definitely look more cohesive. They listen to Lizard because half the time, if you just looked at FY, you could predict where IG was going to be based on where FY was on the map. It's like, all right, they're doing exactly what you said. Well, listen to FY, follow him, and you'll win out this game.
It's also because he had a best hero to do that, right? Like sometimes you're a position 4, you can't really control the pace of the game, but when you have a Shadow Shaman, like on that position 4, he can pretty much tell you, okay, guys, I have Hex, I have Shackles. He has them all the time. He just needs to be in the right position to catch off the Puck, kill him off. So makes it's something like this great offlaner with us probably knows when you have a dead prophet on the offlane, right? Like you rally around her ulti. It's like Shadow Shaman. You just rally around the disables. So
Yeah.
it's easy to do.
Speaking about role-specific knowledge here, Lizard, one thing I also did notice about that game, not the best vision control from the side of Team Saiyan. And when you're running a draft like that, you need a stellar vision. But half the time they found themselves not only lacking vision on the opposing side of the map, but unable to de-ward their side too. And they kept getting caught out with somewhat obvious wards, in my opinion. What do you think happened there between the support duo on the side of Team Saiyan that made the vision control a bit lackluster in this game?
A little bit of panic as well, and I don't think it's on supports. I think it's the lack of smokes happening early on the enemy side of the map. Like if you don't smoke up, if you don't invade, then there's just a huge chunk of the map that you don't really control. You don't really control anything. If they're the ones always moving on your side, there's a huge part of your half of the map that you need to de-ward. At the same time, you don't really even see them as they're moving in, so you can't predict perhaps where the wards are. Overall, the lack of action leads to pretty much having a difficult game in 99% of the time, especially when you're playing versus an anti-mage.
Anti-mage. 10th pick anti-mage winning out the game. In China, no less. Name a more iconic combination. But we do get to see it here. IG walk away with this victory. 2-0 up right now, and they are making very good inroads. Team Saiyan, unfortunately, will be suffering their first loss, but they're still in some decent company. It's still okay. Don't look like they're in danger of relegation just yet, but it does seem like they have an extra level to try and accomplish before they can really contend for promotion. With that, though, we are going to be calling it a day here for this series as we gear up for the next one. Division 2 Dota is done now. We are going to be moving over to Div 1. PSG.LGD taking on Dandelion Esports Club, followed up by Extreme Gaming versus Vici Gaming. Woo! Those are some hype series. Ricky, before we close this on out, give us some predictions. What do you think is going to happen in these upcoming series?
I think Dandelion take it 2-0. That is my prediction. I think Dandelion are going to 2-0 LGD. After the way that they played their last series, they look so freaking good. And LGD, I mean, they took a loss against eHome. You know, they're definitely struggling a little bit right now. We'll see if they come back full swing. But I think Dandelion is the best looking team currently in the CNDPC. These guys look unbelievably strong.
Ooh, okay, Lizard. Come on, give us a spicier take than that.
I think this is going to be the hypest series of Division 1, in my opinion.
Okay. I see. He's emboldened to make his predictions even wilder now. You see this man in his
a little crazy.
Yeah, he's lost it a little bit, but it's fine. No, they did lose versus eHome, PSG.LGD, and like we stated earlier, they don't really have a lot to fight for any longer. They already confirmed for TI, so sharing that love in the region and keeping foot off the pedal a little bit could be an option for them. I still think that it should be PSG.LGD's game, the one that I really want to watch, and I'm looking forward to XG versus Vici Gaming. That one, sadly, I couldn't cast, but it's going to be amazing. I believe SG and VG are in a much better spot than in the last season, and it's going to be a fun match.
Yep, going to be looking forward to that one. Vici, of course, having Yang from the offing, from the start, so it's going to be exciting to see how he integrates into the team. Extreme Gaming, we've of course seen Lou develop over time, so I want to see how that squad plays out. But the next game is the really big one, LGD versus Dandelion Esports Club. Dandelion need to win that game to demonstrate that they are here to play, that they are serious contenders in this region. PSG.LGD, they don't need to do anything. They can do whatever the hell they want. They've already booked tickets to TI, so we'll see how that one plays out. And with that, we are going to be taking a bit of an extended break here before that series started. IG, of course, getting this quick 2-0 means that we have a lot of time before the next game, a little bit over an hour. So in that time period, go take a walk, go outside, breathe that fresh air, go look up a Lizard's exercise regimen. Make sure you call somebody that you love, let them know you love them, and return well-rested, well-hydrated, and well-prepared for some more Dota 2 action. This has been Snare, R Cryptic, and Lizard, and we're going to be signing out. Until the next series.
成为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长， 但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello and welcome to the China DPC, where we are getting into what could be a very interesting series indeed. It is the Giants of China facing up against Dandelion. I mean, you might not even have heard of these guys, and I would forgive you for that because they have not been around for long, but boy, have they been making a name for themselves. A plant, a weed, a garden shrub, something you step on your way out the door. Is that all these guys are? Absolutely not. No, these guys are ruthless murderers of the China region so far, not dropping a single series in season 2 down in Division 2 last season. And now they are looking to repeat that. They did open with a win versus RNG, and LGD could be caught with their pants down here, folks, because they did lose their opening series against LGD, and Dandelion are looking as formidable as ever. This one could be a defining series of this region. And joining me to break it all down and get into the action, we have Neff and we have Snare. Starting with you, Neff, what are your expectations going forward and looking at this one?
A lot of people came into the previous series, they watched PSG.LGD, and they thought, you know what, this team, with all their DPC points, they might not be going all out here. They might be trying to make it so every team that can will end up making it through in the region, but I don't think that's the case with LGD. I think they had a bit of a flop last week against eHome, and I also think that they don't adapt to patches right away as quick as some other teams do. So this one should be a decent series. I'm just trying to put some naysayers to rest before anything happens, because Dandelion looked really good in the previous week. They looked really good in the previous season, like you just talked about, Nomad. Like, this is a formidable team. I was just talking to one of my good friends, Panders, before this match. He was incredibly excited for the PSG versus Dandelion. This is going to be I think, the match he's most excited for here in the Saiyan DPC for this season.
Absolutely.
Personally, for me,
these guys look brutal.
All right, listen, Snare, you can start, okay? Definitely not Nomad. Nomad, you can go after. Go ahead, Snare.
I was going to say that, like, to piggyback off what you're saying and what Nomad was mentioning earlier, not only have Dandelion, did they not lose at all, but they actually haven't lost the series since they formed as a team. Obviously, it's open qualifiers, then Div 2 up until here, but this actually is their first real test. Personally, for me, after having seen this team for the last while, I really actually do think they are quite good. And like Neff was mentioning, PSG.LGD looked off their game the other day. It wasn't just them stepping off and slouching, but they tried and failed. And Dandelion Esports Club, if eHome replays that series against LGD, they probably end up losing. But Dandelion, if they were in similar positions as what eHome was in that game, I think they win faster and more cleanly. So I'm very excited to see what they have to bring to the table.
Yeah, I think this could be one of the most interesting series we've got coming up, at least recently. This is the best versus a new coming team. Of course, though, LGD, they're never ones just to sit back and, let things happen. This team is innovators. This is a team of incredible skill. I'm not expecting them to just lie down and let Dandelion walk all over them. And guess what, guys? We are wasting absolutely zero time in getting into the drafts today, so let's just jump straight into it. I think we're starting things a little bit earlier because, we've had some lobby troubles, but this time around, we're just starting on the first try. So a blessed day for Chinese Dota, that's for sure so far.
Mm-hmm. A blessed day for me is I'm with two amazing casters.
Oh, stop it.
Let me break down these picks for you guys real quick, though. They've actually banned out the Dawnbreaker first on PSG.LGD, which is an incredibly unusual move, I would say. Barely any team values this enough to get rid of it, especially like a couple patches ago. But I guess they were looking at the previous game that Dandelion played. They saw they ended up winning the first match against RNG to relatively quick timing, so they get rid of that one. And they pick up the Marcy themselves, which is something else that Dandelion ended up picking in their previous match against RNG. So I'd say that the Dawnbreaker and the Marcy's are two things that PSG.LGD aren't very practiced against. So rather than letting it fall into the hands of Dandelion, they ban out one and they pick up the other themselves.
Mhm. I love actually what Dandelion did here as well. This opening of Tree DP. Like, honestly, I think this particular patch and the way it plays out really does benefit how Dandelion generally approaches the game. And a lot of the heroes that I expect to see a lot in the coming weeks are heroes that they pick all the time. We're going to see a lot of Void Spirit. We're going to see a lot of Treant, a lot of DP, a lot of Dawnbreaker. They always play these heroes. And like you mentioned, they got Mossy. Personally, since Mossy is still a little bit up in the air in terms of exactly how you lane the hero, where she fits into the draft, I think that Dandelion, given that they've already won with the hero, probably know exactly what to do against it. And Mossy, I've often seen struggle in games where you can't kill heroes. And in this game, Treant's DP, I have no idea how you kill these heroes. Even with the Laguna Blade, the full damage of the Lina turret right-clicking away, you just don't die. If you have any melee heroes in the middle of the fight, Dandelion's like, sweet, okay, DP stays alive forever with the Spirit Siphon. Thank you very much.
Now, Nomad, do you have any thoughts on these initial two picks? Because Death Prop, despite the fact that it ended up getting nerfed like 50% on the buildings and whatnot, this hero still seems as popular as ever. It's getting first pick still consistently every single game. They go for a Dazzle next as well. They have an insane feeling coming out on the side.
Oh my god.
This is so weird, man.
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but feel this is somewhat foolhardy by Dandelion, and that's unusual for them when it comes to the draft. One of the defining points of this team has been stable draft. Nothing spectacular. They don't tend to absolutely outdraft people to the point where they can't play the game anymore, but they do tend to be very stable and very consistent with their drafting. But this seems very out of character for them. These are two really high-risk support picks with the Treant and with the Dazzle. And with all the healing coming out as well, there's a lot of heroes in the game which could abuse that factor, and there's a lot of heroes, like Medusa, just get that Skadi early on. Monkey King as well can do the same thing, just apply that AoE healing reduction. You can take yourselves a mid laner who can get a Shivas very quickly. Of course, they've got Belina already, so probably not that, but there's plenty of things they can do to kind of punish this already on from Dandelion. So I don't think I like this opening from them, and that's rare for me to say.
Yeah, I also want to point out that Marcy's a hero that
Let's see. One of the things I do like about this is, like I was saying earlier, I think one of the ways you deal with Marcy is out-sustain this hero is quite nice. Dazzle. I mean, last season, there were no Dazzles at all in China, right? We didn't see this hero at all. I think it was only picked 7, 8 times overall in the DPC. I think there's a reason for that. But I imagine that the rationale in this game is all about laning to try and get this Dazzle out. And I suppose you don't have a traditional frontliner now anymore, right? So you have this DP most likely being played in the off lane by Beyond. If you have Dazzle, Tree, it's a lot of sustain going forward, but not that much team fight. That exploitation, I think, could happen. I think this would be much worse if Pango was still in the game, but they're probably very thankful that it's already banned out. And LGD, this is good. This is a great response to Dazzle. Get yourself a lane support as well to make sure that you have a decent lane for yourself. Get Nature's Prophet to accelerate the game past the point where this hero is not really doing anything, but just keeping other heroes alive. I like this. What do you think, Neff? Is this safe lane NP, or are they going to do something weird with it, put it elsewhere on the map?
It'll probably be safe lane MP. You can flex it absolutely anywhere you need to, but it'll most likely be Lina in the mid lane and then safe lane MP, and then you can flex around Marcy as well. I wanted to highlight that one earlier. I had my microphone muted inside Discord, though. Marcy's a hero that can do relatively well no matter what items you're building, and heroes like that are very good Spirit Vessel builders. So against the Treant Protector, Death Prophet, Dazzle, Marcy does pretty well because you just go straight into a Spirit Vessel without that much of a care. You already have your gap closing abilities, you already have tons of damage. A lot of the problems are already solved. Go for Nature's Prophet next. I like this hero a lot against Alina. Just being able to quickly get on top of her, either being able to catch her inside the arena or on the outside. She's not able to pump that damage in just due to the fact that she's got these range attacks. Yeah. Oh, Mars, a solid pickup here for Dandelion, and they do need more disable and more frontline given what they have so far. So this being able to start fights for them will help them quite a bit. But, this hero was nerfed in the most recent patch, man.
Only 3 damage, bro.
Not just 3 damage. Your stun time was reduced by 0.2 at all levels.
Yeah, it's not that great anymore.
Yeah. It's pretty significant.
Neff, why do you think they didn't go for the Medusa here on the side of Dandelion? Because that has been their bread and butter, and it does look like a great Medusa game.
I mean, anti-mage is still inside the pool. Maybe they're just worried about PSG.LGD being too good to play against it. I think if you put all of your eggs in the Medusa basket, this game. And you have to use these other like 4 heroes in your team to create space for the Medusa, and then they end up building like a couple Heaven's Halberds and just like disable you in these team fights. Medusa has a very rough time. So that's the reason why I imagine Medusa is actually not as good at like completely 5v1ing when you're making space for. So they're going to play too fast to go for a Medusa here, given their hero so far. They want to try to run PSG.LGD over with their lineup. So I think they're going to pick a position of one that runs a little bit quicker. I would be too surprised to see something like an Alchemist, as crazy as that sounds. Wait, no, banned out. I'm insane.
LGDC, what's up?
Yeah.
Alc, no TB. I mean, Nomad's right, though. Dandelion Esports Club. Listen, like, you know how much sense you're making, Neff, right? You're saying a lot of sensible things here. But how many times in your life have you seen Summer, a.k.a. Shylock, in an exact position like this, where you make all these points as to why they shouldn't pick Medusa? And then he's like, all right, boys, let me show you. I'm just going to lost pick Medusa anyway. It feels like LG
Give me that Medusa.
Sort of preempting it. Didn't we see this last season, Nomad, where they picked a lot of Juggernaut into Dusa and or pick it first when they were anticipating a Medusa pick from LGD? Feels like they are ready and prepared and expecting a Medusa to come out anyway, despite what the game actually looks like and how fast DEC wants to be playing.
Yeah, this was a strategy originally run, I believe, in Southeast Asia, the Juggernaut, and then kind of spread to the other regions. But yeah, that was the kind of answer to the kind of hard carries, is the kind of Juggernaut who cannot give you the late game options, but it can also run super, super quickly. And it's going to be a Spectre coming out as Dandelion's final pickup here. That's very interesting, but I actually quite like it. It gives you some gap close on these two heroes, on the Faith Beyond Nature's Prophet, on Nothing to Say Lena. You can now get on top of them. And I think that's going to be very, very important if they want to win this game. You know, you need to get control. How many times have we seen these Lenas, you know, on Somnus and Nothing to Say, just go completely out of control, completely unchecked, and there's no gap close to really punish them? Well, they will have that if the Spectre is able to come online. But the question I want to ask before we go for predictions is, will the Spectre come online? Will she have the space to come into the game in time?
Not against these heroes, man. I think it's going to be too difficult for Spectre to find farm inside the early game. Unless you start making some rotation with the Death Prophet and whatnot incredibly early on. I think Summer's going to really struggle for the first couple of minutes of this game. I would say that PSG.LGD just kind of runs them over with how fast this lineup is. We were all surprised about this Spectre pick, and I'm not crazy about it. I think it's a rare misdraft from Dandelion.
Yeah, LGD at the end of the draft, we saw them laughing at the screen as well. So they feel pretty confident at being able to deal with the Spectre. I think you have to go for like some atypical builds on this hero if you wanted to succeed in this game and play quickly enough. You know, I saw some Radiant Spectre, was it last week? That was hilarious, but I don't think that's an option here at all. Do you come online fast enough? I don't think so, especially because they decided to put the NP into the offlane. Spectre, not known for her most powerful laning, absolutely nothing you can do into an NP lane. He will be able to play fast enough from Faith Beyond, get across the map faster than the Spectre can. So I don't think DEC have got this. I like what LGD did at the end here. Spec, this is one of those situations where Shylock has to do something amazing to win this game for us.
Yep, he does indeed. Can he pull it out of the bag in this very, very critical game? Let's find out as we jump into game number 1 with Neff and Snare on the mic, and I'll be jumping in and giving some stats where possible. Let's get into it and find out if Dandelion can pull off the impossible and take down LGD.
At least we should be. I'm
Soon.
All right.
soon. It's a pause for dramatic effect, you guys. Come on.
Yeah. We need to make you guys, get really excited for it first. But yeah, well, talk to me a little bit about this mid matchup, by the way, because this is a bit of an interesting one.
Well, yeah, ZT's going to be playing the Mars in the mid lane, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that one is interesting. I'm almost certain that he'd be playing in the offlane, but it makes a little bit more sense, especially given that you end up getting hit with the
30 seconds.
There we go. We're into the game.
Yeah, there we go.
I might need to restart my game. Snag, talk to us about the mid matchup.
Right. I'm in the game. The mid matchup, I'm actually not too surprised at this. I've never actually seen Beyond not play Death Prophet when they get it on the team. I think I've seen one game where they put it on SJ, but by and large, it's usually their offlane DP. And they have played mid Mars before. And it's one of these things that we've been seeing become a bit more normalized in China. One of the great things about the mid matchup here, he's super tanky, can't really be muscled out of the lane by this Lina. Yes, you end up losing the lane overall to Inform, but You don't get died. And once you hit 6, you have immediate rotation options into the lane, and or you can show up elsewhere and assist. And of course, we still have the Spectre as well. So you want the mid Mars to get, or you want the Mars in particular to get as quickly a timing as humanly possible to enable the Spectre to be able to play this game. Like what I'm seeing here. Although I do not like personally the fact that they are going to be as a result of having this Mars in the mid lane. This off lane doesn't seem as crazy strong just yet. We'll see this Treant Protector might be losing his life at the beginning, does manage to TP out to safety, but now Tianming is gone. He's all the way back home. Beyond has to tank being alone in this lane for a couple of minutes or a couple of seconds. Not going to be a fun time for these first 2 waves.
Yeah, thankfully due to the crazy high cooldown of Blade Fury, he's going to have a bit of safety for a while, but Innocent's certainly not going to make it a happy time. But whoa, top lane is where the first blood takes place.
Not surprising. A lot of people aren't used to playing against Marcy at that rebound, getting on top of the heroes relatively quickly. So ends up just taking down the Dazzle. And they're going to have this weakness for the first level or 2. I feel like Dazzle's hero is not as strong inside the lane, and Marcy is incredibly powerful. So being able to have the Marcy just instantly jump on top of you with a rebound and then dispose you back into a bunch of trance, you are going to die, especially the range when you don't have that damage block.
See a kill happening on the bottom side of the map as well as Innocence gets taken down by Beyond. So once Tianming gets back, they have that power to do it to Lich. I'm actually curious what Marcy is going to build this game. You're mentioning that they get that Spirit Vessel. It does seem hella good, given what it could accomplish versus both Mars and the DP. Another thing to ask though, Neff, do you think they're going to get the shard on this Dazzle? I've seen it a couple games where that does end up being one of the premier picks gone for by this hero. Is this the kind of game for it where you get that early Hex going for yourself?
Absolutely. I mean, they buffed it again in this patch. The 2-second Hex on somebody, that's almost as good as a Sheepstick. It doesn't have that instant cast time / travel time that Sheepstick has to disable, but it's still super good getting on top of multiple targets, and it hits it in AoE as well. So I think it's just an incredible ability. I don't think Dazzle should honestly have this thing. It is way too good. It's a 1400 gold item. Yeah.
Makes sense as well having Mars in the game, right? After Arena, get that good team fight going, and then you also have that additional lockdown. Would love to see it. One thing I'm very interested to see as well is what's going to be the build for the Juggernaut. I really feel they thought Medusa was going to come mid lane. I think this is just a bottle refill. Is he actually going to go for the kill? Bet your ass he will. Jumping in, unfortunately, will not be able to get the cleanest connection. ZC turning around with the Bulwark. They should have enough damage to kill him regardless. And that's going to be the kill. That was a lot closer than I thought. If he actually had the magic stick or some raindrops, might have been able to live there. But that is not the case. Dota 2 gamer margins this time around, margin favorable for PSG.LGD. And that's why we're going to keep seeing this hero, man. Not that many heroes in the game of Dota 2 that can do that. Just show up, help get a kill immediately in this lane.
Yeah, it reminds me of the old Earth Spirit gameplay. You can still kind of do it on Earth Spirit, but the damage at level 2 is just way crazier on Marcy at the moment. It's kind of like what Earth Spirit used to be with the roll into the kickback into your tower or something like that. Just super easy to set up a kill, especially on heroes that don't have an escape or have to sit in melee range of the creep wave like Mars. So it's something to keep an eye on this game. You could even make another rotation like that. You could already see that Xin-Q buys himself another portal scroll. Probably wants to try to go for that attempt again before the TC hits level 6 here in the mid lane.
Yep. Getting that early kill would make such a huge difference. I mean, Zessi is losing this main matchup. We expect this to happen, but we want to make it as bad for the Miles as possible. And in the top lane, chase down onto Summer. Shylock in a little bit of danger here, but he's fine. 1 point dispersion. Ton of got all the GG branches. Everything's okay here, Neff. Not gonna die.
Yeah.
What's not okay though is that he's getting demolished in this lane. We're talking about it, right? Spectre, very weak laner. Nature's Prophet, very strong laner, and the results are what you expect under these kind of conditions.
Yeah. So Dazzle's gonna come up. It looked like Xin-Q was getting in position to go for another jump like that, but isn't going to try to dive the tower with the Dazzle here as well. Although the Dazzle is only level 2 at the moment. So I'll think about making another rotation over to mid. I think you probably want to line this up with Lina hitting level 6, but we will see.
Lina is getting there. Bottom, we haven't really spoken about this lane too much. Obviously quite strong from the LGD side. Lich Jug, dude. Very fun to play into, very enjoyable. They are not having fun, and Tianming's not enjoying himself right now. Getting spammed on at the moment. The spin will not kill him, but these next few right clicks will. Unfortunately, can't really close the gap. Beyond at the same time goes in with the Siphon, but here comes Xin-Q. Rebound going forward. Will there be a kill onto Tianming? Yeah, definitely. No escape for you. And that's going to be them getting a kill with this rotation. I mean, ZC is happy about this because it means the rotation went bottom instead of coming middle. But the fight might not be over just yet. Xin-Q going forward does have the Frost Shield, getting the slowdown onto Beyond, but there's not going to be any way to get the toss back, so Beyond will be able to run himself into safety. But still, it's LGD that's sort of setting this tempo all across the map. Not too surprising given their heroes, but a little bit distressing for DEC because they're not getting commensurate levels at the same time.
Yeah. One thing I want to point out, a tiny little misplay there, which is like a sign that even PSG.LGD isn't super used to playing against Marcy. All right, never mind. I'll hold that thought.
We'll see. It depends on if ZC will die here. Does get the turnaround on the Bulwark. And
100%.
Very easy kill. Knows what's up.
Yeah.
Gets disposed and killed.
Yeah, Innocence actually ended up dropping a Mango and a Marcy when they were making that play of trying to run down the Death Prophet just a moment ago. So it's a sign that Innocence isn't really 100% sure what Marcy's capable of as far as running heroes down. So they're not 100% used to playing this one yet just because they haven't played in this Captain's Mode games on it. So they make small little mistakes because Marcy's a new hero. It's just interesting to see even at like the highest level, the gameplay's not flawless when you introduce something new.
This is a hard game, man.
It is a hard game. And I'm not knocking on them. I'm just being like, this is the best team in the world. Even then, like, it's not perfect gameplay. Dota's just too hard to play perfectly.
Even God can bleed.
Yeah.
Shinkyu might find himself in a little bit of danger here. Walked up the hill, but there was no angle, unfortunately, for the Spear of Mars to connect onto him. Does walk away. They'll instead commit the Spear of Mars with the full combo onto NTS. Nothing to say, in a lot of danger here. Tries to buy some time with this LSA, but not enough time can be bought. Will be killed. Maybe a bit of overkill, bringing in SJ as well to this mid lane, but ultimately, you're just happy you got that Lina kill. And the resources committed also make sure that ZC will not die, because they were certainly trying to set up to bring him down as well.
Yeah, it's important that you find this one. Lina, I think, was near the top of net worth prior to that one. Juggernaut's free farming down the bottom lane while this goes on, but again, incredibly important to shut down Nothing to Say's game. You don't want this Lina just popping off at too good of a time. So even if you can't shut down the Juggernaut, being able to shut down one of the cores, I think is the correct move. Faith Beyond's actually incredibly powerful himself up in the top lane, and some are not doing as bad as I said he would, but still not doing great.
Yeah, the one bright spot about Shinkyu, as we see down bottom, Tianming just getting GG slashed up, might actually survive. Nah, never mind. This might be danger though, but there's still the spin for Ame. But I think what kept happening is that Shinkyu's been very active on the map, so Faith Beyond has only been by himself. Still a lot of farm being accrued by the NP, but not enough pressure to apply onto the Spectre, so doing a lot better as a result than anticipated. But still, Nev, look at this gold lead. 2k gold lead in the first 8 minutes of the game. And sure, we are expecting LGD not just to play better, but to lane better under these circumstances. But is it supposed to be this good for you overall?
No, I did prefer the drafts of PSG.LGD this game. I didn't think the Spectre was amazing. It doesn't fit in very well with things, and you have like very powerful lanes. Mid lane, we're going to see some action here. I'll get back to that thought in a second.
3 heroes caught inside of the arena. The first horns of the game will come out as well. Shinkyu turning his attention towards ZC, but there's the shallow grave keeping the Smalls alive. Shinkyu will die. Oh no, so will the internet. Oh my god, what a time for a pause. Ghosts are flying out right now. Dude, there's like 8 heroes in this mid lane, and this is the time for the pause. Oh my goodness, that is just pain and suffering right now.
Yep, the Mars is definitely going to go down. The Shallow Grave is going to expire in like another half second here, but Nothing to Say is definitely dead as well. And Faith Beyond will have to turn around to get an auto attack off on a Mars at the same time. Actually, he's got a wand with 18 charges. He might be okay here. Like, this Shallow Grave's going to last long enough for him to pop this thing. And Faith Beyond's not going to be able to finish him off unless he can ult, and that's not going to come out for another 5 seconds. I'm pretty sure if Mars just survives here, and Faith Beyond might even go down. This would be absolutely wild.
Let's see, fam. 2 HP. Let's see if he gets off this one proc. Come on, ZC. ZC gets the one. NTS dies. Who else gets brought down? Faith Beyond. Oh my god, that sprout from Faith Beyond really does save his life. Unfortunately, it ends up dooming Beyond. Oh, Innocence rather, because Beyond just chases him up the hill. But 3 heroes killed in this mid lane, and that is a perfect situation. Not only the first horns, big arena, first usage of Shallow Grave in a game-winning scenario, and you still got a little bit of damage out onto the tower with Ghost, forcing PSG.LGD to commit that fortification early on.
Yeah. Beyond TP's down here at the bottom lane afterwards, so it doesn't want to give Juggernaut a chance to take down this tier 1 here. The one thing they have going for them, despite the minus or the 2k net worth advantage the PSG.LGD has, is they have the Treant Protector on their side. So their towers, if they don't take them down in one burst, they're always going to be able to heal them back up to full. It's going to make it difficult for PSG.LGD to get control over the map. So losing a little bit of momentum in that last team fight there is actually huge for Dandelion.
Yep, and I mean, that's what you expect to do when you have a Spectre lineup, right? Buy as much time as humanly possible until this hero becomes the killer that we often see her become, and has gone in for this early blade mail build. This is what I like to see on the hero. You cannot build up straight into the diffuse or manta or whatever. You need this blade mail to just be active on the map. And Summer getting some assistance now to keep farming. Bottom lane though, the one hero who wasn't involved in that fight, Neff, is Ame on this Juggernaut and is about to finish the Maelstrom right now, getting a bit ridiculously farmed, very far ahead of the pack right now. What thoughts? When do we need to see Ame get more involved? Are we going to get it immediately off the Maelstrom, or do you want to see the Manta finish first?
You never get. It's very rare that you get involved immediately after the Maelstrom. Usually, you get one other item after that, which is the whole point of it, right? You build it as like a farming item to get yourself more ahead. Then you'll see like maybe a Manti style picked up, and then probably an Egg Shard after that, and then Ame will probably start getting more involved with his team. So it'll be a little while yet.
Right now, Shinkyu will find himself on the receiving end of another arena. ZC claiming that kill with the God's Rebuke, starting to get this chain going. Kill after kill after kill, has access to this Lightstone in the event that he wants to transition into a Deso. What do you think he should go for, though? Is it Deso first, or is this the kind of game where you can see them deciding to buy Blink Dagger? I'm not sure they need the early Blink, though, just given the way the map is looking right now. They're still holding on to most of their towers. They're about to lose top, but what? Oh, no, it's even healed. It's fine. It's okay. But I don't think they need to rush the Blink. It doesn't feel like the game state requires them to play under that much pressure at the moment.
Sorry, on who?
On Mars, mid lane.
Mars? Yeah. I mean, he's got the Blightstone. I'm pretty sure. I think you get the Blink Dagger anyways because you need a hero to be able to start team fights for you. The issue is when you build like a ton of like movement items and don't have very much for fighting, so you can't build like Blink Dagger plus Boots of Travel on another hero or 2 Blink Daggers. I think Blink on him is probably pretty important though.
Bottom lane
to get on top of
an initiation onto Beyond, and unfortunately they're gonna try and go in with the GG slash, but SJ is there with the Shallow Grave, keeping him alive once more. Beyond just will not die, turning around with these ghosts. Faith Beyond showed up as well, but might be regretting this particular choice. There was a haunt committed by the Spectre too, but they will respect the strength of Nothing to Say. As soon as he TPs in, they get away from the fight. But here comes ZC. Arena's on cooldown for another 10 seconds. Can they use it? NTS finds a 2-hero LSA, but not enough damage to kill either of them. And here ZC in front of the tier 1 tower, getting spanned down right now. Forced away from the fight by Ame, but they're going to look for him. They know he doesn't have the protection of the arena or of the spin, and he will end up dying inside said arena. NTS, another 2-hero LSA. Not going to be good enough, though. Getting chased into the trees. Will he be able to escape? I doubt it. Very much out of TP. Mana. 3 seconds until the TP scroll is off cooldown. No way will he be allowed to escape here. As ZC says no, throws in the Spear of Mars, and they will finish that fight off. Neff, another situation where they take a big team fight, come out on top, and lose 2 cores on the side of LGD. Dandelion is just doing it right now, man.
Yeah. And look, you're trying to do damage control and Faith Beyond the other side of the map right now, but this tower has been healed up a ton already from the Treant Protector. I really like the ability going on here. The 2 points Leech Seed, 1 point Nature's Grasp, and then maxing Living Armor. It actually kept him alive where the Juggernaut was trying to spit on him a couple times in the lane. But going back to that last fight real quick, like super sick like decision making by the Treant Protector in that fight, like holds the overgrowth just long enough for the Juggernaut to get off his spin first, so he's not damaging anyone. He's just stuck in place and he wasn't able to hit the Dispel. The overgrowth got on top of him. So Dandelion is playing these fights incredibly well, despite the fact they came out of the laning phase incredibly behind. They haven't increased their net worth at all in the last 6 minutes of the game.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, if you look at the distribution of gold, right, the Spectre has been climbing very steadily towards the top and not really bothered by what they're going on in the game. They might be able to get something out of this mid lane though, because Zetsi wants to get forward, has Arena in 4 seconds, want to really defend this tower and heal it back right up. Ame wants to kill it though, and who's going to end up getting brought down first? There's going to be the Arena onto 3, yet again a Shallow Grave to keep Zetsi alive here. Spear of Mars only connects onto the Lich, and that will enable Ame to jump in with the Omni Slash and allow them to kill off Zetsi. But can they find the retreat though is the question, as now Summer showing up to the fight. Overgrowth holds Shinkyu in place, allowing them to kill him. And the big thing though is that they managed to claim the tower. They really wanted to keep it alive, but Beyond does get forced to deny it at the end of the fight. So Dandelion do lose Zetsi middle. Overall, it's probably okay for them because they got to involve Spectre in a kill or 2, get her some more gold and experience. So if that's happening, you're probably okay with it. And you got closer towards getting the BKB for this DP middle, even though you lost the mid tower.
Yeah, strong disagree, but we'll get back in a second. I think our mysterious stats man had something to say.
Thanks, Neff. Yeah, indeed. I just wanted to point out, you talked about the laning deficit earlier on, and I did just want to mention that compared to their averages, LGD were doing fantastically on both the Juggernaut and the Nature's Prophet. You might have thought that the Lina was doing pretty well, but compared to her average, she only had 61 last hits at 10 minutes compared to 72 where she should be. So nothing to say, definitely the biggest loser of the laning phase so far. Other than that, everyone's pretty much on average, Spectre slightly above, Mars slightly below. But yeah, LGD with a nice big advantage on their Jug and the Nature's Prophet, but the Lina was struggling, and I believe that is what Dandelion have done a great job on taking advantage of in this game, coming into the early mid so far.
Well, thank you very much. Now, that is a true weatherman segment right there. It's like we're in the middle of the news and quickly went over to a meteorologist or something like that. So I want to jump back to the mid tower fight. I mean, when you have a tree protector on your team, when you're fortunate tonight, you've managed to get a couple of kills on your core, which is the Spectre in this case. I really don't think it was worth it. Like, being able to keep that alive as long as possible when you have the Treant, I think, is the goal. And PSG.LGD forced that one super hard. You saw, like, an uncharacteristic use of the Omni Slash from Ame there. Finish off that Mars, just so he couldn't get one more spell off. Because taking that tower, which is that important to PSG.LGD there, they knew it would get healed back up by the Treant. So, definitely not worth it for Dandelion in that previous fight. And I think PSG.LGD realized, okay, we come out of this laning phase not far enough ahead. We need to start, like, making some super aggressive moves in the next little while.
I feel you, but you know, whenever I'm playing a game against Nature's Prophet, just if I win a fight around tier 1 middle, keeping it alive is probably not going to be a viable option that long term, but
yeah.
We'll talk about it in a second because we do have a smoke gank coming out right now. ZC wants to reveal this Blink Dagger, and there's some primo heroes right in front of him. He gets in front of nothing to say. Will he find the arena? Has the range, but doesn't have the ability to catch him out. Oh my god. Had the vision, not the range, other way around. Not going to be a kill just yet. They will still find the overgrowth onto Shin Q. The Innocence chain frost bouncing around, almost killing ZC, but they will yet again be a shallow grave to keep him alive. Nothing to say, trying to run down SJ, bring down that pesky Dazzle, but might have put himself in a dangerous position, but also Bates beyond too far forward, revealing the BKB, but unfortunately that will not protect you against the Omni Slash. 2 heroes will fall in this fight, and it came very close to just being a clean sweep for Dandelion Esports Club, but unfortunately the lack of range on that arena means that they end up having to trade 2 for 2.
Yeah, there was a very timely teleport in by the Juggernaut. I saw how far the Death Prophet was out of position. That BKB coming out the exact same time. He activates that. He's like, okay, he's separated from his team. Very easy Omni Slash. This is how I punish the early BKB dive to the tower. Sick play there by Ame. I love to see it, man. Yeah, that was your first BKB charge as well. Like, it's super sick when you can find a kill off onto the hero. Yes, you did end up losing the Lina, but you got that kill immediately afterwards. So a lot of gold going your way.
And they also have to commit Ghost for that one, right? So that removes a lot of their team fight ability on the map. And PSG.LGD recognize this. They're like, well, if we go into the Roshan pit right now, they still have a little bit of time before they have Arena, but they will not have Haunt, they will not have Ghost, they will not have Overgrowth. So that means a free date with the big man for us. We're going to give over this Aegis to Ame, keep him farming on the map. Or do we give it to NCS?
It probably goes to nothing to say. It probably goes to nothing to say, right? Okay, Ame, you're absolutely right, Snare. You don't need me here. I'm a joke of an analyst. It was neat how they put the healing ward outside the pit, by the way. Just in case the enemies like try to gank you, they're never going to go to like that weird angle behind the tree. So you're always going to have like healing for that full Roche fight. It's something that you guys should keep in mind whenever you're playing Juggernaut and doing Roshan. Ward outside the pit where the enemies can't see it. Abuse that vision.
Between the ward placements on the healing ward and when he shows up to these fights, I think Juggernaut advice should just be watch Ame's replays.
Yeah.
Do exactly what he does. You'll win the game. Maybe things fine.
Yeah. Much better put than how. Yeah, go ahead.
Dandelion Esports Club, they are intending to try and get this Aghanim Scepter for summer as soon as humanly possible. And we see them, more importantly though, the hero right behind him is what I want to talk about. SJ, Aghanim shot is queued up. How much priority do they give this hero to get it at this point in time? Does he just keep following somewhere around, hope to get some lucky farm? Or do they give him at least a little bit of lane farm, maybe down bottom, which is being shoved in quite far forward, just so he can close the gap on this item?
This guy ain't getting nothing. He's got the Philosopher's Stone and that's it. All right, maybe he'll be able to clean up like non-creeps on the map. He'll get these treants. Look at that. +8/+8. Very cool. Maybe a couple auto attacks off onto this thing. All right, yeah. This is how he gets his extra farm. He doesn't get to farm any of the map, though. This is your position, like, yeah.
Position like 7 hero or whatever in this game.
Yeah. He gets absolutely nothing. The Philosopher's Stone is the only thing that's going to accelerate his farm fast to be able to get this Aghanim Shard, though. up at the top lane, looks like they want to make a movement onto the Juggernaut. They have 2 heroes hiding in the trees here, but it's not an easy kill onto him, especially now that he's got this Manta style done. So he's got 2 ways of getting the Dispel off.
This would be a nice time to reveal the Aghanim Scepter, though, out of Summer, as he's just picked it up through this mid lane. But I think they also realize on the side of LGD, we want to back up Ame. Very unpalatable target, nonetheless, sitting with this Aegis, Manta, very hard to bring down, but we'll see what ends up happening here. There's no tier 2 tower to claim in the top lane anymore. Tianming, though, is just still sitting, waiting for an opportunity to try and turn this around, throw out that overgrowth. But also for now, just happy to keep this team scouted out. And they're using this time very, very well on the Aegis nerf. 6k gold lead they're now enjoying for themselves. All 3 of their cores still at the top of the net worth. And they're closing in onto some really big items. Faith Beyond's about to get BKB. They've already picked up the Blink Dagger for Shinkyu. And hell, this Lina, soon she's going to have access to the Shadow Blade Silver Edge, excuse me. So that's a lot of right-click damage that's about to increase in a short span of time for LGD.
Yeah, you're pretty far away from it at the moment. You've just got this, like, your BKB boots of travel, so nothing to say is that there's awkward timing at the moment where he doesn't do too much damage. That's got to fix the next couple of minutes here. Hopefully he manages to get enough control of the map where he's able to find a little bit more farm. I think they're at this very awkward timing that they know, like, this Blink Dagger is done on the Mars, his BKB is coming out pretty soon, so Lina just doesn't feel confident to go too far out to try and farm waves.
You're going to smoke up, though.
Just let's jump in and say Summer actually has his Aghanim Scepter about a clear minute faster than the fastest of this patch so far.
Ooh!
Not a very long time considering the patch has not been out that long, but
4 days.
You know, we take it.
Yeah, 2 days rather. No, it's from 4 days. It came on the
8th. We'll take it the same way that everybody's just taking support lives off the map. Lich dead, SJ dead. That's my superpower, man. That's why they pay me the big bucks. Just for these transitions. And Tianming, well, you're not getting anything, my friend, because you are dead. It will cost the BKB charge, but now as they bring back Summer, they might be able to find this kill as well. Summer got off the blade mail. Almost Shinkyu kills himself on it. Gonna be forced away from this young Spectre. And with the buyback from SJ, having access to that shallow grave, absolutely no way you want to keep this pursuit up. They are going to start making a move to retreat, though, because there might still be horns coming in. Summer throws it up, and they find nothing to say in tandem with this arena. And they will be able to clean up the life of this Lina through mid. She just got a little bit separated from the team here, Nev. Everybody else went to the western part of the map. She went southeast, and, you know, she's dead. Now they might be able to gain the tier 1 off of this.
She actually moved that direction because she was trying to move away from the rest of the team, then tried to TP down to the bottom lane in order to clear that out. Like, they were very clearly going to disengage from the fight, but then got blinked on top of a Mars, hit with the arena. And then cleaned up at the end when your BKB was still on cooldown. He used it to disengage from the overgrowth, or dispel it rather, in the previous team fight, so I wasn't able to walk away from that arena afterwards. A nice catch there by Mars, and I think it's much easier. It didn't come into play that team fight, but that plus 15-second cooldown on the BKBs makes it much easier to punish people who activate it defensively, and they try to TP out and things like that. There's a much larger window to punish that, you know, BKB being used now. It's one of the updates, one of the few things that I actually liked about the most recent patch that I feel like makes a very big difference on gameplay.
We'll see now that this Aegis has expired, and there's still a few seconds before the BKB is back from the Lina. If they can find anything off the back of the smoke, Ame is surrounded by several heroes here, and he won't be able to TP out since he's been scouted by Tianming. Oh, he's so dead. There's not going to be reinforcements fast enough to keep him alive, and they throw out everything they need to get this kill. Shinkyu does show up to look for revenge, and they do find SJ off the back of this. Beyond commits the ghost with the BKB to try and chase for revenge here, but they're not finding anybody just yet. Summer goes forward. There is going to be a little bit of invis onto Innocence, but it ends just as the arena comes out. Glimmer Cape won't keep you alive, my friend. ZC says, no, I'm taking your life. Summer's taking the tower, and they might be thinking about keeping this pressure on the map somewhere, but all the lanes are being shoved in very handedly by everybody else on LGD. Still though, Dandelion Esports Club, yet again, finding a good pickoff here. And they're keeping this game stalled out at the very least, not allowing LGD to press their momentum. And Neff, it sort of feels like a few minutes ago, where yet again, gold leaders plateaued at 6k, not really progressing beyond that.
Yeah. They do a great job at making it so Dandelion aren't able to get anything else after they take a good team fight, though. Like, Lina was already shoving in the mid lane. Nature's Prophet was down in the bottom. It's like they can recognize whether or not the fights are able to, like, be winnable the moment that they start, and then immediately start doing something else on the map. Like, your comms have to be so good to pull something like that off. And it's always a treat to watch PSG.LGD. Dandelion are handling it relatively well, though. Again, not letting PSG.LGD come back ahead of the net worth. and stalling the game out as long as possible. The later you go when you put a Spectre on your team, the better off you're going to be. But as good as the he's
We're
dead.
gonna find a big kill here onto ZC. We'll get off the GG slash, and between that, the living armor and the BKB, Mars is still alive. Summer jumping into the fight right now off the back of the horn, but jumps into an LSA. In some danger here, SJ forced to use the shallow grave on themselves. ZC breaks up the fight by giving up his life on the far edge of it. Not gonna be great overall for Dandelion Esports Club because they now also lose beyond 3 heroes gone in a flash. They're still coming in. Tianming just drops the overgrowth to allow the Summer escape on the Spectre. That was a very awkward fight. Dandelion Esports Club really got caught out there. I mean, they could have just ran away with ZC after the arena. Neff, why did they re-engage? What happened?
It looked so good when they used the BKB on the Lina. They managed to block a lot of the damage. Omni slash it down. They're like, okay, this is our time. We need to take this team fight. But they actually did not have it at the end. But when you see enemies waste that many of the abilities, they're like, okay, now's the time. Go, 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 go. It absolutely was not the time though. At that point, the Mars just had to disengage. He's the majority of your initiation. And you got bursted down on this Death Prophet. You didn't have the Shallow Grave being able to come off onto you, unfortunately, because you used it on other targets. So, unfortunately, they couldn't manage to take that one. But yeah, the logic behind that one is the fight looks too good when they waste that many abilities and don't manage to find a kill. I'm surprised how good this Bulwark was, though, man. I was certain that this guy was dead because you've got very little armor on the Mars, and the Omni Slash came off on you by yourself, but the BKB was active. So the Maelstrom wasn't going to be doing damage to him, and you have the 70% plus 35% off on the sides, so it ended up being just too much. I guess you really do need the Shadow Blade or the Silver Edge in order to deal with this top lane.
Speaking of Shadow Blade, NTTS using the Shadow Blade to get away from a potential gank from Summer. There was a Sentry Ward down, but ZC could not get forward with a blink, so that's not going to be a kill. Aghanim Scepter on Spectre. Alright, they're not done with this just yet though, Neff. That was just a fake out. They're smoking immediately to try to find more. ZC has his eyes set on Ame. Will he be able to find him? They pick up the Illusion Rune, but that also ends up revealing them in this lane, so they can't find the kill. No connection onto Ame. Bit of a wasted smoke, unfortunately. And bottom lane, like you mentioned, this is going to be a situation where yet again, LGD knows exactly how to draw attention away and keep this map pressured. Forcing this, man, honestly, I hate watching Nature Prophet games. I'm gonna keep it 100 with you, man. I hate stuff like this. This really gets to me. This has gotten to me for years. Since TI3, seeing this has gotten on my nerves, and I'm seeing it now. I'm not a happy camper right now.
I used to be a big Nature's Prophet / Broodmother player.
Oh my god, get me out of this podcast, honestly.
Disgusting. I don't even want to look at you, Dev.
Got a stat actually for you guys. 100% of players are on the phone. We've got a fight.
Got a fight here around this outpost here in the dire jungle. They will be able to find a quick kill onto this Lich. The arena didn't really catch onto anybody, but Beyond trying to run forward onto NTS, but way too much damage coming out. SJ will at the very least get off the Shallow Grave, and there's damage onto Ame. He's been silenced up. He got the mantle off at the last moment. I'm not sure he realized that he was silenced until it was too late, and now we have a dead Juggernaut. The question is, are they going to keep chasing for more? Doesn't seem like they'll be able to find more. Oh my goodness, that was not supposed to happen. Now that they've lost 2, suddenly we're going into this Roshan pit for a date with the big man and going back to Nomad for a young stat on the Juggernaut.
Yeah, indeed. The stats actually on people who play Broodmother and Nature's Prophet, 100% of them are single.
Dude?
Please,
I'll have you know that I have a wonderful cat. And my cat does not know that I played Nature's Prophet or Broodmother.
That's the only way you get the dates. Don't mention this information.
Statsman's mean. Statsman's mean.
Statsman is correct, bringing in the contextual information, you know, allowing us to know exactly what's happening in the real world. Oh, man. Speaking of that, like just stats in general, in this game, it does feel like Faith Beyond, the work that he's been doing on this Nature's Prophet, I'm imagining if he wasn't in the game, that this map would look very, very different for DEC, and they could play much further forward. But is this kind of split pressure going to be enough now that the Spectre is enjoying the top net worth? Don't we reach that point in the game where Spectre can just find and kill Faith Beyond, like reliably, even if he's trying to split push?
I mean, there's a couple of you can get in order to deal with that, like being able to BKB TP out. Once Spectre has things like going for a Radiant, which is kind of surprising. I'd rather see a Abyssal Blade coming out from the Spectre, or just grab this Nature's Prophet every time he tries to Maybe speaking of, Spectre ends up jumping in, doesn't manage to find anything though. But yeah, as this game goes on, it's going to be very easy for the Spectre to just jump on top of Nature's Prophet, like off of cooldown with the Shadow Step. So I don't think your Nature's Prophet is really going to be enough. You don't have, I mean, I was just about to say you don't have a huge net worth advantage, and actually the Nature's Prophet surpassed the Spectre again for just a moment there before the Spectre took the tower. Bottom.
You're gonna get more out of this because Spectre, the one hero that was pushing bottom is Lina, and this time around she's definitely gonna get punished. No BKB either because it was committed middle as she escaped the gank from ZC. And you were talking about it earlier. These BKB changes make it much easier to get these punishes, and NTS immediately getting brought down. Unfortunately for them though, they still have to port all the way back to the tier 3 because Faith Beyond is on it with these treants. But huge kill to pick up on the map. The question is, can they do anything off of this? Because this is so annoying. Every single wave is being pushed in right now. They might find a kill bottom onto Tianming as well. Sigh. Well, Dandelion Esports Club, as much as they're getting this farm on the Spectre, not really getting an advantage on the map. PSG.LGD still generally in control of that side of things.
Yeah, it was a nice ticker word there by Zinkyo, being able to scout that Treant Protector going that far forward. But your hand is forced when Nature's Prophet makes a play like that, and especially when your tower is that low. Like, the feeling is, okay, I need to TP back just in case Nature's Prophet TPs to my top tier 3 and tries to finish off this building, especially when I have a Treant Protector on my team. If you don't go back there, then you're super afraid that he just like TPs in, takes it, and then TPs out afterwards. Because that allowed them to set up a kill off on the Treant Protector. So the mental warfare coming out here from PSG.LGD and them taking advantage of that, knowing it was super safe to go for that Treant Protector and no one would be there to take a fight against them as they jump them.
This game right now, LGD is also back in pole position on the farm charts with the Juggernaut and Faith Beyond at the top 2 slots. They're going to smoke up right now and try to connect onto the top side of the map, hoping to try and find a big fight. We have about 100 seconds remaining on this Aegis, so Spectre is still a very dangerous customer. But PSG.LGD, they've never ever shown fear of fighting into Aegises, and we're going to see that now. Dandelion, though, have some specialties they want to reveal as well as ZC coming up onto the fight. They just got the Radiance on the Spectre. NTS will be able to dodge the spear though. At the same time, Overgrowth catches both supports. Shinkyu and Innocence are down already. Ame threw out a lot of damage onto SJ, but not going to be able to find that kill. Now being ran down with the Spirit Siphon. They have a lot of danger onto the Jug. Jug goes in with the GG slash. Not going to be enough to kill though. Beyond still staying alive. Shallow Grave is also going to come out. At the same time, Summer not really making their presence known in the fight too deeply just yet. I have to say that, but here's going to be the jump in, revealing this Radiance. Faith Beyond forced to pop the BKB, attempting to run away, but this can only last for so long. Innocence, though, brought back through in the Chain Frost, will have to die back immediately, and that's going to buy enough time, though, for this chase to be subsided and abided onto the Nature's Prophet, but unfortunately, Summer has access to the Shadow Step, gets forward, they get that additional kill. They're not done just yet here. Inside the tier 3, or inside the base right next to the tier 3, they jump onto NTS. And the Spectre dropped here, Neff. We're starting to see its power pick up in these fights. They demolish LGD in that one, even though LGD thought that they had the better approach for that fight.
Now let's not get ahead of ourselves here, Snare, because if you look up at the top lane, you'll see that tier 3 tower is now missing. So you win the battle, but did you win the war? Not to mention the fact that all these lanes are currently pushed in. By the time they manage to shove in from the mid lane to that tier 2 tower, the Nature's Prophet's going to be back up. So yes, you managed to even out the net worth advantage. Yes, you definitely won that team fight, but you lost your tier 3 tower and the lanes were all shoved in enough that you're not able to get anything more on the map after all this happens.
You might get a quick kill onto Shinkyu, so this is just a consolation prize for not being able to get much more off the map. Shinkyu did get off the BKB
quick dispel. Can you get the rebound?
So sick. No. There's no chance here. There's no chance here. Still gonna be a kill. Now, you see, now I'm paranoid. As soon as I see these kills happening, I'm immediately looking to the side lanes. And guess what? Look who's out in this top. It's Faith Beyond. Good old Faith Beyond, keeping this push going. This is so frustrating. What do you do on the side of Dandelion to deal with this?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, they're doing exactly what they have to. Like, the later this goes, the better off they're going to be. Spectre's going to have more be able to jump on top of people. You are now going for the Abyssal Blade on the Spectre that we were talking about. This is going to make it more difficult for the heroes like Nature's Prophet and Marcy to be able to continue to run away from you. When you're just like getting the Abyssal off and whatnot, no like TPing out. The Spectre by himself is going to be able to deal with these split pushes a lot of the time pretty soon. But again, you haven't managed to take any objectives despite the fact that you've won the last like dozen team fights because of how PSG.LGD are playing the map.
Map control, very, very good in favor of LGD right now. Things could still change as time goes on. Like you're mentioning, they need the game to go as long as possible. And they're still decent stead for the spec. Another hero that we have seen do fairly decently in these fights, Beyond has been trying to get as tanky as humanly possible. In that last fight, Lotus Orb managed to bounce back a Chain Frost, which was quite decent for them. And they've given the Pally Sword over onto the DP as well, just trying to double down on the tankiness for her. And she might need it here, as there's a smoke from LGD. They have some vision, and they know who they want to be able to go for, but that's not a very easy jump in here. Tianming also in the trees, waiting with these overgrowth, has a Blink Dagger at the ready, and they will get the full jump onto the DP. Shallow Grave will be there, but here comes Summer in the arena. They found nothing to say, already gone. Innocence will follow him into the grave. Yule Scepter keeping Beyond alive, and with this BKB, they bought so much time. DP still hasn't lost her life. She eventually does go down, but Ame gets pinned to a tree. Will he end up dying here? Of course he will, burning away to the radiance of the Spectre. Faith Beyond attempting to TP out, but SJ brought back, has the Aghanim Shard, so they find the Hex, and Faith Beyond, will he finally die? What? No way, the tree gets out. Nature's Prophet is out, but everybody else is in the grave. Once again, Dandelion Esports Club win a big fight. However, this time, Neff, it does require some buybacks to accomplish.
It does, yeah. And it's a good thing they end up getting the buybacks here because this is the one time that the mid lane is shoved in enough for them to actually end up taking a tier 2 tower. So this will give them access to outposts, they'll get more control over the map. Finally, a little bit of substance after they win a team fight. Despite them being up like 11 kills, they've never managed to take like fights on the enemy side of the map or be able to grab any objectives afterwards. But you could end up getting punished for this one. I mean, you end up dying again either on SJ or Beyond, you know. Suddenly you're down for like 100+ seconds this late in the game.
Yeah.
PSG might be able to run you over. There was super sick like Shallow Grave went on the last team fight though. And then the Yule Scepter that came out afterwards, like the length of Death Prop was alive and up stalling them out like long enough for them to accomplish so much on Dandelion.
Oh! Abyssal Blade coming in for the reveal here from Summer, but they didn't have enough damage to kill Faith Beyond. So now Beyond, you were just talking about how much he can get punished here, and he's way too far forward. There will be some salvation though from SJ. Unfortunately, because of this greed, the BKB TP out is forced, so they don't get the tier 3 tower. Now they ended up losing the Dazzle. Mars is in danger. Summer is trying to run themselves away. Leashed. And oh my god, the leash! Cancelling out the TP of ZC. This Mars will not be allowed to leave this fight. They're also doing their best with Shin-Q to hold in Summer. ZC just trying to run down here, and they've decided to switch targets, but ZC still alive, just baiting them away from where the Spectre is. Knows that he's going to die, but just gonna make it a little bit difficult for them, and they will eventually find this kill. But in doing so, they save the tier 3 tower. Dandelion Esports Club got a little bit overzealous there, and they end up not getting as much out of that push as they thought, Nev.
Yeah. Yeah, they've been baiting them way too far forward. They want to be able to finish off the Nature's Prophet reveal that Abyssal Blade, but they couldn't end up finishing him off. I'm kind of surprised that they didn't have the damage for that one. Although, a part of that was just due to the Nature's Prophet leash at the end. If they didn't end up losing Mars, that fight wouldn't have been nearly as bad. That's one of the changes in the most recent patch that I'm kind of surprised they didn't address. The fact that this NP20 talent still ends up going through Magic Immunity. Like, if anything, you move this thing to like 25. I mean, I don't feel like they addressed enough things in 7.31D. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think there's a couple more updates they could have done. I very like what the Dota Plus updates that they ended up doing, though. Those were super sick. The extra avoid list? Oh, man. Give me more of that.
What changes do you think that they should still have made that would have made the game a bit more balanced? I mean, we definitely agree on the Nature's Prophet 20 talent, honestly. It's a bit much.
Map changes.
Map changes. We were never going to get those, fam. I think like the earliest days are probably after TI. We're not getting those anytime soon.
That feels bad. I'd very much like to see map changes, though. I don't like how the jungle and whatnot currently looks. I think it is way too easy to move around the map.
So you want them to put some more obstacles in the path? Make it difficult?
More obstacles, less ramps.
Less ramps. I mean, I could live in a world where we have a little bit less high ground advantages. Yeah, I could see that. I'm fine with it. I'm completely fine with it. This game, though, looking back at it, we are at the stage here where we're getting these next tier of items. And we got some very nice ones on the Radiant side. We'll talk about them in a second, though, because we do have a smoke from Dandelion. and they are looking to find a fight here. Shivas has just been picked up by Nothing to Say. Here's the overgrowth on the 2. It's both Faith Beyond as well as Nothing to Say. How much damage do they have onto this Dina? Quite a bit. And in fact, she will die just as her BKB expires. At the same time, Faith Beyond not allowed to leave the fight because of this Abyssal Blade of Summer. And 2 core heroes dead, and with the pesky Nature's Prophet being down, you can afford to push into this Roshan, and they don't want to give it up though. PSG.LGD buying back on the Nature's Prophet. At the same time, they're looking to try and kill this Treant Protector. Nice shallow grave from SJ. Shin Q in a little bit of danger here, will end up in almost a dead position, will die, but does take some support life with them as they bring down this Treant Protector. Beyond getting chased down by the Juggernaut, but at the same time, Summer has isolated and found Faith Beyond. This is going to be a dieback. Throws in the Satanic though, healing back up, hoping to try and kill SJ. Will not be able to do so before committing his own life. And now Ame, also having failed to kill Tianming, will also die on the edge of the fight. 4 heroes gone. Dandelion Esports Club, Ascendant once again in these team fights, and with no Nature's Prophet, they can go for another big push after getting this Aegis.
Yeah, we saw the anime battle in the middle of that last team fight. The Lotus Orb ended up going off the Death Prophet at the same time the Omni Slash did, so they just kind of danced around each other, invincible. Yeah, thank you. So you didn't manage to take down the Death Prophet. Nice use on the Spirit Siphons as well, just dropping those on the illusions of the Juggernaut in order to heal yourself back up as effectively as possible and not just get run down there. Super sick gameplay there out of Beyond that last team fight, stalling at the Juggernaut on the other side of the fight while his team manages to clean him up the rest of PSG.LGD. So at this point, you know, we're finally seeing the effects of late game. Like, you didn't manage to be able to like route the game because you got this Treant Protector. Lanes are now shoved in. Spectre's able to deal with the split push coming up from these people as you have the Abyssal Blade right now, and now you're knocking on the enemy team's high ground. There's Prophet and Juggernaut both dead. I'm not sure how they defend this one. I mean, they don't have the tier 2s up in the top or the bottom lane, but they're definitely going to get away with his racks and then back up afterwards.
Certainly, racks might be picked up here. Yes, Nomad. No, the Weatherman is it.
I don't. Well, he's just got Nothing to Say's number, like, absolutely this game. I need to turn this into a stat, I guess. ZC has jumped Nothing to Say in 100% of fights and got him inside that arena every single time, and it's just really hard for this Liam to play the game like this. Like, ZC is doing such a good job on isolating that fiery wizard lady.
Now that she's to this point where you have the 6-second BKB and Abyssal Blade on Spectre, she will always die inside said arena. Not sure how you get this turnaround. And we wanted to see a game where, for them to succeed, Summer would have to do really, really well on the Spectre. And good old Summer has delivered. Give this man a hyper carry and he will hyper carry your game for you. Obviously, it's not just him. The fight potential from ZC has been phenomenal. And you might have Nothing to Say's number yet again, finding him here. But ooh, nice escape. Doesn't want to take the chance of opening up that fight with heroes streaming in from LGD. But still, time being wasted away. The top lane's being pushed back by Summer. Several heroes occupying this bottom lane. They've got the mid lane of Rax. Neff, this is how they've answered the split push now. You just mentioned that Spectre can do it alone. The rest of the team can just stay on that side of the map. And suddenly LGD feeling a lot weaker than they did just a few minutes ago, going for what seems to be a very desperate smoke here. If this fails, I feel like they're thinking about the GG already. I
would agree with that statement. They're about to find Faith Beyond inside the trees here as well. He's gonna get run down. They need to initiate now.
Oh gosh, Faith Beyond getting the jump, getting jumped on here, trying to heal up with the Satanic, but they're not going to allow it for too long. The Nature's Prophet is down. Arena from ZC catching 3 heroes. This time around, it's Ame that got speared to the tree. Nothing to Say being kept out of the fight as Ame spins down Tianming. They're looking for SJ, can't kill him thanks to the shallow grave, but they need to run. They see Summer's coming back. Shin Q keeping them away from the Juggernaut will be able to get the kill at the very least onto the Dazzle. But unfortunately, there's no escape here. Rebounding directly into the arms of this Death Prophet. She gets that kill. Ame, though, still very far forward. Hasn't TP'd out just yet, but left behind some illusions to at least stall them out a little bit. Because he knows there's no buyback on Faith Beyond. But that's another lost fight, Neff. A big hero that got lost. Tier 2 tower's going to fall now. And Summer is just way too far. Hell, even ZC is occupying the top 2 of net worth at the moment.
Yeah, now you've got the second hero on any line up there. And the most important hero on your team is that they're going to try to go on Spectre. You still have the Aegis, though.
You're going to buy back on Mossy to come bottom kill the Aegis. Will they be able to get away with this, though? Omni Slash is still at the ready. ZC though gets the jump with the spear. They found Ame. There can be no GG Slash just yet. Finally does come out after this Manta style. ZC once more getting the pin onto Nothing to Say inside of this arena. Certainly has his number. And Summer gets kept alive with the Shallow Grave. Ame did his best. Nothing to Say did his best. Shinkyu did his best. But all of them can do nothing but just go straight into the fountain.
Wow.
And the GG is called right then and there. PSG.LGD drop game number 1 here against Dandelion Esports Club. The Summer Spectre has done it. Dandelion has done it. And so far, they're still looking good to have never lost a series in the Chinese DPC.
Yep, they are on track at the moment, that's for sure. I mean, what a game 1 coming out from Dandelion, and this means something to them. Like, last time we saw them there against RNG, and there was no celebrating in the booth, you know, there was no emotion. They were just cool, calm, collected, but we see some smiles, we see some celebration going on.
For one moment before they start getting ready for the next game. You saw a for like 5 seconds there before calm, collected faces.
Look, all right, we don't get much emotion here in the China DPC, all right? We take it when we can get it, okay? But no, that was crazy. That was some crazy performance. I mean, you know, you're talking a lot about like the Spectre and everything, which I agree. Spectre had a crazy game. But again, you know, the Mars just getting on top of the Lena, not letting her have a game. And I think even more importantly was the Dazzle as well. Like, you look at these two heroes, right, in the Lena and the Juggernaut, and their entire gameplay kind of revolves around just taking one person out of the game to start things off. If you don't get a pick off to start off these team fights, then these heroes aren't doing their jobs. And this Dazzle pick countered that beautifully. It did such a good job. I mean, I haven't seen this hero work in a really long time. And this reminded me of, like, you know, Dazzle's prime time, like 5 years ago, when we saw this hero picked up like every single game, when it was like the hot shit, which everybody wanted to have in their team. And all because of that save. And yeah, he did exactly that. But that's going to put Dandelion in front for this first game here, which is absolutely crazy. But you know, we considered that this might happen, and we hoped, I think, it would happen, because it's just super interesting to see and super cool to see Dandelion coming up and taking a game off the strongest team in the region for the past 2 seasons at the very least. So yeah, awesome stuff. Who did you think did do well on the side of LGD though? Despite
Faith Beyond. It had to be Faith Beyond. I mean, that man was jumping around the map, keeping things pushed. And even that fight they started to lose in late game, maybe take the top tier 3 while that was going on. Eventually, it just became too difficult, though. Spectre, an amazing hero, dealing with them. Tree Protect being able to hide in the trees. There was so much you had to keep in mind when was going for the split push. So a 4-death game for your Nature's Prophet where you end up losing, like, that is... It sounds ridiculous to call that respectable, even though you end up losing, but it's incredibly respectable. They only went down 4 times. He was very easily the MVP on their side.
Fully agreed. Without that Nature's Prophet, I think they lose the game a lot sooner than what happened here. I mean, there were a couple of decent fights for them, but as this game started just going on and on, it just felt much more difficult for LGD. Without Faith Beyond doing well, yeah, this game would have been impossible. We also saw that, just like you're mentioning, Nomad, not only did they have issues killing these heroes through all the sustain, even their supports. You throw out Chain Frost, you go in with Shinkyu and the ultimate going, but you expect to kill heroes to be able to walk away. Half these fights was just beyond not dying. Okay, that's the wrong time to say that during this replay, but as soon as he got Shallow Grave, Living Armor, just sitting there, Spirit siphoning up everybody, wasting time, and the more time is wasted, these ultimates finish on the side of LGD. Then it's like, well, what's our fight potential versus the Spectre? Not really all that much. And as time goes on, it just becomes harder and harder to play this game. I'm really impressed by what we saw from Dandelion. It wasn't a situation where they just won an easy game, because LGD was still playing Dota, still doing good stuff, still making amazing movements across the map. Just turned out not to be enough at the end of the day. Yo, shout out Ricky. Earlier on, he was telling us that he thinks this is going to be a 2-0 for Dandelion. And
Ricky's crazy. That guy's awful caster. He doesn't know what he's talking about. You can ignore him, you know. 2-0 is a little bit ridiculous. Sorry, continue, Snare.
Nah, I was gonna. At the time, we were laughing at him. We called him a madman. But here we are, looking at Dandelion, just completely outplaying them. This is one of the better fights where Faith Beyond, you know, did his best to try and escape here. But this, I think, was a harbinger of what this game was going to look like. Just them trying to escape, doing their utmost, but unable to meaningfully respond in the fight.
Yeah, like, in retrospect, I mean, I know you guys are saying that Faith Beyond did do well, and obviously he did, But I just would have liked to see him on a different hero. I feel like if you get yourself some frontline to work alongside this Juggernaut and this Lina,
so sick.
rather than having 3 heroes, the Dazzle save here was just one of the most ridiculous ones in the game. It's so good.
So nice.
And Beyond is out of the fight. I think he does die in the end, but worth it. You've already killed 2 heroes, one of which being the enemy mid laner. And that's all from the Dazzle save as well, just allowing these spells to come off. But yeah, if we had something more frontlining on Faith Beyond, I feel like that would have worked much more synergetically with the heroes they have. But it kind of feels like on LGD you have all 3 cores who are kind of trying to play similar roles.
This one is actually pretty crazy as well. So the Juggernaut jumps onto ZC and he realizes that he's not able to Omni Slash this guy because of the bulwark. He's the worst target. Then he refreshes Ame, so he ends up stalling a full 6 seconds of this guy just being disabled at the start of the team fight. And he accomplishes almost nothing. ZC single-handedly stalled out Ame in this last team fight. We saw Ame get stalled out by the Shallow Graves, by Lotus Orbs and the Death Prophet. Your game was so difficult on this Juggernaut because of how well Dandelion played around you. Sorry to interrupt you. I just wanted to highlight that in this previous fight, and I guess some of the other ones.
No, absolutely. It's a critical thing to. Do you guys feel like we should have seen a Silver Edge on the Juggernaut, or do you think you really needed this Mjolnir and this Eye of Skadi?
You know what? I agree with that. I think that he should have got the Silver Edge.
I was really
if he
surprised.
did, then yeah.
Because you
maybe
went
thought
to the Mjolnir, right?
Yeah, he did. To be able to get on top of these targets. But, we saw at the end, the Lina's Silver Edge didn't end up being enough. They had shut down Nothing to Say his game reasonably well. So Victor ends up being the MVP. I mean, Summer did do incredibly well. Slower start at 2.4k net worth. He's definitely 1,000 net worth behind the Juggernaut at the beginning, but, slow and steady wins the race, as they say.
Certainly does.
Look at that damage ratio, gold to damage. Nomad, is it possible to try and find if this is the highest so far? Because the highest I've seen in one of these games. Obviously, Spectre probably skews that stat, but that's really impressive actually to get that much damage out, even with the Spectre, given how late he got the Radiance in this game. So very impressed by what I saw from Summer. Although I'm not sure I agree he should be the MVP. I think ZC and SJ probably deserve better shouts, but what can we do? It's a hyper carry for Dandelion. He is the centerpiece of the team, so we expect them to always rate him pretty highly.
Yeah, I mean, there's no doubting he had a great game as, he's on the front lines, he's doing the work, but I don't know, I thought the Dazzle was, the fact that he's picked Dazzle and he's made it look strong. You have to be some kind of godly player at the moment to pick Dazzle and make it look strong, but maybe this is a new thing, maybe this is the new stuff coming up and we're going to see plenty of Dazzle coming up in the future. I hope so. That'd be interesting, but I'm pretty sure it was just a really nice answer in this game. So yeah, we'll see what he can do and if he's going to pick this one in the future versus his heroes. Yeah, so moving into game number 2, what are we expecting? Do you think they're going to let this Marcy through again, by the way?
I'm not sure Marcy ends up... maybe PSG.LGD will end up letting it through. I think it was pretty effective in the early game for finding some kills, but we'll figure out when this lobby is going to start pretty shortly. All right, nice, you got the hint. I think the Marcy was pretty good. It definitely fell off towards the late game, but I wouldn't say it was the biggest problem. I think you didn't want to take this one late against the Spectre. The Marcy, I like seeing it though. I like seeing how much action this hero causes. Being able to find kills very early on in the mid lane, with just having your level 2, it feels a lot like the old Earth Spirit like that one. Being able to find kills up in the whatever lane that you're in. Just the disposition that you have between being able to get on top of people with rebound and then dispose? I keep on forgetting the name of that spell. It's just a super sick combination. So I hope that we see more Marcy. I don't want to see this hero banned out because it makes games a lot more exciting.
Alrighty, well, we don't have long to wait as we get into the draft for game number 2. It is Dandelion who are 1 game ahead in this series. Can they do it? Can they take down the raid boss of the China region, PSG.LGD, in a 2-0? We'll find out as we jump into game number 2 as the draft is now available, and we're going to jump into it right away. My goodness. Yeah. I mean, I can't believe we're here.
That was quick.
I can't believe we're here.
It's almost
Me either.
Marcy banned. I mean, I feel like they didn't do well enough with the hero. Given what we normally see from Shin-Kyu, and that his influence in games generally tends to never fall off. He's always very effective, but since it did with the Marcy, they don't play that well with it. They know that Dandelion utilizes it quite well, so they are forced to ban it out. Unfortunately, though, that leaves space in the draft for this Dawnbreaker to come out, and Dandelion look hella good on this because they have multiple ways to play it. Beyond can play this hero. We've seen this being played by Tian Ming, and he knows exactly what he's doing on the hero itself. No matter who it plays it, it's a good combo breaker for these fights, wins every fight. PSG.LGD now have to think about answers, especially because in game one, boys, they were being outfought. Let's keep it 100. The execution from Dandelion was very, very crisp, and now they've made their fight execution even easier with the Dawnbreaker.
I'm looking forward to this one being extra crispy. What about you, Nomad?
Yeah, this hero has been super, super popular in the China region recently, and for good reason. This hero seems really strong in the right hands. It just enables you to be super good. I mean, basically, when you have Dawnbreaker on your team, you can just like play as 3 or 4 heroes and just sprint at the enemy team. You know, you literally just all you want to do is just be on top of them as possible. And that's when the Dawnbreaker is just like, yep, thank you very much. Gonna throw down that ultimate. Like you literally changes how you can play team fights, which is really, really powerful. I mean, that's kind of like the main point of the hero. And yeah, I like it a lot. And then they go back for the old favorite, old Snake Lady, slithering back in to our boots.
Yeah, this is the old Snake Lady, the El Clasico. It's interesting that both these heroes are picked up. Actually, all 3 of these ones, the Monkey King as well. The Medusa into the Monkey King is kind of interesting because I'm pretty sure the Diffusal Blade still does full mana burn onto units inside, doesn't it? Or am I mistaken?
What? Sorry.
The Monkey King Stone Soldiers, do they count as they're like hero copies, right? So I'm pretty sure that they do full mana burn on each hit rather than the reduced amount of like 8 per hit. If you get Diffusal Blade.
That is not something I know, I'm afraid.
That's something that I should be knowing, but I've forgotten.
That is.
Anyhow, it's interesting that they pick these ones up here because both these, or all 3 of these heroes are great at area denial. The Dawnbreaker Ultimate, the Stone Gaze, and of course the Wukong Command coming out from the Monkey King. I feel like it's going to be like a cluster of these heroes like ramming into each other. A lot of the time, you like walk away from the Medusa or the Dawnbreaker Ultimate, but with the Monkey King Ultimate, you can kind of stand your ground because you don't want to leave that Wukong Command, especially if you end up going for that Diffusal Blade against the Medusa. I think PSG.LGD played this one fast again. But both these teams are going to be very good at either like taking towers or defending towers, if that makes any sense. You have a lot more gank potential with the puck coming out, especially if this one's going to be played mid, which I imagine it will be. Very different style from the Lina. I think this makes the game a lot easier for Nothing to Say. It was too difficult for him to play against like the Treant Protector, the Spectre, and the Mars who are just jumping on top of him. You have a lot more potential for outplay with the puck this game.
We saw last series, though, that they went for a first 2 puck on the side of Team Saiyan, and IG spent a lot of time with the rest of the heroes considerably countering it out, made life extremely difficult for the puck. So I'm a bit iffy about seeing it this early on in the draft, but like you mentioned, it will make the game easier in that regard. What's interesting is this Warlock.
I hate this
LGD,
hero.
They played this once last season, if I remember correctly, and they obviously won. It's LGD, but what's up, man? What's with the hate on the Warlock? You don't like this young Fatal Bonzi hero?
I think Fatal Bonds is sick. I think Warlock is like awful at making plays himself. It's great at reacting to the enemies pushing on you or being able to turn a fight around if like the enemies start winning, like Golem, Upheaval, Fatal Bonds, all super good, but it doesn't do anything by itself on the map. So you very rarely have to be concerned if like Warlock is off the map or missing and trying to set something up because he sets up nothing.
Isn't this more about like having the shadow word in the laning phase?
Yeah,
like they saw last game about the sustain lineup.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be super sick if they just like run this 5 in the Monkey King 1, especially against a Dawnbreaker 3, because you want to whittle heroes down with the Dawnbreaker and be able to fight into them. The Monkey King Warlock won't really have any issues fighting into Dawnbreaker. But again, this hero's like the opposite of what I was wanting with the Marcy. Marcy would be like nonstop action. The Warlock, we're barely going to see any kills.
You go from 100 to 0 real quick. There.
Yeah.
Are they playing this Monkey King safe lane or 4? Because usually when they pick Monkey King, it's Shin Q that ends up going for it. And if it comes later in the draft, it's for Ame. And
This
I'm
is
just
a
looking at this
sponsor
game right
Dawnbreaker.
now.
It came out second.
Opening response to Dawn. No, what I mean is that like when I see them pick it early in the draft, the earlier it is, the more likely it is for Shin Q, usually for LGD. So I'm not sure if this is going to be safe lane Monkey King, but I'm very worried about them in this game, boys. Brewmaster, Void Spirit. Brewmaster, phenomenal team fight. In this game, I don't really see them being able to prevent the split coming out reliably. And we just saw ZC demolish RNG the other day on this Void Spirit. and I think it looks like a fairly decent game for him as well. Nomad, you got some stats for us about like the win rates so far on these heroes in the same game, like the Void Spirit Brewmaster? Have they played together that much this patch so far?
I mean, I can get that for you in a minute, but I just want to talk generally about the matchup because I think it's actually very interesting that they put the Void Spirit into the Puck. I think Puck is a really bad hero at the moment if you don't get a ton of value from the coil. And I think you've kind of given him that by picking up this Void Spirit. So I'm not too sure. I mean, it is very much a kind of counter matchup. The thing which is different now, though, is that Puck doesn't get the Aghanim Scepter anymore. His axe is now just some kind of laughable rubbish. Maybe we'll see it, but I highly doubt it. The Void Spirit obviously still has that AoE silence, which is really tricky for the Puck to deal with. It's really easy to just spam it down, catch him off guard with it. So I think that really skews the matchup in the Void Spirit's favor. But early on in the game, I still think there's better things they could have picked at mid to answer the Puck. But yeah, they definitely have a plan for this for sure, and he's still going to have a good time. Mid, there's no rollovers at mid anymore. Mid, no one loses mid anymore. It's a mid.
Good old water runes.
Yeah, mid is the easiest lane in Dota at the moment. Changed my mind.
Woo! That's a.
Look at the kitty behind Faith Beyond. It's on a little. It's got its own little poof. That's such a big chair for such a tiny cat. Oh,
that's what happens when you win TI, man. You can buy a gigantic poof just for your solitary cat.
Buy thrones for your kitties.
One thing I do want to talk about as well is this Doombringer hero. This feels like a phenomenal Doom game. You're already mentioning how this Puck can be some kind of a dress for towards the Void Spirit with that leash, but Doom. I was talking earlier about how they need some way to prevent Brewmaster getting off that split. Doom is the only hero that can do it reliably in this game right now, and he's going to have to do it every single time. If he does do so, though, then they do have very good options because the rest of the team fight on Dandelion isn't as great without the Brewmaster being available. And in this kind of game, probably they are going to be putting him in the off lane for Faith Beyond. And if that is indeed the case, he's playing into this Medusa +1 lane. Does seem like it'll be fair. He'll be fine. We're able to get his farm. I don't think he'll be experiencing any real issues here. And later on, it gets really, really tanky. I mean, Nomad, you wanted to see him play something that frontlines a bit more. And Doom certainly fits the bill for that one. Can buy the blink, get the Shivas, just make his team a lot tankier to play around this Medusa and just whittle her down over the course of the fight.
What are your thoughts on Midas Doom as the first item, Nomad?
I mean, all right. I like what you're saying, right? I like what you guys are saying about Doom being this frontlining hero, which can be really annoying. The issue I have with it is that I don't think it lanes into Medusa. Like, I really don't. I think this is one of those heroes which Medusa can just spam out Snake with, and he can't actually survive in lane. So yes, you have that backup of the Devour, and we'll probably go for a Midas, honestly. I hate it, but it's probably what's going to happen. You get that insane XP and money boost from it, along with Devour. It gets a bit silly, but it hurts. It really hurts. I think you're giving this Medusa a good game, and I don't like that. But I guess you get Doom later on, so that's nice. But why would she when you got a Void Spirit and a Panda to Doom instead? I don't really know.
I think you have Doom Panda.
I'm worried. Yeah, if you can.
Let's see here. So, what do we have for SJ here, Neff, at the very end of the draft?
They're going to answer that for me right now. I just heard the pick happen in game. It's going to be the Weaver coming out last year. So I guess decent minus armor, which isn't amazing against anybody on PSG.LGD. I feel like it's more effective against low armor heroes. Doom, he has like 5 base armor. I think now he gets more with Devour. Mud King, super high base armor hero as well. Puck able to dodge out a lot of what you have going on. Not crazy about this Weaver last pick. I'd actually like to see a little bit more disable to deal with the Puck, if I'm going to be honest with you.
Let's see. What does Weaver give them here? So some lane harass to put pressure onto this Doom, slow down his game a little bit. Later on in the game, we don't actually see these Weavers often buying the Aghanim Scepters anymore, really. So I'm wondering what's going to be the itemization. Maybe like some Vessel or something? Or maybe a Wraith Pact, we'll see. Faceless Void for Arme. All right, there is damage into the bubble. There's a Puck in the game. And we have seen, of course, that they have access to this young the Faith Beyond damage is being thrown out. Just Doom somebody. Make sure you kill them at the end of the duration of the Doom with this bubble. Lane is all right. It's fine against this Brewmaster. I'm generally lately not really a fan of Faceless Void. Didn't they lose with this when they lost to eHome in game 3, was it? where they had this Faceless Void. And oh yeah, it was game 3 where they had that with Chronosphere. That was hilarious. I'm not sure if Ame is still traumatized by that. But I don't know, boys. I'm not feeling the presence of this Faceless Void. I feel like Dandelion can play very well around it. The rest of their heroes are tanky enough that there's only limited circumstances where you can guarantee a kill in Chronospheres. I don't know. Tell me good news about this, Nomad, about this Ame Void. I mean, I know it's super high win rate because it's LGD, but do you like it in this game?
All right, so do they have damage to put into the Chronosphere? Yes, they do. I mean, you've got the Wukong's command, which can help, but obviously it's Jinky playing it, so it's going to be a +4. But yeah, you've got a little bit of damage to throw out into the Chronosphere. I think what it does give you is another way to kill off the Brewmaster before he gets off the split. It gives you ability to kill off the Void Spirit. You know, with a support duo of Monkey King and Warlock, you're obviously going to be lacking in the lockdown just a little bit. So, you know, you don't have that Hex here to catch out the Void Spirits. This was kind of necessary, but I don't think it was good. So I think it's helped make these drafts more even for sure, but I'm still favoring Dandelion pretty heavily. And I think this Weaver pick is really, really good. I think they anticipated this Void, and that's why they picked this Weaver. Because it's a position 4 Weaver, it's going to build an Aghanim Scepter, I reckon, and that's going to give you another form of save inside the Chronosphere, which I think is going to be really, really sick. So that could be really clutch later on in the game. I really like the Dandelion draft. I think they've got more ways to outplay LGD. But overall, I think, you know, if the drafts go like if there's no clutch moments, it's going to be a pretty even game. And I love that. So do you guys agree?
Kind of agree. I do think the Faceless Void coming out last is necessary, and I think this is going to set up a lot for like the Doom being able to get his signature ability, Doom, up onto the Brewmaster or the Void Spirit for that matter. So I think it was like best carry they could have picked at the end here, but I'm still not crazy about the limited option with the Warlock. So I like PSG.LGD's draft again, but I think I dislike the Warlock enough that I want to go with Dandelion for game number 2.
Going for Dandelion because screw Warlock. Got it. Alrighty, let's jump into it. It's game number 2 as Dandelion have a 1-game lead over the China Dominators PSG.LGD. Let's jump into it and find out exactly how this one's going to go down.
Yeah. Now, Snare, you never got to say who you prefer at the end here. I mean, you're too busy asking, no matter you're falling back into that host role that you're normally in.
Well, all I'm gonna say is Ricky was right. That's all.
I hate to hear that.
Ricky was right. I think, honestly, this is one of those games where LGD only wins if they dramatically outplay Dandelion. And I don't think from what we saw in game number 1, they're that much further ahead. At least not right now. Maybe at their highest ceiling, but this is very clearly not LGD at their absolute best. And under these conditions, I really like what Dandelion have to offer. And they pretty much got all of their signature heroes. Like, the only thing that's a bit atypical, Tianming hasn't played this in a while, but he has played a lot of support Weaver. You know, we have this SJ Brewmaster that they played a lot last season. Beyond is playing this new Dawnbreaker. And most importantly, Summer, Medusa, and ZC Void Spirit. This is like a dream draw for Dandelion, honestly. I can't really see them losing this game.
We'll see if that comes true. I do like the points about that Nomad was making, and I guess you were making as well, about Void Spirit being pretty good against the puck over the mid lane. Aether Remnant's a great way to counter out him when he tries to use his phase shift. You can catch him with the silences the game goes on. He's one of the better heroes at chasing him down. But I do think nothing to say is like outplay potential is going to be a lot more. It's going to be easier for him to play around what Daylight doing this game on this puck than it was for him to do on the lead on the previous game. We'll see. Let's look at what's going on in some of these lanes, though. Up in the top lane, you see that they've already pulled this wave between the tier 1 and the tier 2 tower back here. It's going to deny a lot of XP over from the Faceless Void.
What can you do, man? You gotta do the right thing, keep the Void under as much pressure early as possible. Still, though, they're just gonna be spending time like trading farm, down bottom. This is where I'm very interested to see what they're going to do to address Faith Beyond. This is part of the rationale of getting this Tianming Weaver. Even though they are playing this 4, they make a point of it to bring it to this bottom side of the map to keep this pressure up. So Faith Beyond needs to play very decently here to ensure that he gets the farm that he needs. And he's super important in this game. They cannot have a poor Doom here. He is necessary to be effective in this situation.
Bottom, Xin Q is actually engaging with the Weaver down here. He managed to get off full stacks of Jingu Mastery, but you're turning on him, trying to run him down now. He's only got 1 stack left, so he's not able to lifesteal back up.
Unfortunately, though, for the Weaver, only 1 point into the Sakuchi, so I'm not really going to try and commit by running past the tier 1 tower to find that kill. Doesn't really matter, though, just making space for Summer, who's just continually farming away. This is so scary. Summer Medusa. Yo, if y'all haven't seen this in chat, make a point of it. Download the replays on Summer playing Medusa, and you'll see why this is so scary. And
Oh,
so
you
far
want
on
to talk
track
about
for a good
Medusa
time.
gameplay? Yeah, super interesting to watch. I click at the creeps.
Yeah, man. But it's how you click at the creeps, Neff. It's how you do it.
Man, I just remember we had Marcy making ganks the mid lane at like minute 3. I don't want to see Medusa gameplay, man.
You can't tell me you can't slag us about Medusa when you're a nature's prophet lover. Come on, man. I'm not trying to hear the slander from an
Look.
NP man.
The action never ends when you're on NP. You can go start something whenever you feel like it.
Speaking of starting stuff whenever we feel like it, right? You know, nothing to say. You're talking about his play potential and what he can accomplish in the game. One of the issues that they're going to run into, though, because they have this off-lane Dawnbreaker, the level 6 is going to be available a lot sooner than what Nothing to Say is going to be normally expecting. So when you go for that first initiation, do they have the damage to fight through a Solar Guardian as well, even on top of the magic damage that they have?
It depends who they're ganking with. The Faces Void early on, in the Warlock, probably not. With the Doom, I do think that you will have the damage. Doom of the Monkey King, I think, is going to be enough. You can do a lot with the Jingu Mastery and, you know, these points into Scorched Earth and whatnot. He's actually gotten only single point in Devour this game as well. So it's a sign that he's probably going to go... I think he'll go Infernal Blade at level 4 in order to deal with that, be able to go through the Solar Guardian. It's got a pretty big cooldown as well. Nothing to say, very little mana, but does have just enough to lose your orb back out of there after he grabs the Water Rune.
He's fine, man. He's fine. Gets out, gets a Shadow Word as well from Innocence. And this is a very, very good spell. So we'll be allowed to get some additional sustain here. Very slow, even-ish early game here. Xinkyu and Tianming trading hits. Medusa playing around bottom.
So Xinkyu
But is this
did
flipped?
Lost Vision. He's not clipped. He can get away now. So because he cleared out the Observer Ward, the Weaver Lost Vision doesn't have level 3 for the Swarm. If he had the Swarm there, this Monkey King would either be dead or be forced to TP out. That's why you targeted the Obs there instead.
Might end up losing Faith Beyond, though, because of there being no additional presence, but does get off Scorched Earth. No, he doesn't even need Scorched Earth, just walks away. Lol.
Yeah.
It's fine. Everything's cool. Much more calm early game than what we saw in game number 1 here, Neff. Obviously, the heroes in question sort of necessitate that. Xinkyu, though, might have run himself into danger, came off the tree.
Heal?
And, oh my god, almost died. Shout out to Faith Beyond on the Doom, throwing out the heal. I mean, not often that you see the offlaner being that gracious, but his grace does prevent the first blood being claimed by Dandelion.
Yeah. For years and years, this is such a ridiculous small heal. It's like, what, like 15 HP, 25 HP? But you can use it every, like, like 0.5 seconds or something like that. But the 100 heal actually managed to save him there. So, like you said, no first blood. Unless it happens in the mid lane right now. ZC trying to run down Nothing to Say. Can't quite finish him off, though.
Woo. Close call. Here comes Xinkyu. It's a good thing, I guess, that he got bounced back into the fountain because he can come back and give some regen towards NTS. Things might get interesting, though, because he's going to be making sure to try and secure this rune for Nothing to Say. And ZC doesn't even want the smoke. He's just backing up, leaving entirely. And as we look top, though, Beyond, now that they actually have had both supports missioning off of this lane, it's left to the Dawnbreaker solo.
He's gonna,
versus
Nothing to
the
Say. He's
Faces
gonna.
Void.
Oh. So look, I'm not sure if you caught what happened in the mid lane just now. Nothing to Say.
What happened?
Nothing to Say got a tango past him by Innocence there, and they saw Monkey King jump to the tree there, I believe, and he was going to cut down the tree with the tango after like initiating on him with a Waning Rift, but the Monkey King jumped away first.
Oh, gotta love Dota 2, man.
Yeah.
Gotta love these little moments that just make
So,
magic.
earlier on I was
that backwards.
earlier on I was talking a little bit about the Doom versus the hold on. It's Faith Beyond. He's
fine.
just about gonna get away here.
Nice.
But yeah, I was talking about the Doom versus the Medusa and how I don't really like it, and I decided to look up so far in all of our 7k plus games in this patch. And Medusa has a 62% win rate against Doom in lane against him, so pretty damn good for Medusa, who generally doesn't do that well in lane,
Mid lane?
compared to other heroes.
They're trying to get this kill mid lane right after they got in with the Solar Guardian. Beyond not going to be here in time, though. He'll just claim the very easy one of Innocence. And 7 minutes, this is the first blood. Wow. this game has been not necessarily a barn burner, much more considered than game number 1. But yeah, this Doom, we were talking about it, Neff, that he needs to have a really good game, how important the spell is going to be, the eponymous spell of the Doombringer, and not really going to be in good stead to use it in big fights. But we'll talk about it in a second again, because ZC might get counter-initiated on, but does manage to get away once he sees Shin-Q jumping in. So what's the recovery plan here for LGD, you think, to try and get Faith Beyond more into the game?
No, might have to hold on real quick. Nothing to say.
ZC might have gone too far forward. Both of these mid laners really playing the edges here, and ZC will draw a TP in from Ame. Faceless Void happy to get involved if it means a free kill, and it might not be done just yet. Primal Spring connects onto SJ, and he is certainly going to end up dying as well. 2 heroes brought down in this mid lane. That was a very interesting move from them, and they're not done just yet. Ame getting the Chronosphere onto Beyond, found himself a double damage rune, turns that into a double kill. All right, things starting to really turn up on the map for LGD as they even pick up a kill onto Weaver. That's the recovery plan for Faith Beyond. Just kill all of these heroes and you'll get your gold back.
Speaking of Faith Beyond, he almost ended up going down to the Medusa down in the bottom lane. But the reason the Brewmaster goes forward there, he wants to be able to deny the rune over from the puck, stop him being able to get back to the game. Rune obviously ends up spawning the top lane instead. He goes down, and it gets even worse because the only rune that actually would have been able to find that kill onto the Dawnbreaker from Faceless Void was that double damage rune, which he ends up grabbing. So, unfortunate stuff for Dandelion. Gives them early game advantage again here on PSG.LGD. So, road to recovery is there, like you mentioned. And he is going for Midas. This is not his first item. He completes the phase boots first, so I respect it.
I wanted to see naked Midas, man. No boots, no nothing. Just go straight for the gold. But
We were
we'll
seeing
have
that
that in his...
previously, though, with the Tinies and whatnot. And I think it was like in the Chinese region specifically, we'd just see like Midas first item Tiny almost every single game.
Midas is a good item, man. FYI today earlier bought the quick blink dagger, as now they're going to be jumping onto Innocence. Quick kill onto him. SJ and ZC. Well, SJ in particular needed to be involved in that kill. We are a bit off the pace on getting the level 6 available for the Brewmaster. And since he is playing the 5 position in this game, this is not completely unexpected, but it's certainly going to be a very important spell for their progress in this game. He's going to try and block off this rune here. Ame, considering going and making a play, is getting some assistance coming in from Innocence. They don't have a Chronosphere just yet, though, but they do not want to take the chance that there's something iffy happening, has nothing to say. Might decide to jones in from the back here. SJ gets bashed up. This contest over this rune is just never ending. There's going to be the 2-hero Dream Coil, but the Solar Guardian comes in, forces away PSG.LGD. They all know that the haste rune is down bottom. Who's going to get there first? Of course, it's NTS. So they still get the rune that they wanted. And since it is a haste, once they get the cooldown back on the young Dream Coil, they might be able to make a play somewhere on the map.
Yeah, I'm still under 55 seconds for that one, though. So, actually, the time is going to line up pretty well with Faces of Void's Chronosphere coming off a cooldown as well. So, that's the timing that PSG.LGD are going to be playing around, I imagine. I think Dandelion want to stall this one out for a little while longer, though. They have just hit level 6 on the Brewmaster, so we could potentially be looking for something, but again, unless the fight comes to them, I don't imagine they'll be able to take too much of advantage over this one. They don't have a ton of disable on their side either, so it's difficult for them to run heroes down with this Brewmaster ult.
Mid lane.
Up in the top lane, Beyond is working on the first item BKB, which is kind of what we see consistently from Dawnbreakers.
From what I've seen, the build is that if you play off lane, you go BKB Blink, and then if you play support, you just rush the Aghanim Scepter. And in this game, obviously he is in the off lane, so we'll just rush in for that BKB. Has access to Solar Guardian in quite a while. It's going to be a long time before he can be on the map. But we see the first smoke gank from DEC. They're moving bottom. They want to try and isolate Faith Beyond. They have clear vision on him. SJ is here, has an ultimate as well. And there's no way that the Doom gets out of this. The Doom will fly out onto ZC, but let's see if they have the damage regardless. They have enough right clicks from Tianming, perhaps. They've got the bugs out onto him, trying to chase him down. But their reinforcements streaming in from PSG.LGD. They do not want to let them claim this one for free. And it looks like they've been successful in preventing the death from happening. Jumping onto ZC, though, will not be as fruitful for them. Shin-Q trying to escape here will tank way too much damage and certainly ends up going down to Tianming. It's SJ. Brewmaster split form has ended, and now the Faceless Void getting caught inside this Aether Remnant. Tianming hasn't been scouted just yet, so I think the fight is over now, as we have the TP away there from ZC. Alright, so they don't end up being able to kill the Doom initially. It does cost the Doom, and oh! Chrono runs right past the sentry ward, and Tian Ming not dead. Oh my god, is he actually gonna survive? If he had survived there, that would have been so big. But he does end up getting brought down. First Chronosphere, or second Chronosphere rather, of the game, utilized to kill a bug and help them push a tower.
Yep. No bashes there after the Chronosphere, unfortunately, so he's just about didn't manage to get the kill off onto him. While that was happening, they managed to take the tier 1 tower up to the top lane. Beyond grabs that. But interesting thing that happened last team fight, just focus down of the Fire Panda. Innocence and even was clicking down that one, even though Warlock almost never ends up clicking heroes, just to be able to reduce the damage. It just like significantly reduces the DPS coming up from the Brewmaster there, so Doom manages to walk away at the end. Nice targeting there from PSG.LGD, making some use out of the Warlock, even though I hate this hero. It's interesting skill build he's gone for as well. He decided to max out his Fatal Bonds.
Might have to use them in this upcoming fight middle, as it's a 3-hero Chrono with some Fatal Bonds on top. Solar Guardian comes in though to try and break this one up, and they're getting a lot of right-click damage out onto SJ. Will they kill him? Indeed they do, but Ame might have jumped too far forward to do it, and ends up losing his life in the process as well. Immediate revenge being claimed. ZC does end up getting brought down by Nothing to Say, but they still maintain a decent amount of presence towards this mid lane. Not sure they're going to be able to push out the tower, but being able to get that kill onto Ame, Summer just goes back to farming inside the triangle and says, all right, cool, whatever. We'll just keep doing this. Who wins that fight out? Sure, it's a 2-for-1 trade, but losing Void feels very painful at this stage.
Which Void?
Oh, lol.
Anyways, they ended up doing like 400 damage there with Fatal Bonds that team fight, so I suppose that's the reason why they're maxed it one out. They feel like they're going to be able to take super good team fights, especially with the Dream Coils on that one. I do think that fight did end up going the way of PSG.LGD, though. Shutting down Void Spirit's early game, I think, is more important than shutting down Faceless Void's early game. That way the Void Spirit isn't able to just snowball out of control.
Yep, something that we've seen from ZC before, right? Just completely snowballing of kill from kill after kill after kill. And this has also kept him at the very bottom of the net worth. And speaking of ZC, they're going in onto him once again. They throw in both ultimates from the Warlock and the Puck. ZC almost dies here. He does have Fatal Bonds attached to him, but everything that's been bonded has been killed, so they can't throw in the damage from afar. Unfortunately, PSG.LGD committed these big ults for nothing. Now that they don't have them, Dandelion's like, sweet, I guess we just take the tower for free. The Brewlings are going to be there from SJ as well to zone them away. All right, Dandelion keeping ZC alive, but just by the skin of his teeth, Nev.
Yeah, just barely managed to get out of that one with that Dissimulate. Up at the top lane, while that was going on, ZQ is actually farming up an Orchid at the moment. I very much like this against the heroes on Dandelion, by the way. You see this happen, I think, most often in the Chinese region. They go like an Orchid BKB in order to get in the middle of the team fight and catch out certain heroes. So the Brewmaster, the Void Spirit, and the Weaver, it's going to be incredibly effective against all of them.
Very good Orchid game. Silencers have a massive premium here. We'll see, though, if they can find this connection on the Smoke Gank. They really want to kill the Medusa. There is Solar Guardian here, though. Not sure if they've got the damage for this. They jump in, get off the Chrono. The shield is there, and they haven't been able to kill her just yet, but they get through all of it. 4 heroes get this around, and they are able to find this kill. I'm not sure if they get much more on the map, but every time you kill Medusa, this is very, very nice for you. Good stuff from LGD.
Yeah. Like you mentioned, they did have Solar Guardian, so active choice not to drop that one there. They figure the Medusa is just going to be too far gone. If we commit anything more into that team fight, we're just going to end up losing more. So they keep their mid tower whatnot alive by not overcommitting to that team fight with the Save a Buddy syndrome.
My favorite syndrome in Dota, man. Many games lost because of it. It's very...
have we touched on Weaver's item build, by the way?
Oh yeah, let's see what he's going for. Going for the Hex, mates. Yo! Alright, this is something. Veil into a Hex, something we don't see often. We'll talk about it in a second because there might be a small fight breaking out. Underneath the tier 2 tower is Ame. Is in a lot of danger here, and Ame just dies heads up. They went for the kill onto Brewmaster, and they do find it, but they lost and left behind the Faceless Void. Okay, and that makes it even better. The hero that gets the gold is this Tian Ming Weaver. Closer towards the Hex we go. In the mid lane, the first Doom of the game gets properly committed onto the Dawnbreaker, and she will end up going down. Faith Beyond has a DD rune to boot, and the heroes on the side of DEC way too low on the HP to stick around, so they might have to retreat here. Except for Tian Ming, stuck around way too long, does get off the time lapse. Buying time though for a potential re-engage here as SJ comes in, has access to the ultimate. PSG.LGD realized this, so they are trying to run away. At the same time, Nothing to Say! Oh no, he got caught with the Aether Remnant. Not enough follow-up though, so he does manage to skirt himself away to the northern part of the map. Alright, a long fight that pretty much results in like, what, 2 kills overall, no?
Yeah. Super Zika disengaged there at the end by the puck, being able to walk away from that one. I mean, the Doom ends up getting committed on the Dawnbreaker there because he notices the BKB. Doesn't want to be able to pop that one fight into them there. So that was the logic behind that. So nice timing there on Faith Beyond dropping that Doom. I think it's pretty annoying for Beyond to have to deal with. Puck does manage to get out despite the Aether Ribbon connecting with him, and he goes for the Blink Dagger as the next item. We talked about the lack of Disable on PSG.LGD. We didn't talk about the lack of Disable too much on Dandelion, and I think that's one of the reasons why this Weaver is going for the Hex as like his second item after the Veil. It's super funny to see this one. He's got the Blitz Knuckles at the moment, though.
Blitz Knuckles. All right.
Yeah.
I might also be going for the Orchid.
The Orchid himself. Yeah, he might realize, okay, I don't have enough time to finish up this Sheep Stick. I need to get like a Disable as quick as possible. So might be going for the Orchid instead. Changes his mind.
We saw Orchid last game as well against the Puck 2, and it's obviously a very effective item. I think they had Orchid on the DK, it was? Yeah, for Team 4 IG. But yeah, definitely makes sense. But you're right that they have a lot of lack of Disable. It will help once they finish the full Aghanim Scepter, because then they'll have the double silence from ZC and then the tertiary silence coming in from this Weaver when it eventually arrives. But until then, it does feel like LGD have a lot of leeway in these fights to just skirt in and out, even when they're in unfavorable positions, like when they got caught near the tier 1 tower middle, they just walked away. I'm like, meh, it's whatever. They can't really catch us right now.
Yeah.
Game though has slowed down a little bit here, Nef, as everybody's just trying to farm to their next big items. So ZC close towards having the Aghanim Scepter, the Dawnbreaker close towards having Blink Dagger, Summer, meh, just farming forever, you know, getting close towards the Skadi. But what big item are we going to see from LGD for them to start making moves around the map again? LGD is going for this BKB on Ame. Is that when you try to make another big jump forward to catch the Medusa?
I think so. That one's still a little while off. I'm more interested in these like this late game arcane boots that just got picked up on the Puck. That one I'm actually kind of curious about because I'm pretty sure he's just going to disassemble this and turn this into something else. I'm not sure what it is at this point yet. Maybe an Aeon Disc. I don't think it'll be an Octarine Core. I think he just like goes in the arcane boots, then Aeon Disc afterwards. It's probably going to be the case. Aghanim Shard being worked on by Innocence. I mean, this one is absolutely huge. When this thing first came out, everyone thought it was incredibly broken. Chronosphere comes out though.
The Chrono going out onto this Beyond Dawnbreaker. They also got the quick connection onto the Weaver as well. Beyond though pops BKB, gets out with the Selly Hammer. Just how tanky is she? My goodness, those guys are not just for show. Using them to stay alive. And now here we go. SJ throws in this big ultimate. They want to try and get a connection down bottom onto Shinkyu, and they will be able to find him. Nothing to say, is hiding in the trees. Shinkyu does scout him out with this Astral Step, but they don't really want to jump directly onto him. He's going to try to chase down Beyond. Behind the tier 2 tower, will not be able to claim him just yet. At the same time, a bit more north in the fight. SJ, the Brewmaster split has subsided, so they're trying to chase him down, but they just lack the damage now, Nef. Tian Ming's coming in too, so they really need to start fleeing away from this, and they will, again, a very long, prolonged engagement that only winds up with a support death on the side of Shinkyu.
But he doesn't even end up going down. The Brewmaster is deceptively tanky, especially when he ends up throwing out the Cinder Brew. It can really throw you off when you think that you have enough damage to bring down the hero. You have to keep in mind that his magic resistance and armor is getting tripled for 5 seconds when this thing comes off. So he has plus 15 armor and with 3 points into it, yeah, plus 15 armor and 45% extra magic resist. So man simply will not die when you commit onto him. Mid lane.
ZC is in danger here. He's going to get blinked on and doomed. And there's no way they even try to help him. Just let him die. Beyond does TP in, but doesn't have access to BKB for another 10 seconds. So he's in a dangerous position, and indeed will end up just dying here. Summer inside of the Wukongs for one, walks out of it. Still just holding on to that Stone Gaze just in case. We'll turn around with some right clicks going back towards Faith Beyond as the tier 1 tower will drop to the catapult. But that'll be good enough for them. So 2 kills being picked up here. Both of them cores. And Beyond, that was a very awkward TP in. Did have Solar Guardian, Solar Guardian was down, BKB was down, only had really the blink. I'm not so sure what the move was there coming in from Beyond.
His BKB was on cooldown for another like 10 seconds there. That was the nerf coming into play, man. 7.31D. That 15-second increase in the BKB threw him off. That's what I'm thinking anyways. But yeah, sick initiation there from the Puck, followed up with the blink on the Doom that were coming off from the Void Spirit going down again. Bottom lane, then Q. Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, it's bound to happen eventually. Yeah, the man's playing on his own way too much. He's going straight into the Bloodthorn, by the way.
not going back for BKB. That's kind of interesting. I thought he was going to come back for the defensive item, but you're right. Going straight into the Bloodthorn here. Okay. At the same time, Tianming practically has access to the full Orchid as a result, fortunately, of getting that kill. So more Disable will be emerging for the side of Dandelion. You know, you were talking to earlier, we didn't really get to talk about it after the fight broke. Innocence with this Aghanim shard here. That AoE heal, it can be really, really strong in these fights, but so far we haven't necessarily seen them surviving long enough on the front lines to make full use of it. These fights have just been very bizarre. It's just been supports dying all across the field. Might happen again here, Nev, because they are smoked up. Who's a viable target for them to go on here to reveal this Aghanim Scepter?
Not positive. I mean, obviously Puck would be the best here if they get on top of him, or the reveal the Orchid on the Weave that just ended up getting completed. They ended up dropping off.
It gets dropped, but unfortunately he gets chronoed because he's inside the bubble right now. Will get bashed down by Ame. That's going to be a loss on the life of ZC. At the same time, Puck assisting with the kill onto SJ, enabling a double for the Faceless Void. And off the back of that, they immediately head into the Roshan pit. They want the Aegis in their hands. They just picked off the Aeon Disc as well for this Puck, and he'll reassemble it where necessary. But this is a good situation. But look at this, they buy back. They realize that, wait a second, if they don't have Chrono, they don't have Wukong's command, they don't have the Chaotic Offering, suddenly a lot more of their team fight is gone. We can buy back and maybe still challenge around the Roshan pit.
Yeah, in the middle of that last engagement as well, when Brewmaster went down, he had the ability to commit his ultimate there, but he chose not to. He realized, okay, I'm going to die. They're probably going to be able to take Roshan afterwards if I don't like buy back or fight into it. I need my ult available. And then he's forced to buy back afterwards. So it was like preemptively realizing, okay, the enemy's using a Roche pit. We need to be able to save Brewmaster ultimate to be able to contest this one since they've just wasted the majority of what they have. But they do still have Doom and Dream Coil available. Like, if you're not careful about this initiation on Dandelion, you will end up going down. That's why they back off in the end.
Doom making some progress towards getting a Shiva's Guard so he can get forward in these fights and just tank up a lot of this damage. As it stands right now, Roshan hasn't been claimed just yet. Still the first Roche 24 minutes into this one. Very atypical in this particular patch. I mean, before we used to see these 10-minute Roshans, shout out Shadow Shaman, thank God it's got changed.
I mean, it's a little bit changed. One hits the wards now. But it still goes down just as fast over here inside the pit, unfortunately. I'm sure they'll nerf it again soon. Copium.
They're going to nerf it just as soon as they nerf the 20 talent on Nature's Prophet, man.
Right, they get around to it.
Fight happening. They get the Doom out onto this Medusa. Solar Guardian, though, does come out onto her. Look at the Medusa just turning around with these right clicks. Aeon Disc already procced from the Puck, forced to flee away from the fight. They've already lost 2 here. They still managed to right-click her down. Ame committing the BKB, throwing in the damage, and it is enough to finally bring down Summer. Now we'll see if they can claim more off the back of this. Beyond being chased by Faith Beyond, but SJ is also here to try and ensure that Beyond will escape. ZC waiting in the wings, maybe might be able to offer some assistance, waiting for these cooldowns to come back. Astral step back up in a second, but might get bashed to death by Ame. Not gonna happen just yet, but he's in trouble. He's in the trees. The bashes are there, but the Essence Ring, the last second, will he be first hit bash? No. Gets TP out, goes home. But a big fight for LGD. They get 3 heroes, and they did that without the Chrono. Like you said, they have Dream Coil, they have the Doom, and as a result, they have the tools necessary to bring down Medusa.
Yeah, surprisingly, Medusa even opted to try and take that fight. If you look at her items right now, she's like 500 gold from finishing this Eye of Skada before she went into that fight. She would have been way tanky, way better dealing with the enemies if you just waited a little bit longer before like forcing the issue up in the top lane. But maybe they feel like the Chronosphere and the Golem were like too big problems. They're not that big of a threat without it, but she definitely did end up just melting in that last team fight. So uncharacteristic of Dandelion to go for that when you're that close to finishing an important item, I feel. Mid lane, Dawnbreaker.
Situation. Dawnbreaker, yeah.
The nerf.
Yep.
That's the BKB. It was 15 seconds from cooldown when they ended up initiating onto her. Yet again. The BKB nerf, it's coming into play. You love to see it. That item is way too powerful.
I actually do love to see it. I do think BKB can still use another nerf or so, honestly. And I'm not just saying that because I'm the kind of carry player, or when I do play carry, who doesn't like buying BKB. So, you know, make the item bad, disincentivize me from having to buy it. Thanks so much.
We call that Envy Core.
Oh, man. So,
There's an Eye of Skadi
here's your
we're talking
Skadi. At long last, at long last.
Yeah.
So now from
Man.
here, BKB Butterfly seems to be the option for Summer. It's looking like they want to set up for something. Tianming is gonna maybe die in the top lane. Nope, gets off the time lapse, so still alive for now. ZC is here, hoping for some kind of re-engage. And there's actually more heroes streaming in from the south part of the map. Nothing to say, jumping directly onto SJ. They want to get this kill before there's a Brewmaster split. Wukong's command drop down as well as the chaotic offering. They throw out everything and it works out. But now Summer going in with the stone gaze and right clicks enables them to at least bring down the Monkey King. But that opens up space to get doomed immediately. Unfortunately, stone gaze was still going. So Summer got the stone form onto base beyond. But it's still going to be a dangerous position because Ame finally shows up to lend some additional damage. Yes, Summer's going to be able to bring down the other support, but it's not going to matter. Another life lost for the Medusa. And PSG.LGD playing very dangerously on the map right now, Nev. Every single one of these last couple of fights have gone resoundingly in their favor. And once again, they're inside the Roshan pit looking for the big man. They couldn't get it last time, but with Summer being definitively dead and no buybacks coming in, there's no way they don't pick it up now.
Well, I mean, especially with the double damage right outside the pit, as long as he scouts that one out. Yep, very cool. Thank you, Ice Frog.
Seems fair and balanced to me.
Yep. That'll make even quicker work of this one. If they couldn't do it before, he will be able to now. Before he was taking damage from Roshan and wasn't able to out-heal it. This time, they'll have very little issue. They do have Brewmaster split, but it's still level 1, so he's hesitant to try to commit inside the Roche pit here. You were only level 11 on this Brewmaster, 22 on the faces forward. They jump forward as well. They go on top of the Dawnbreaker.
They almost got that kill, but ZC able to interrupt it a little bit. They're turning back onto ZC now, trying to stay alive with this Essence String. Not going to be good enough. Brought down at the end by Nothing to Say. Brewmaster did get off the split here, but with Ame sitting with this Aegis, no point even committing spells in that direction here. And SJ, wait, what? Didn't he have another Panda out? That was a real one. Wow. Got the kill. Heads up. Another 2 heroes that end up dropping there. And PSG.LGD get some additional goodies. The team fight win. The Aegis being picked up. Now they're just going to be pushing in the top lane as well. Knowing full well that they have good vision from Shin Q. Look where he's standing, ready to take a fight if they try and defend on DEC.
Yep, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Bloodthorn not even necessary to drop onto him there. And the tip comes out afterwards. Very cool. Looks like PSG.LGD basically have this game in the bag. 40k net worth advantage here. They're running down the tier 2 towers, and I don't think anything's going to really stop them from just controlling the map for the next couple of minutes here. They really felt like they lost their momentum up in the top lane where Medusa pushed before she finished up that Eye of Scotty. These last couple of teams from PSG.LGD have been incredible.
One thing I also saw there, Innocence has been utilizing this Aghanim Shadow Word to buttress their pushes, just making their creep wave a lot stronger than it is beforehand. And it's working out quite well for him. Innocence gaining some gold, closer towards getting a Glimmer Cape or something. Beyond might die top. What? That was very unfortunate. Ame could have dropped the Chronosphere there, but what a time to be alive there. The Selly Hammer helping to, at the very least, buy a little bit of time. Unfortunately, not enough. You know, Starbreaker, Selly Hammer, not going to get you out, will get you out, and there will not be a Chronosphere. I really thought they were going to drop that bubble, but you see the BKB, they let it go. And especially because they might commit said bubble down in this bottom lane. Not even necessary just yet. ZC gets away with the Dissimulate. Oh, Astral Step to the high ground. Will there actually be an escape? Oh, no. They doomed him, though. All right. Beyond taking no chances here. Not going to allow this hero to run away by any stretch of the imagination. Unfortunately, that means there's nothing left to kill this SJ Panda. But who cares? ZC is dead. That means another tier 2 tower is about to drop.
Yep. Oh man, that was a funny Doom. Did the Doom tick kill him? What was it? Yeah, I think the Doom tick killed.
The Doom tick killed him. Yeah.
The restraint on Ame is ridiculous this game, though. Like, the amount of Chrono Spears, it's like 4 targets in a row he could have Chrono Speared, and he doesn't use it on a single one. Like, this man has practiced meditation. I mean, wow. It's, not many
I'd drop it on a
players
fly
can
if
do
it was
this.
me. It's been super sick, yeah. I mean, him just not using even the Void Spear. I think he's a little bit afraid about the Void Spear just being able to dodge it out and not having a setup for it. And then he realized, okay, the enemy team, they're probably going to be able to like finish him off before he drops the Chronosphere. Isn't able to do it though. I don't know. I think he's just saving for like the next high ground push, and he thinks that's going to happen with this Aegis. So if he wastes it now, his window of opportunity to take a high ground fight with the Aegis plus Chrono is going to be way smaller.
Yeah, they have 2 minutes still with this Aegis, and they can try and make something happen on the map. No major item that they're near completing at present. I mean, there's bots coming eventually for NTS, and there's going to be a refresher eventually from Patreon, but they maybe could try and challenge somewhere on the high ground. But we do see this Chrono committed now in this top lane. ZC All right, the patience of Ame pays off long enough for them to find this kill. And now you don't even have to worry about these pushes. It's a 4v5 situation. You don't have access to the bubble, but you can definitely try and make something on the map. I'm still surprised they haven't gone in full-throated for this push in this mid lane, but as a result, they managed to push in multiple lanes at once. So there's several sides on the map that look good for them. And Xin might find the kill on bottom as well. Tianming does get off the time lapse. And now suddenly the turnaround will be there with Beyond showing up with the Solar Guardian. That enables them to pick up Xin. All right, there's also draw in some heroes. Ame and Innocence came bottom. So they're still not going to be able to go up on the high ground, but they're just consolidating all their map control right now.
Yeah, this does mean that they've basically sacked the rest of the time for the stage. Oh my god, he's got gamer senses on Ame. He realized that we was over in the trees there. They know where he is even still. Oh no, is he? No way he TP's.
What? What? All right. The Medusa, unfortunately, in the top lane, not going to be nearly as lucky. Gets doomed up. They even commit the Dream Coil here, but she is strong enough now that maybe this is not as viable as it used to be without Ame being in the mix. And indeed, she is going to be allowed to survive. And worst case scenario, nothing to say, jump forward. And nothing to say, got killed. The silence creating a lot of problems right now for the puck. And that's 80 seconds in the grave. No buyback available for NTS. And more importantly, Medusa staying alive. That was through the Doom Nef. Just chilling now. Without Ame, I don't think this hero can be killed anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they need more ways to deal with Medusa. And they need the Monkey King as well because you have the Butterfly, so that True Strike coming out for the Bloodthorn is incredibly important. You just have like way too much sustainability in these fights when you don't have that. I think your next item is probably just going to be, what is it, Daedalus coming out for? No, just Town Portal Scrolls. Very cool. Probably Daedalus coming out next. There's no need for Build a Silver Edge, and at that point, you're just going to be able to stand your ground during that Doom and click back on the enemy heroes. So some are now a massive issue. Yeah, but
they go for this fight. Lawbreaker out onto Innocence and Silence Left as well. They get Xin, and inside the Wukongs, the bonus armor is there. Not going to be enough though. At least I'm saying that Chaotic Offering gets dropped down. The counter initiation. Beyond getting off the BKB, forced to run away. Summer has also shown up. Ame once again being patient, not yet dropping the bubble, waiting for the Stone Gate to be committed. Now we can get a clear shot at the Medusa, but there's not enough damage just yet. Still alive. Will they be able to get this kill? Okay, there's no way that she ends up surviving, and she will die. Zetsi following into the grave as well. And that is a huge team fight. Dandelion were the ones that went for that fight, Neff, and they run headlong into a team wipe. Not a single hero claimed on LGD.
Are we not going to talk about the lap that the Faceless Void just did around the Chronosphere? He's trying to dodge out to the Aether Remnant, but instead he just used the 1,000 movement speed he has inside the Chronosphere to do a lap around him.
It's a victory lap, man. It's literally a victory lap.
Funny, man.
Gotta keep up that fitness, you know? There's never a day to skip, you know? You've got to keep your regime. Discipline! That's what Ame is all about. Oh my god. Well, LGD, I mean, they turn it back on for game number 2 and they take the victory over Dandelion back in a dominating fashion, which we haven't really seen from LGD so far. This level of cool, calm, crisp, and stylish gameplay is something which we have not been seeing from this team so far, but it's good to see them back in that mood. Can they keep it up, though? I think that's the question coming into game number 3, of course, but first, let us break down this second game. I mean, what truly went wrong for Dandelion in your guys' heads after casting this one?
I mean, I feel like this Dawnbreaker going down a couple of times is uncharacteristic for the hero. It was incredibly tanky, but they punished the increased cooldown on this BKB pretty well. I would say that, you know, the speed coming up from PSG.LGD, what the Doom was able to pull off as well was pretty important as well. None of these Dooms, I feel like, ever failed. Every time they managed to secure themselves a kill, Dandelion thought they could kind of stand their ground with this Medusa a few times as well underneath that Doom, but they managed to clutch out these team fights. I feel like they just had better understanding of how much DPS they were doing, and Dandelion, I think, overestimated themselves a little bit in this game number 2.
Yep, it did feel like there was just that moment in the game. Neff mentioned in the game as well, where they made that push top that really failed for them. But those couple of deaths onto this Dawnbreaker, this is not a hero that sits back and farms. You want to be active on the map. Her dying, and then it kept happening that she would die, either with BKB down or Solar Guardian down, and then soon after, another hero on the map that could have used her help ends up getting picked off as well. So it just slowly but surely felt like PSG.LGD just understood more about what the map looks like. I was talking trash earlier that like PSG.LGD have to outplay Dandelion to win here, and they did that really, really well. I must say as well, this Innocence Warlock did a great job with the counter initiations, very patient with the chaotic offering. He would do his cool thing, right? He would wait until he sees Solar Guardian come in or ZC get an actual clean jump onto Puck. And that's only when he'll drop the R, immediately making sure that their counter initiation is counter initiated, and then they can control the rest of the fight. So they did really well there. And I must say, I wasn't really a fan of Tianming only getting this Lincoln Sphere at the very end of the game on this Weaver. I feel like if they had this Lincoln Sphere earlier in the game, I mean, I can understand why he wanted the Orchid, but having that additional defense, that additional layer against Doom would really have made the difference, especially for these heroes that have BKBs on the team. Without it, suddenly Faith Beyond had a free game. Very rough lane, recovers super well, goes about dooming the correct targets every single time. Then you just get to a point as well, because you're playing 5-position Brew, which I personally don't like. And in this game, Neff mentioned it, right? There was at some point, super late into the game, he's still level 11, doesn't actually have the real potential that you want and expect out of this Panda. So it ultimately becomes a much easier game for LGD. As the game scales, they get more damage. DEC, regrettably, did not scale in the same way.
No, they certainly did not. And I mean, it's. I want to talk about the first of many points you raised there, being the ultimates which LGD had available. They drafted themselves Chronosphere, Coil, Doom, and Golem. Maybe we can discount Coil. It's not really like the huge ultimate it used to be, but still, Chrono, Doom, and Golem are game-deciding ultimates. They can be, at least. And that's something which is really interesting to me, because usually, if you're playing Faceless Void and you're playing with like a big ultimate on your side other than Chronosphere, what that allows is for you to be super liberal with your Chronosphere usage, so you can always pick yourself up kills. And that's what Alme was doing in the early game, absolutely. He was running around the map, he was dropping Chrono on like a butterfly which went past just to get a little bit more farm. Anything he saw, he would Chronosphere it, And that's exactly what he needed to get that really strong start he was looking for to get himself in the game. But then later on in the game, something really interesting happened. He actually stopped using the Chronosphere and started saving it for like the really key targets, because he knew that, Faith Beyond or Innocence would pick up the slack in that regard. I actually don't see that very often. The fact that carry players are going to go, right, I'm going to save my ultimate because I'm in the front lines and I'm the one who can actually get the jump with my mobility spell to find those really important targets. And he was almost exclusively saving it for the Dawnbreaker. That's not something I've seen before, but Neff, did you pick up on that? What did you think?
I picked up on it after you said it. No, Matt, I'll be honest with you. So thank you very much on pointing that one out. But yeah, the excellent points. I would have come up with that with myself. Nomad didn't say anything, but no, the restraint that he ended up having as the game went on, like you mentioned, was pretty sick. So if the enemies ever were able to take a super big team fight, or I forget which caster said this, but they said sometimes the best black hole is not using black hole at all. Back when you could force the enemies to not group up or try to engage with you or be able to shove high ground because you don't waste it. It was that sort of logic. So they had map control. He wasn't dropping Chronosphere, so Dandelion was never able to take a super sick team fight against them. And I think that was kind of the logic behind it as well. If it's the best Chronosphere possible, he'll drop, but the rest of the time he'll just show that restraint because it trusts his team to be able to take reasonably good team fights without him having to drop that one in the late game, where the enemies are actually able to take advantage of Chronosphere being on cooldown.
Yeah.
Something
Another
else
question actually.
As well.
Sorry, what was that?
Yeah, Nomad?
All right.
You know what? Snare first. Snare. Go ahead. You did an excellent job casting that game.
All I was going to say was that the itemization I really enjoyed as well from this Faceless Void. He went for the Aghanim Shard after getting BKB, and they went for Aghanim Shard on Innocence. From game one, we saw that a lot of the fights Dandelion won was off the back of superior sustain and the ability to just keep going. And here's our victory lap.
Yeah!
There it is.
But what LGD did in this situation, because they had the advantage in sustain in pretty much all occasions, thanks to reverse time walk and that AoE Shadow Word, it meant that they were always able to fight after the initial salvo of spells. Erstwhile, Dandelion would drop those spells and have to retreat. They just couldn't stay in the engagements anymore. And it did feel like, because the Dawnbreaker didn't have as good of a game as they were anticipating, she couldn't provide them that sustain. As a result of lacking sustain, they couldn't keep themselves in fights, and they got out-executed. And PSG.LGD deserved victory, I think, from that game.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. So the other thing I wanted to ask you guys about was this Weaver build, because he actually went 775, which is really impressive for the POS 4 Weaver. But I found it so interesting that he goes for the Orchid over anything else. Coming into, I expected he would go for the Aghanim Scepter. One of the things about position 4 Weaver is that he doesn't have to get boots, so he can be very greedy with his build, whether that be scaling with like a Maelstrom or something. But usually we do see this Orchid, and occasionally we get the Spirit Vessel or just an Urn, and then moving into the Aghanim Scepter build. But instead he goes for the Orchid and then into the Lincoln Sphere, which is very, very interesting indeed. Why do you think he went for the Orchid, Neff? And do you think it worked for them in this game, or would you have rather seen the saves coming out to try and keep this Medusa or even the Dawnbreaker or the Void Spirit alive a little more?
I touched on it earlier in the game. I'm not sure about the Veil of Discord. I think he just wanted to amp damage, but the Orchid came out because they didn't have enough disable for the Puck or for the Doom, the Faces 4. They wanted to be able to shut these heroes down in the early game, and he had the Sheepstick queued up before that. So he's just realizing the lack of disable and trying to punish the Puck for it, not give Nothing to Say too free of a game. And that was the logic behind that one. And then, of course, the Lincoln Sphere comes out afterwards because you're playing against like the Doom. You want to be able to clutch that off on one of your allies and not just instantly lose a team fight because someone gets doomed. The cast animation of it is pretty big, so it's somewhat easy to get that one off onto allies in the middle of the cast animation. But I do feel like it was just lack of disable. I probably regretted that Weaver last pick coming out. They thought it was too good to be true for like a Weaver support game because they didn't have a ton disabled, and they just last picked the Faceless Void. So I think they were making up for the weaknesses of the last hero that they ended up picking.
Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, that's what any good like position 4 pick will do, though, right? Like alter their build to fill in for their team's weaknesses and cover where possible. Well, I mean, do you think this Medusa has been figured out then, Snare? Do you think they have to go for something else now for their final match?
For the final match, as we are getting into a draft now, I think the issue is that they sort of outdrafted themselves with how they run the Medusa. Normally, it does have a lot more help. I don't think that the Weaver offered the degree of assistance that was necessary for them to really succeed on the Medusa. I think we'd have to see after this game. They might not pick it, I don't think. They do have 10th overall pick, though, so it does make it a little bit more considerate for them to go for it. But I don't know, with Visage, Doom, maybe this is not the right game for Medusa. I think as well, maybe their confidence in the hero might be shaken, just seeing how easily at some point in the game LGD were able to control the hero, understanding exactly how to play around her. I wouldn't say necessarily the heroes figured out, but I think how Dandelion approaches fights with the hero in fight games like that has been figured out. So I would like to see something else from them, especially because they looked so good playing a very different style in game number 1. So, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go back to doing that.
Alrighty, let's have a look at the heroes which have been picked up so far. Then nothing super surprising on the bans this time around. LGD just not wanting to play against the Marcy. But we do have the Doom and the Visage coming out for Dandelion here. So they might be running the Doom off lane, they might be running the Doom 4, they might be running the Visage off lane or mid or safe lane. Very, very flexible from them, which I like. LGD, they were also doing a similar thing as well, where they have the Phoenix and the Monkey King as their opening heroes. Now, they have run this Phoenix in the offlane role before, and we know that Jinkyu likes playing the POS 3 Monkey, but of course it could also be a carry Monkey and a POS 4 Phoenix. So, again, very, very adaptable from them. And of course, Innocence on the Phoenix is nothing to be surprised about either. So, I kind of prefer the flexibility a little tiny bit on the side of LGD, I would say. But yeah, it's pretty even.
I mean, Zetsu also plays Doom as well, so this could be them running it in the mid lane. Lots and lots of flexibility options. It's always intriguing to me when a team just picks up one of the heroes that they believe is why they lost the previous game, and immediately we saw the Doom being picked in this one too. We did see an earlier Visage today that didn't perform that well. It was consigned to the support role, and you have to win the lane, have to be able to snowball quickly if you run it in that way. So I'm hoping that Dandelion don't do that here, and they just sort of hedge their bets, have this hero in a core role, can actually get these levels going and the items. But one thing that I find very interesting, since LGD have access to this Phoenix, I'm kind of surprised that we don't see any addressing on heroes like Mars in this draft right now. It feels like a Faith Beyond Mars would be super good with Monkey King and Phoenix in the draft. That would be pretty pog. So we'll see if LGD want to go for that. But
it would be pog, wouldn't it?
It would be amazing. I'd pick Mars. Like, I would insta pick Mars right now if I was.
Pog is not academic language, unfortunately, Snare. I'm sorry.
That's because you haven't read my dissertation, man.
Right. All right. Io is Pog, though. I see Io picked up. It's a hero that kind of fell off. I mean, it was like first pick, first ban in so many games here in the Chinese region, especially. Nomad, you pulled up those stats like every single day when we were in studio. The Io contest rate was incredibly high, but all of a sudden it wasn't picked up at all. Now we see it picked up alongside the Visage and the Doom. I don't think it really fits in this draft in particular, and it got hit with some nerfs at the earlier levels as well. Level 1 overcharge is not what it used to be.
Yeah, I really dislike this pickup, honestly. I'm hoping they have a good idea behind it. If it's Iron Medusa, I'm going to cry, but I'm hoping they have something cool to run it with. Honestly, maybe like the Bristleback or something could be an interesting one. That's something which is really underutilized, especially now that they've tried to make this Io more of a spellcaster pairing. We don't see it very often, though, but that could be something cool they could do. They're chuckling on the side of Dandelion, so, I'm expecting a curveball here as PSG.LGD bring out the old favorite, the Centaur, coming out for them. But yeah, I mean, under what conditions does the IO work?
I guess they're going to go for these Ursa conditions. I mean, it makes more sense a hero that doesn't rely as much on that attack speed when you have overpower to work with, because, again, the nerf that ended up taking place, especially at the level 1, was the overcharge attack speed down from 50
at Faith Beyond's face. He's just seen this, and he's like, okay, I'm going to have to lane as a Centaur versus an Ursa.
As the Ursa, yeah. Ricky is absolutely unhinged. That guy thinks that Centaur is super good against Ursa.
Oh. Well,
yeah.
I trust Ricky, so maybe it's not as bad as we think then.
You shouldn't trust him. Wait a minute, you spent a month in studio with that guy. You still trust him after that?
He's kind of unhinged in a trustworthy way, right? Like there's some people who are unhinged and that you never want to step foot in their room because you think they might lock the door and that's it. But Ricky's unhinged in the way where if you enter his room, you don't know if he's going to offer you like some sweets or just kick you in the head. But it's going to be a fun time either way.
Just a random friendly kick in the head.
Yeah.
Kicking out and practicing my high kicks, Nomad.
No, Ricky, no.
Back on topic of the draft here, the Centaur pickup was kind of interesting. Inside the Chinese region, more than any other place, we see the Centaur as like an answer to the Phoenix, either to like get away from the egg or get on top of it. But I guess I'm not sure that Dandelion would have picked that one up regardless. So maybe they just feel a little bit more confident with the Centaur than Centaur was in previous patches. I mean, the Hoof Stomp has been getting buffed to be 2 seconds stun at level 1. Which I think is like one of the best stuns in the game at this point.
Yeah. No, I think it's picked up as like the, it is the run away or run in hero. And having the run away against Doom, against IO Relocate as well, that's really, really nice. So I do like this Centaur pickup a lot. I think it makes sense. But I do think the lane could be a little bit tricky unless Ricky is right. That remains to be seen.
Ricky is always harping about how Ursa just gets rolled in this particular lane. In this situation, he does have Io, though. A weaker Io overall than he used to be, but it still is Io Ursa. It still is going to be a egg hero deeper into the game. It's still a hero. If you're playing Monkey King, and you dropped out Wukongs, the amount of times it can happen that Ursa runs in, kills you anyway inside your own Wukongs, armor be damned, can still happen. So certainly probably going to be Shinkyu again on that MK. And it is also a hero which I think is more active. I suppose they probably saw in that last game that, look, one of the reasons why we did so well in game number 1 was Summer was everywhere. He was involved in practically every engagement that he could. So trying to replicate that instead of just having this 1v5 type of Medusa. Neff mentioned it in the draft of the last game that the hero is not as good as 1v5ing as she used to be. LGD, let's see what Ame plays this game. I don't think he plays Void again. Okay, Wind Ranger. So he might actually be playing this MK. Even into Ursa. Neff, you cool with this? You alright with this?
I don't think that Monkey King is actually that bad into Ursa, actually. It's a very high armor hero, especially when Wukong's command is down. So Ursa actually has trouble getting through all of his HP with these Fury Swipes. So I'm cool with it, yeah. Ursa's very bad against any high armor heroes, and you can even go like Soulcrest or something towards the end of the game in order to Ursa never be able to fight into you. I'm also kind of concerned about Dandelions' ability to fight into the Centaur. It's like Nomad mentioned, the run away or run into you hero. Like, you've got no disables on your team. The only disable you have is like the Visage Bird Drop and Doom's Infernal Blade. Like, maybe if you pick up the Shard, it'll stun you for a little bit longer. Like, that is nothing.
It would have been nice if they actually had the Juicer. Not the Juicer, the Enigma. then they might have had some degree
Yeah.
of disable. But what is left here? There's no Pango, there's no Enigma, there's no Kunkka. What's in the off lane that they pick up before for Beyond? I mean, the ZC plays mostly Spirits. Is there any other big disabling hero that he plays from the mid lane, Nomad?
I'm just running through the options right now, and there doesn't seem to be many. I mean, you need a lot of magic damage, you need a lot of control. You need to pick up something crazy.
Mars in the mid.
And they'll
yeah,
go for
they end up
Mars.
going
Yeah,
for
that makes sense.
I was thinking
but
about that before they picked it. I thought of it first before they ended up dropping it. I want that to be known. Thank you.
All right, we'll get them to write that down for you.
Thanks.
You know what? I think they needed something crazier than this. I think they needed like a Shadow Fiend or something like that to come out for them. I don't think this does enough. I'm really worried about their ability to just control. I mean, look at these heroes, man. How are you going to lock them down and kill them? This is a Windrunner. This is a puck. Like, these guys aren't just going to stand still and let you beat them up. Like, I don't know. I'm worried. But I'm sure Dandelion have a plan. But I don't know what that plan is right now. So I'm going to cast my vote really early on this one. I'm going LGD game 3. I think this is a bit of a drafting issue coming out for Dandelion, but I love being wrong. What do you guys think?
Snare, you can start. I will copy your answer. I'll change it a little bit though, so nobody notices.
This is kind of tough though, because this Mars, I think, was probably the only hero that they both are comfortable with, that gives them the disable they need and can actually stand its ground versus the puck in the mid lane. So I feel like they were sort of drafted themselves into a corner. This IO just changed the options for them or what can be accomplished in this game. And now they're also going to be much more reliant on having a good start to the game. And LGD just has the ability to do stuff on the map so much more easily than Dandelion. And I generally favor the ability to initiate and to fight effectively more so than I might favor the ability to farm, because they can farm hella fast on DEC. But I think when it comes down to the fighting, LGD has got their number, and I think they're going to win this game 3. # Ricky was wrong. You led me astray.
All right, Neff.
I don't know. I think that it's going to be way too easy for PSG.LGD to take these team fights. They can't fight into the Phoenix. The Mars isn't going to fix enough of their problems. Doom, I'm pretty sure, is going to get shut down the lane as well. I'm with PSG.LGD for game number 3 here.
Alrighty, well, that's 3 votes for PSG.LGD. The game is paused, so that allows us to do a little bit of reflection. And I want to know, you think it's going to be a hard game for them. So what needs to go right for Dandelion in order for them to take this game?
I would say, oh god, a lot needs to go right for them. I mean, maybe you get like puck doom at the beginning of every fight. The way that happens is like, I don't know, a sick initiation from the Mars Spear. They've got to get like an early Orchid on like Beyond or something like that in order to set up like a doom off front of the puck, and he goes down. I think it becomes a lot easier to get on top of these heroes. But I don't know. They need to come out of the lanes ahead, and they need to shut down these heroes like super hard and find individual pickoffs and not ever have to take team fights into PSG.LGD.
All right.
And then, I don't know, man. This is rough. The more I think about it, the worse I think it is.
It's a big ask. It is a big ask. Can they pull it off? Dandelion and LGD are 1-1. How is this series going to end up? We'll find out with our deciding game 3 starting right now.
Shout out host Nomad and Neff. We need to try to figure out some plans, man. How are we gonna see this game play out? One thing that is, at the very least, that they can do, right? Game 1, Faith Beyond was able to hold that game for a very long time, almost by his ace. Beyond, if he has a good enough start, can do similar things with just trying to create as much annoyance on the map for LGD as humanly possible. Unfortunately for him, though, there are also tools to deal with Visage Familiars. Oh God, you're right. The more I think about it, the harder it gets. But
yeah,
also,
right. So, it definitely, like, I look at these team fights in the later game, I'm like, oh god, how do they make X, Y, and Z happen? Like, maybe if you end up just absolutely dominating your lane as the Ursa, things aren't so bad. But you're not off to a good start.
something actually we can talk about here. I've been theory crafting about soft counters to this IO, right? At the major, I often saw games where whenever IO would be picked early on, deeper into the draft, Wind Ranger was a very effective option. Obviously, OG did that the most, but what do you think about this hero as a sort of pseudo soft counter to this IO? Just complicating life with positioning because you can't play as cavalierly in the fights as you normally do, given that suddenly there could be a shackle shot at any given time. What do you make of that way of dealing with this little spirit ball?
I think it's a decent counter to the hero. I think Wind Rage is just like way too strong at the moment because of that Aghanim Shard. Like repositioning in Dota has always been incredibly good. The fact that you can get that at 15 minutes for only 1,400 gold is pretty insane. But yeah, lining up the angles, it becomes very easy to land the shackle shots off into two heroes, and suddenly you just like remove two people. It's kind of like playing online pool where it like lines up the shot for you with that tether. You know what I'm talking about, right?
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
But it's like, okay, I just need to shoot from this angle reasonably well. Then there'll be like the range adjustment from the shackle shot. I forget exactly what the radius on it is, or whatever the math term is. It seems like something our stats man would know, though.
The latch range, I believe it is. Yeah.
The latch range, that's what it's called.
Shinkyu obviously going to be effective in this game. Down bottom, Ame is playing the Monkey King here. We'll see. He has a variety of builds, but very much prefers going the BF normally when he does play this. What's interesting to me is going to be this Doombringer. It's a 4-position Doom. Obviously, we've seen before how effective it can be in the hands of LGD themselves. Is this going to be a rush on this Hand of Midas coming in for Tianming, or is he going to be a bit more conservative, you think, with the item build?
You want to be more conservative. You probably want to get phase boots as like your first item when you're playing up against the Monkey King. Otherwise, he just chases you out of the lane. We saw that in last game as well. Doom's first item was the phase boots before he ended up completing the Hand of Midas. They have to do the same thing again this time, I believe. The top lane is what I'm most interested in, though. We saw Summer end up taking a lot of damage at the very beginning. SJ has this headdress at the start of the game. And that's the thing a couple people have talked about. Now that you can't just like drop salves off on your carry, the best way to, like most affordable way of keeping their HP topped up is to buy a headdress as a support hero. And obviously in the IO, it's like even more effective because of the bonus that you get healing yourself off with the tether and whatnot. But this is going to be the meta now. Snare. Witness it.
Yay. The end of the Salve meta. I'm very happy, let me not lie. It's going to be pretty great. I'm very interested to see how this lane actually pans out as well, and how much farm the Ursa can get out of it, and the build that he decides to go for. Because he has to make that decision, right? Do I build into more effective fighting early on, or do I try a build to be able to contest the farm of Ame, who is most certainly going to be building BF, and he's having a good old time in this bottom lane. Not much pressure that this Visage Doom has been applying to him right now. Of course, he's got the backup of Phoenix. One lane we haven't really mentioned, though, at all is this mid lane with NTS and ZC. And, of course, the reason we haven't mentioned it is that it's going to be boring as hell, trading a farm, yada, yada, yada. Let's move on, Neff, to more interesting things. I don't think we're going to see anything interesting happen in this lane until either someone shows up middle or we get level 6s from either of them.
Yeah, probably not. Someone to make a pretty big misplay. Down at the bottom, nice dodge there. Monkey King turning himself into, what is it, a Grieveling? What's the technical term for this? Smeevils, that's what they are. Turn himself into a Smeevil real quick. Yes, it's the noise it would make if it was a Pokemon. Now, looks like getting run down here.
Tianming. They might be able to get this kill. Boundless Strike is at the ready. They throw it out, and Innocence gets the last right click out onto Tianming, and that's going to be the first blood going the way of this Phoenix. All right, good has just turned to better down in this bottom lane. And the top lane, unfortunately, they are starting to get to the point where Summer is not really feeling too threatening into the Centaur anymore. So, all across the map here, Nev, PSG.LGD having a very happy early game, especially considering how little farm this Visage is getting relative to what the Centaur is getting right now.
Centaur is doing pretty well for himself. I mean, it's pretty easy for him to come into the lane. As long as you keep Ursa's HP down reasonably low, you always have to be worried about him just turning onto you with like a quick hoof stomp and double edge. A lot of match from this power shot as well. So Ursa does have to be a little bit careful in this lane. I think Io is one of the best matchups with him to play against the Centaur lane, though. Bottom lane.
See a jump here onto Beyond, and yet again we have the Bounder Strike at the ready from Ame, so they will be able to run him down. Beyond burning away to the damage of this Innocent Phoenix, and once again finding a kill. Also, I love that this is a thing that we see Ame do all the time, where he doesn't necessarily wait to get the full Jingu stacks off before throwing in the Bounder Strike. It's more about getting that guaranteed disable and then following up with damage. It works out for them yet again, and this is not good. A Visage having a poor start to the game, barely any CS, and now you've just died? Whew. Things are starting to look very difficult for DEC already, and we're barely 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, and things don't get any easier for you once these mids hit level 6, which they have now. We talked about this is something that we're waiting for. I missed that one. What happened there, Snap?
Yeah. So what happened was that Tianming was far forward yet again, playing around this camp, and the Phoenix burned him a couple times, and then Ame realized, wait a second, I'll just get Primal Spring at level 5. Sweet. Mid lane, we do finally see these 6s being in effect. Dreamcoil and Arena committed. SJ comes in with the tether to try and keep the Smalls alive. And how much turnaround potential do they have here? Not enough, but they do manage to chase away these ganking duos. Innocence came in to try and assist with the kill. They don't get it. Okay, this is good times for the side of Dandelion to keep this mid hero alive. Unfortunately, without the IO being around, Summer is now struggling 1v1 versus Faith Beyond, and he's gonna find himself not really being able to get as far forward as he just was.
Yeah, the timing of that failed mid gank is actually pretty beneficial for Dandelion for two reasons. The second, the first one being what you just mentioned. The second one being the fact that the 6-minute runes had just spawned. So you managed to get that illusion rune uncontested. You spent a lot of time off the map. You could have been on it on the puck. You managed to pick up that illusion. So it does slow down Nothing to Say's game just a little bit. But still, 2K net worth advantage here for PSG.LGD 3-0 as well.
There seems to be the trend in today's games where LGD are getting off to a much better start farm-wise. And oh my gosh, it is really, really worrying for me just how much farm they're getting. And the distribution on farm on DC is still not looking hot for Beyond on this Visage. You need to try and figure out a way to help him out, but it's not that easy. Even if you do bring the Mars down to this bottom lane, you don't guarantee kills onto this Monkey King and force him off the lane just yet. So a lot of difficult decisions to be made about how to play this game out from the side of Dandelion. And PSG.LGD, they also don't have to worry about the late game, right? So you don't have to rush anything if you're them. You're just like, well, if we're winning this farm war, we can just keep winning the farm war, get to a point where we win almost by proxy and automatically in this game. So this early game is looking quite nice. Top lane, Faith Beyond got off the Hoof Stomp. Here comes Innocence though. Faith Beyond does not have level 6 and has already committed the Hoof Stomp, so they can't kill any of these heroes. But just a couple of spells committed by Phoenix and immediately the entire lane has to back off to the safety of the tier 1.
Yeah, whenever Phoenix comes in, they have to be way more careful. I don't think they're at threat of actually going down up until Faith Beyond hits his level 6, though. But they do have tower dive potential with the Stampede plus the Vanguard that he's completed. Meanwhile, up in the mid lane, Puck, he's got Dream Coil available again. It looks like they're making a rotation for the 8-minute rune, as well as potentially trying to find a kill off of Zetzi. He's got a lot of HP. He's difficult to bring down as a strength hero. If he tries to contest this rune, though, yeah, he might be in a little bit more trouble.
It's on the other side. Instead, they just go ahead and commit the arena. Zetzi, though, misses the spear. 2-hero Dream Coil with some magic damage from the puck. They really want to try and find this kill, and Innocence will help provision the necessary damage for both of them as they bring down both the Doom and the Mars. And guess what? While this is happening, Beyond is getting solo killed by Army in this bottom lane. It has all gone to hell in a handbasket. Of 2K gold lead has now turned into a 4K gold lead. 6 kills completely unanswered so far. And PSG.LGD just in complete dominant form. Well, looks like the vacation that they took when they were playing against eHome, it's over right now. Prime LGD is coming back, my friend.
Yeah, it looks like it. Another small little play the puck ended up making is before he ended up winning rifting, dropping his Q and through them, he ended up walking through them with the Stampede on him as well. He's like, okay, I need to slow them down for just half a second here. So they're 2.5 seconds slow one of the heroes, where they're basically just not moving, stuck in place.
Rough game.
Yeah.
Rough game. And unfortunately, it doesn't necessarily get much easier. There's no one massive item that they just pick up and immediately everything changes. The Blink will help when it eventually comes from the Mars, but top, they need to be careful because they're bringing in Ame. Ursa needs to get the hell up out of here. He's getting jumped on right now. And here's Ame going for SJ. He's going to try to find the easy kill. Does have Tether available though to go far and far away. But unfortunately, so is Shin Q. Can he get the pool shot? The Q is not going to be there. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him in that way. And SJ barely manages to survive getting onto the high ground.
Yeah, pops his magic stick as well, so just enough heal up with the HP that he doesn't want to continue upward like that.
Well, Summer's in a lot of danger right now. Shin Q has access to the shackle shot soon as well. Can't really find the angle. The Tumbler's Toy did bring him forward, but Summer had already moved beyond the trees. So they'll just happily claim the tier 1 tower in the top lane, take away the IO's life, consolidate control in the dire jungle. And we haven't seen any kind of commensurate move made on the other side of the map here, Neff. Dandelion still struggling to string together a plan of what to do to help recover in this game.
Well, they don't have a very quick plan at the moment, unfortunately. Phoenix doesn't quite manage to land that Infernal Blade, unfortunately. Didn't have the level 6 to be able to follow up with a Doom and be able to bring him down anyways. Could have popped the Supernova if he was in too much trouble. But yeah, feel like they have a plan that soon either. I mean, you look at some of these heroes. The Ursa, he's still working on his Battle Fury. Visage, I'm not sure what he's going for at the moment. We talked about Orchid probably being his first important item. Mars still super far away from any sort of item. He's like 3.4k net worth. He had almost 11 minutes in. Mars is so far behind. He needs a blink if he wants to be able to get on top of these heroes. So, again, we thought about how difficult it would be like if they don't come out of those lanes like super far ahead, and they're actually behind at 10 minutes into the game. I feel like PSG.LGD are well on the road to just being able to run Dandelion over. They're going to need a miracle in order to get back into this one.
I mean, they're substantially behind as well, right? It's a 5k gold lead, 7 kills ahead. Top lane, they're getting a jump as well. Oh no, they can't afford to be losing this Doom. And Tianming, we are almost 12 minutes into the game, still have no access to the Doom for the squad. And they're not done just yet. They immediately have a smoke up on 2 heroes in this mid lane. ZC, his troubles might just be compounding, but they're drawing the line elsewhere. They want to move bottom. They want to catch out Beyond. Beyond's game has not been easy. Only 3k net worth at this point. If he dies again, not really sure. You're asking what items is he going to build first. Does he even get items in this game, Neff? Especially after this death that's coming. Summer will stay alive for now. They use the Stampede. They're actually going for ganks on multiple places on the map. They draw the Mars to the top lane. So that means that there's no support available for Beyond and bottom. Faith Beyond catches the arena and will end up dying here. So there's something getting picked up right now for the side of Dandelion. Their first kill on the map. But I'm not sure this is worth it. They've just lost 2 birds and the Visage down bottom. They might be pushing in onto the tower. They lost the courier as well.
With a
Game is not
broadsword on
easy.
it.
Game is not easy.
Man had a broadsword on his courier before he ended up going down. He stampeded on top of it as he went, so he's a minute and 20 seconds without that one. They are on the board now, though.
Oof. That's a start. That's a start.
You don't sound impressed.
I mean, I'm looking at Shin-Q about to have more net worth than the offlane Visage. And I'm asking myself, all right, so once they get this Blink Dagger, we already have issues with initiation from the side of DEC. They're going to get over-initiated on very soon. Summer tanks an initiation right now. In fact, will end up dying. They drop the Supernova down. They will be able to kill SJ as well. Supernova does get removed from play. First Doom of the game going out onto the puck, but they're focusing onto ZC first. He will not die just yet, as Beyond at the very least able to get a double kill by killing the puck. Will they get more out of this? It doesn't seem so, because Ame is now here on cleanup duty, taking down this Mars. They found the stun onto Tianming. Hope Stomp will follow that up. Sure, they're trying with these Visage drops, but trying is the operative word here, as they still end up dying. A 4-for-2 engagement happens here in the dire triangle. And PSG.LGD once more just turning up this pressure, and Ame just turning up to all these early fights here, Nev.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely didn't go well for them, but you did end up getting a decent chunk of XP there, so your heroes will kind of catch back up, even when you take a disadvantaged team fight like that one, when you're this far behind. So, a small victory, kind of. We'll see. He actually ends up going for a Crimson Guard here on the Centaur. I mean, this is pretty useful against the Visage.
Yeah.
This item got buffed as well, ended up increasing the damage block to 75, so now it blocks the full Visage damage up to the 3 points in the birds.
Which is quite a lot of damage, and we're very far away from getting to the point where we have more damage coming out of these familiars for Beyond. Still really struggling for relevance in this game. That double kill really did help, though, to juice his fortunes, but we'll talk about it in a second. Unfortunately, SJ's fortunes haven't changed in that direction just yet, finding himself having to run away with the Stampede. There is a Dream Coil that did end up being committed onto ZC. They keep the Ursa and the IO away from the fight, and they're thinking of re-engaging here. ZC does have the Blink Arena. Will he actually go for this one? I don't know, boys. This is one of those, this sort of reminds me of that Game 1 situation where they took that massive fight after all the ultimates were used by LGD. And they were like, we're strong enough to fight. It's like, even without the ultimates, that's probably not true. So I'm very glad to see that they realize this and they stay away from that engagement.
Yeah, and just very quickly to brush on that Crimson Guard on the Centaur. I mean, it is such an unpopular item, and this will only be the 6th time it's been picked up on Centaur in the entirety of 7.31, which is kind of surprising. And it has been the fastest, but, you know, fastest out of 6. I guess there's some kind of merit to that, so good job, Centaur. Good job, Fabian. 7 records non-stop, baby.
Wait, so there's been 6 picked up already? I mean, just that is an interesting stat, because I'm pretty sure it wasn't picked up nearly as often in the previous patch.
I mean, we're not talking about D here, we're just talking about 7.31 in total.
Oh, even that's an interesting stat. I mean, the fact that this was picked up despite how many games we had on C, it's 7.31 in general.
Yeah.
How many Centaur games were there, by the way? Oh, we'll talk about it in a second. As he's busy
174.
looking, SJ dies, down, bottom, Summer dies. Oh, well, actually, at this point, it's sort of academic seeing the Ursa die like that. 174 games, 6 pickups. We'll give it to Faith Beyond. We'll allow it. We'll allow it.
Middle tower is under attack.
He's
Thanks,
number one.
I'm sure he cares a lot about our judgment on him.
We'll see if it helps him survive this gank that's coming in towards him right now. He does have the Crimson Guard activated. There's going to be the Doom, though. These 3 heroes, this is not a fast kill. If there was any support here, I'd be very worried about Dandelion. And they need to get away quickly because the smoke gank is coming in from PSG.LGD. ZC, though, what a time to be alive. Gets the vision onto Ame, prevents him from throwing in on that fight. SJ, did he really TP onto that outpost? Really? That actually happened? Okay. Well, he's dead now, unfortunately, as a result of this. So they don't get what they really wanted, which was a core kill. But they do find the support in that situation from LGD with the very large wraparound coming in.
Yeah, I mean, he TPs to the outpost. He thinks he'd be able to like tether to the low ground, but he ends up getting interrupted with a shackle shot in the middle of that one. The shackle shot coming out a little bit quicker than that tether ends up connecting with heroes. Skank comes out, it scouts out the heroes, and so Summer just runs all the way back into his tier 2 tower.
Oof. Summer's really struggling, man. He just got this Battle Fury now, and he still needs several minutes of uninterrupted farm to become a relevant force in this game, but LGD is certainly not going to allow that. And look how much farm they have on their heroes. Like, Ame decided not to go for the Battle Fury. He went for this heavy fighting build, Echo Saber into the Maelstrom now. Shinkyu has the Blink. It's literally flying in as we speak. They've got Blink, Witchblade on Nothing to Say. Just feel like it's going to be such a long time before Summer can do anything, and especially not without BKB. Without this BKB, he's going to be food in half of these engagements. SJ, unfortunately, you're just food no matter what. End up getting taken down by this puck right now.
That was quick. You ended up going down very fast there. Yeah, you did end up going for the Battle Fury in the Ursa, though. You were just talking about Battle Fury on the Monkey King. This, again, it's a sign that they don't plan on playing this one that fast, and I don't see them coming back into this one. I feel like I'm beating the dead horse with how far behind they are here. They managed to find a couple recovery kills, like they found 4 this game. But the later this goes, the easier it is for PSG.LGD to like take advantage of where the heroes are on the map, especially with how much they control. It becomes that much more difficult for them to find these solo pickoffs off on the heroes, I feel.
BKB now up for Ame. Opting for that over and above finishing the Maelstrom right now. So he's hella strong if he desires to show up to any given engagement. And that engagement will be happening in this top lane as Summer has been scouted out, still lacks access to this BKB. SJ, you know what you need to do, buddy. You know what you need to do. Thank you. Does the right thing. Gets them out of there. That was close, though. Nothing to say. Dropped the Dream Coil in just a moment too late for that one.
Yeah,
and DEC, they're considering this re-engage here. They've got several heroes around the outpost.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is going to be very painful for SJ as they realize that they do need to leave him behind.
Oof. Ouch. Wants the kill for Ame. Very painful. Mid lane, though, they're jumping onto Nothing to Say here. ZC not going to be committing any spells because he got hit with the Waning Rift. And will they do anything? Oh, what a Hoof Stomp coming in onto Tianming. Faith Beyond catches out this Doom. There will be no Doom available. He's very far away from towards getting Blink Dagger, but he realizes he's not actually going to get there. Switches up to buying BKB instead. But they're just getting rolled over everywhere. This Doom, haven't felt any of his presence, haven't really felt the presence of the Visage. But with, you know, the thing we were talking about in the draft, Neff, their lack of ability to do anything on their own initiative. All they can do, it feels like, is just react to what LGD does and hope LGD makes a mistake. And now they have to hope again, because this bottom lane, Summer is in danger. That's the shackle shot we wanted. There we go. 2 heroes lined up perfectly for Shinkyu. Both heroes dead in an instant.
Quick work of them as well. And yeah, the kind of waiting for PSG to make a mistake. And this is not a team that makes very many mistakes, unfortunately. Did make one in the top lane just now. Ended up getting caught up by himself there on the Monkey King. Looks like, yeah, ended up catching him with the arena. I didn't see the start of that one, but, you know, thankfully with Death Submarines, with Dota Plus, for the only low price of, what, $4.99 a month Canadian?
No. So what they did is they had this Obs Ward on the high ground.
Magic voodoo money. It might as well be Monopoly money to the rest of us, though.
I was comparing my money to like the US dollar. Not great right now. But anyways, he ends up dropping the arena on him, sees what tree he's jumping to, and then of course the skill shot of the arena. Difficult to land on a Monkey King hopping to a tree.
But he got it. And Vision wins games. Vision win games. We see it happening right now for DC. They find a big kill. I mean, that's also huge that it happened at the same time as they just lost Summer. That's one of those like comeback mechanisms that at the very least the opposing carry isn't super farming whilst we're still waiting to respawn. Interestingly enough, they decide to smoke.
I think the best thing about that kill was that they decided to, Ame decided to die the moment Neff said, LGD don't make any mistakes. Really just catching the day in his face there and making him look like a gold dummy.
Cool stuff, cool stuff. All right, you end up getting enough gold from that the kill as well on Beyond there that we can finish up this Wraith pack. So now they've got the Spooky Skull for these team fights. This is kind of a big deal, despite the nerfs.
It is a big deal, but a bigger deal, I think, is going to be these next several minutes that LGD can play with this Aegis on Ame. That kind of move that got him killed won't really happen again now. And DEC, very unfortunately for them, they were going for like a smoke maneuver with the Ursa IO whilst that was happening, so get nothing really. I'm very concerned about their damage prospects going forward now that we have a BKB available for Ame. This Lincoln Sphere coming very shortly for nothing to say to prevent the Doom. So now suddenly, the ways that, even the meager ways that they could have had to start these fights themselves are starting to look much more unlikely. Top lane, ZC, was almost caught out. If Shin-Q could have gotten a teeny bit closer there, would have been able to find him, but not going to be the case. He TP's out at the last second. Although that was a nice attempt by Shin-Q, using the Gale Force to push him closer so you can try to reach him with the Shackle Shot.
Yeah. Beyond, now going to go on down here in the bottom lane. Spooky Skull not going to save him, unfortunately.
Ouch.
Now he's trying to find
Bird's probably going to die here as well.
Yeah. There's one, the other, not long for this world.
Okay, so you got no birds, you just died on your Visage. The map is slowly but steadily shrinking away from you. They're going for another smoke maneuver, but all they have to find here and claim is innocence. You know what? You will take it given the state of the game right now, but that's if they get here in time. Faith Beyond is also en route, coming to the top lane. Innocence will get heated up with the Stampede, and here comes Nothing to Say with the turnaround. 2 heroes caught inside the Dream Coil, and now Faith Beyond blinks forward for a 3-hero hoof stomp. ZC burned away by the Sunray. Summer attempting to TP out, will not be allowed to do so, as Nothing to Say has more than enough magic damage to turn that into a double kill. 4 heroes were dead on the map at once, 3 from this fight. Visage just respawned, and this entire map, Neff, just feeling like you should just stay inside the base. Well, the one survivor, Tianming, unfortunately, they didn't want to have you feel left out, my G. So they find him, they kill him, and he can join his buddies in the fountain.
That is so rough. I mean, you're desperate to get a kill at this point in the game, so you drop the arena, but his dive managed to make it outside first. The Stampede comes out. Like, they held that Stampede for so long. They knew what they were doing there on PSG.LGD, baiting them as forward as they could. If the Dream Coil actually off onto 3, and the Hoof Stomp to follow that one up as well. That was sick team play there by LGD and Dandelion. Just keeping that Phoenix on the string and kept pulling him along, getting them to come closer and closer to that tower where they could TP in and help.
Dota 2, beautiful game. Love to see it. I'm sure Dandelion is maybe struggling to appreciate the beauty in Dota right now for themselves, but for the rest of us, we are very much enjoying what we're seeing from PSG.LGD as they are controlling the whole map, choking them into the base. We still, unfortunately here, Neff, still don't have access to this full BKB from Summer. I think it might be coming now.
No, he built a Blink
Dagger. He changed his mind. Oh, he built Blink. Oh, no. He needs BKB. Can't play this game without BKB. So they're still not going to have any fighting prowess for the next however long. And it looks like he's not even queuing up the item, going for the Basher instead.
Yeah, but I think he figures, we talked about this at the start. They don't have enough lockdown. The only thing they have right now is this Mars. So he's like, okay, I want to be able to get on top of a hero if Mars doesn't have the arena. And Blink Dagger Basher is what's going to allow me to do that. So maybe you can find a kill off the Centaur or Phoenix once you have that one done. But even then, it's not easy. I think he's realizing it's like, okay, if I build a defensive item, I might not die right away, but I'm not going to find any kills. You're kind of going for the high risk, high reward play with the Blink Basher.
Oh no!
They bought the Mithril Hammer first, though, so he can't change his mind. That's the logic behind that one. Yeah, it looks like they're running straight at him.
Ooh, gets back at the last second. SJ will not be as lucky. Gale Force slowing down Summer. They really wanted that kill instead. IO does give up his life for the cause there. A bit unfortunate to end up dying, but much better than losing the Ursa under these same circumstances. And Ursa switched back. I think he's heard us enough. He's like, alright, man, I need this BKB. It's really bad. They still don't have any of them. 25 minutes into the game.
They've got it on Doom.
BKB. Do they have it on Doom now?
Yep. There's a Mithril Hammer on his courier.
Sweet.
Yeah. I think it's flying out to him now. Yeah, it is.
If
They're
it
looking
it
for
there,
Ursa.
man.
If it makes it there
People
before
in
they
front
make
of
it to
him.
him.
Summer, oh no, Summer gets caught out. You know, there's a BKB coming for Doom, but there's no BKB en route for the Ursa. And on the bright side, it hurts that they lost the Ursa, but he does scout out these heroes so they can reroute the courier and keep the BKB alive. It's okay. It's fine.
Yeah, okay,
Everything's fine.
that first BKB is coming. He might change his mind again on this Ursa. I think he's got enough money for the Basher now. He could complete this one up if he wanted to, but again, he's not positive what it is that he wants. One bad team fight inside the base is really all it's going to take for PSG.LGD to close this game out. Aegis Instinct expiring.
That happened outside of the base because they went in for the Gale Force. Dude, oh my god, look at ZC. They forced out the 9-second BKB. It literally just arrived for him. Already been popped. And now they can't really go for that fight. You were mentioning the nerfs to this BKB item. It's a now a much bigger duration where they feel not really that great about pursuing an engagement themselves. ZC does port to the tier 2 tower down bottom as if he's posturing for a fight, but without BKB, just get back into the base, mate. This is a dangerous place to be.
Yeah, especially with all the vision up on the hill here. It's in Q, the Observer Ward. Now they're behind the tier 2 themselves. I mean, this is the last outer tower that they have here. Want to be able to clean this one up, keep them boxed into their base. They might wait for the next Roshan if they feel like they have to even.
15k gold lead, Faith Beyond. Well, he shows us what he thinks about waiting for Rose. As he makes the initial jump here, Stampede gets committed, and there's going to be the Supernova. There's nothing they can do to deal with this. Ursa has no BKB, so he cannot approach the egg, and they get that kill onto ZC. Unfortunately, it did cost a lot of HP out of the Centaur, so they do find that kill. Now Ame finding himself getting doomed up. They do not have an Aegis. In a sense, already committed the Supernova. Soul Assumption jumps and kills him. They will have enough damage to bring him down. The question is, can they chase down Ame? BKB is going to be at the ready. Oh, doesn't have access to it, and there's the damage coming in from Summer. Finally getting the kill. Will he chase Nothing to Say down? He will be able to get himself away at the very least. But everything is now starting to, at the very least, look better for DEC. They mounted defense. LGD turning out to be a bit overzealous. You were right, Neff. They needed the Aegis to make that push, and they get punished for not having it.
Yep, I'm going to let my stats man Nomad break down that fight for you.
Oh damn, I'm being brought in. I mean, honestly, that's the Blink Dagger, right? Like the whole time, the Blink Dagger Basher is about trying to allow the Ursa to actually play the game. Like BKB would allow them to kind of get into the middle of the fights whilst they're happening, but they just wanted a fight where they could wait out the big spells and then jump in afterwards. And yeah, huge doom on the Monkey King. You know, Ame being a little bit too front heavy there, not waiting for Aegis. A little bit of overzealousness on LGD, but also really, really nicely played from Dandelion.
Dandelion will end up losing Tianming now as the Doom goes down. It was a bit unfortunate for Summer because he blinked into a shackle shot that must have made Shin-Q laugh, but they still ultimately end up being able to take over the fight. Nicely done by them, and he's getting some additional farm. Suddenly he's top 2 in net worth, Neff. Feeling a lot bigger, and if he gets to the Satanic, I mean, there is a universe where this Ursa can become a huge problem for LGD. So the more fights like that happen in their favor, the closer that universe comes to reality. Unfortunately, what's not going to help is a dead Beyond, and if he doesn't leave very soon, he's gonna find himself brought down. Nothing to Say. Does he catch him? Woo!
He gets the birds. Exactly what he wanted.
Oh,
that's the real hero. 8 seconds until he can resummon it. And it looks like it's going to be a reasonably fast Roshan respawn, just under a minute, so 45 seconds left. This is, I think, one of the last things they need to be able to actually push the high ground. That and maybe the 25 talent on the Monkey King will help them a little bit. The additional Wukong's command ring makes it super hard to push to them as the enemies are going for objectives. At least stop them be able to take these things. But they smoke up now. They want to take advantage of the fact that some of these things are on cooldown. Roshan isn't back up. They know that Dream Coil isn't available. Like, this is probably as good of an opportunity you're going to get for a fight outside your base. But the positioning from PSG.LGD is very good at the moment. They get inside the pit. And if they run up the hill here, instantly they'd get popped and Puck would just be able to blink back.
Unfortunately for them, they don't find anything. Roshan up in a couple seconds, but no one's in the pit. Now LGD themselves are going to smoke. Faith Beyond revealed at the forefront of this.
Yeah.
Steal away this Haste Rune as well. Let's see if he's going to want to try and go up the hill here. He's hella tanky. They commit the Stampede. They want to try and find a fight. Who is he going to come across? They find ZC, but ZC will get off the arena with the BKB to keep himself alive here. Jump in, Faith Beyond onto Summer. No, Summer doesn't have SJ nearby him, so it doesn't get relocated out. No buyback for the Ursa. That's 60 seconds in the grave with no other options. And that opens up the Roshan pit now. They've already claimed this outpost. We'll see if they want to go into the pit, but first they're hunting. They're looking for ZC in the top lane. Shin-Q opens up this account with the Shackle Shot, and with NTS following this one up, there's no
Just
escape
TP
for
out.
ZC.
Oh.
Can't TP up, my friend, because Monkey King is here with the Boundless Strike, and Ame locks him down long enough for nothing to say to finish him off. And look at that. Guess who just came back into the fray? The big man is up. All these heroes are down, so that means that we are going to go get a free Aegis and a shard for PSG.LGD.
Yep, and they're doing all they can elsewhere on the map. Looks like Team's going to shove in the bottom lane, drops a deep observer ward down there. But yeah, this Roshan, pretty free. The kill off onto this Marv was pretty nice. I was confused why they ended up just committing the Shackle Shot right away. I'm like, oh man, he's just going to jump out. They've got no way of interrupting this one right now. But of course, there's Ame, cleanup crew. Managed to hit him with that Boundless Strike. This one probably going to go away the Monkey King yet again. He's the one hitting the buildings here. Still pretty far off having an additional ring at level 25, but I imagine they'll be able to breach at least one set of racks with this Aegis.
Who took the shard? Let's see. Who did take the shard? Because Gale Force has already bought themselves. I think they gave it to Centaur. Because I think Phoenix had their own shard earlier on in the game. So we now have the Centaur with the double edge, and it's getting ran down right now potentially by Summer. Summer did get off the enrage, but the Gale Force pushing him into a very awkward position. And now without the enrage and no BKB dies, SJ came in for a potential save but could not crack it. At the same time, Tianming dies inside of his base as well. We'll have access to buyback and Doom, but Faith Beyond almost 6k HP right now, just chilling. They kill the IO as well, who also has buyback, but without Summer, I don't know how they kill any of these bigger heroes. PSG.LGD just running them over, and they actually have no idea either. They just throw in the towel map. GG, well played is called, and PSG.LGD will not go down losing 2 games back to back. They will deliver the first loss to Dandelion Esports Club, and they will remind us all why they are the best of the best of the best.
A magnificent performance in game number 1 from Team Dandelion, but in the end, it wasn't enough to carry them through the whole series. LGD, they find that magic, they bring it back, and they are able to claim themselves their first series victory out of 2 games here in the China DPC. And you can see what it means to these guys. Nothing at all. It is business as usual. This is the outcome they expected, it's the outcome they wanted, and it's just another day in the office for PSG.LGD. But Dandelion, they are a team with so much hype behind them, so much momentum behind them, and the fact they even pushed LGD to 3 games should be enough to convince you that these guys deserve to be here. These guys are legit, and these guys earned their place in Division 1, and they are meant to be here. And I think the other teams will be scared of them for sure, but LGD, of course, finding their magic at last. And in this final game, it all came down to just a really convincing laning stage, a really convincing early mid, and Ame, I think, in both of these games, putting in a very aggressive performance. And I'm wondering if this is something to do with Dandelion and their reliance on these harder carries. That kind of means that if they start moving around as 5 earlier on PSG.LGD, then maybe that kind of unlocks a way of playing against Dandelion, which they can't really stand up to, because in both the Void game, we saw Ame making early rotations, being super in their faces, and game number 2, exact same thing, but with a Monkey King. You know, they just start playing actively, and all of a sudden, Dandelion, they look like an entirely different team. Do you think this is something we'll see other teams maybe trying to replicate against them, Neff?
Potentially. I think they did a decent job at punishing this one. The hardest thing, the biggest thing I want to take away from game number 3 is how you didn't deal that well with what PSG ended up drafting. You're kind of everywhere, all over the place. You had a bunch of super strong heroes on your side on Dandelion, but no cohesive plan, I want to say. Again, the more we thought about it, the harder this game seemed. And ZC definitely didn't end up getting that Blink Dagger fast enough for them to be able to take these sick team fights. I mean, early on, we could take a look at, some of these earliest kills. It's already 9-1 at this point. This is one of the decent fights they ended up taking. I believe this is the one they ended up getting the Doom off onto the puck. He ends up just walking straight in there. Cleaning up the Supernova as well. They're too far forward. And this is the only times where there were signs of life from Dandelion, where PSG.LGD ended up feeling invincible. So less of... I hate putting it like this, but less of like super sick team play out of PSG.LGD. More of big draft mistakes coming out from Dandelion in this last game. Maybe they got a little bit too in their own head, lost in the sauce here as they picked up all these heroes that are strong in their own rights, but not that great together.
Yep. We never got to see there were combo potentials from LGD, right? The amount of times we're going to keep seeing it in these replays. Like one spell leads magnificently into the other for an entire team. The only time that looks really good for DEC is when they find one hero, find them in arena, doom them, drop stone birds on them. Then, oh, okay, we have enough damage to kill some of these beefier cores, but in terms of overall team prowess, it just did not look so good. I mean, they have no option to even get a 2 heroes done in the same way that Shin Q could accomplish here. They're just... I also hate going back to the draft. It's a very trite thing to say, but they couldn't do anything with these heroes. You could also see Beyond was often very frustrated not being allowed to play Dota, and he can't actually get forward. He can't make any proactive moves. He has to sort of hope and pray that ZC catches an amazing arena spear, because if he doesn't, then what do they have? And here we're going to see it. Oh, this was just pain and suffering. 3 heroes in the Dream Coil, hoof stomp on all of them, and worse yet, the Supernova stays alive.
Yeah, Supernova stays alive, the Phoenix gets low. I mean, it was a kind of common theme in this game is that the kills were just so much easier for LGD. But, you know, I do think lanes were also really, really important here as well. I think, you know, they needed to have a better idea on how to play this vision side of Dandelion. It's worked for them in the past where they've been able to get this vision and just absolutely walk through the laning phase, but it didn't really work this time around. The hero was punished quite a bit. And just these early rotations, you know, you need to make sure you have the vision down. You need to make sure you're responding to it. You can't let nothing stay play puck and then dominate the early game like this. Because this is what he wants to do. This is what he's going to try and do every single time. And if he does, then you're going to have a really tricky time on your hands. If he doesn't, I feel like, as I said before, puck doesn't have many fallback options. If he doesn't get the early game aggression going, the hero does feel quite weak at the moment because you don't have those kind of utility items to fall back on anymore, just because the Ags is so weak, in my opinion. So yeah, it's just not okay to let Nothing to Say have free games, as it always has been. You know, on any hero he plays, you have to have a plan. And
they did that very well previously. I mean, they shut down his Lina so well. The heroes that jumped on top of him. So again, they kind of got lost in the sauce as things went on. Great initial plan, but like you mentioned, getting Not to Say the puck where he can outplay you, things become more difficult when you don't have enough of a plan.
Yeah, and I don't think the Mars was the right pick.
I'm okay with the Mars, but I'll still die on this hill that this game was actually impossible without BKB. Honestly, I can't believe it that Ursa didn't have BKB this entire game. I can understand like the rationale for the items you got instead of BKB, but only once did we actually see him just killing anybody being allowed to get forward, because every other time immediately all the disables in the world get targeted onto him, and they know they can target him because they're like, okay, Arena's already been used, BKB's already popped from ZC. Who else actually does damage? Nobody. So just disables one guy, we win the fight practically automatically. It felt too easy for them to take these fights. Everything just went south from the beginning, and yeah. If they had gotten, I think, who it was you, Neff, that was saying in the draft that this IO, no, it was you, Nomad. You're like, as they pick the IO, you're like, you don't like this. This doesn't feel like it works for those lineup or for DEC in general. And yeah, I don't think we should see IO from them in future. Something more proactive that allows them to do more effective things on the map. If they had Wind Ranger, for example, that would have been way better than having the IO in the circumstances they had it in.
Yeah, IO is a niche hero, and I think to make him work, you need something which combos really nicely with the way that Overcharge is now, which is kind of like, as I mentioned, like more of a spell casting / right-click amplifying. You want a hero which can do both. I don't think Ursa is that hero. And like the thing is, these traditional IO pairings like CK and S, I feel like they just don't get buffed up enough. Even I think Tiny still works, but the heroes which don't do much spell damage, they just, due to constant nerfs onto Overcharge, it just doesn't work anymore. And you know, you're basically committing one hero to buff up your carry. That's all it does. That's almost its entire skill set is to buff up and enable your carry in many different ways. So firstly, you need your carry to have a good lane. IO doesn't really help with that. And you need your carry to be able to be in an advantageous position. And when you have a support which can't really play that aggressively, that makes it even more difficult. So yeah, you need to have a really, really good plan. You know, it needs to be like thought about a lot beforehand, and you need to do it against someone who isn't LGD, because these guys are not going to let you get away with it any single day of the week. They know exactly how to punish this hero, you know? And I think that's, again, if a hero gets nerfed and it's not as strong as it used to be, and it was the most contended hero of the last patch, you need to consider that everyone is going to have many, many plans in their playbook about how to answer this hero. And that fundamentally cannot change unless there's massive, massive reworks to the hero. And when it's being nerfed, that is extremely unlikely to happen. So again, you know, just I really do question this one. I didn't like the draft at all from Dandelion, which is a shame because I think they proved in game number 1 that they can fight toe-to-toe with LGD when given the opportunity, but they put themselves in a position where they weren't able to do that, and now LGD end up with a win. But I'm hoping that somehow, some way, there'll be some other tournament. We'll get to see these teams fight again, because that game 1 was so damn entertaining that I just want to see them fight on an even footing. And at the end of the season, I think that Dandelion will have improved to the point where they will be able to take down LGD in the future. They'll work on these mistakes. They will improve, and they will be back. And I'm sure they've got plenty of following behind them, which means we can move on to our next series of the day, and that one is going to be Extreme Gaming versus Vici in a best of 3. The first game for both of these teams here in the Division 1. So guys, make sure you stick around for that one. We are going to throw it over to a short break, but when we come back, those two teams will be battling it out in their debut matches. I'm very excited. Nef's very excited. Snare's very excited. And you should be excited too. We'll see you in about 5 minutes for that game.
成为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。 英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前心暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
I'll give you my cock.
We are back again, as fast as that PA was in that race, as we get into the next series of the day, and it is Avicii Gaming versus Extreme Gaming, battling it out in a best of 3, and it's both of these teams' debut. So I think it's a good chance to, look back, put on those retro spectacles, and consider how these teams did in the past season. Because, of course, Extreme Gaming, as expected, they were able to get through to the regional finals, but unfortunately, they got taken out by LGD when they were there. Meanwhile, Vici Gaming, they're a team which has been through a lot of changes over time. They have been ups and they have been down, and they have been all around. And in the end, they unfortunately were not able to make it through to those regional finals. So, what are your thoughts on both of these teams coming into, starting with Vici Gaming? And do you think that they're on the path to success, Black?
They have certainly improved quite a bit ever since Yang joined the team. For me, what has always been the big question mark is how do they play around Erika? Because for me, like in a lot of those teams, the carry is really the person that feels like the odd one out sometimes. And if they manage to really integrate them into their strategies and into their just overall team movements a little bit better, then I think they can definitely get top 4 this time around. But they were pretty close even last time, where they added Yang like halfway through. Now that he's here from the beginning, much better chance.
All right.
And I'm curious about what you think of. I guess I shouldn't be also trying to hog Black all to myself and his opinions, but Extreme Gaming is a team that I thought would end up coming in first. They'd kind of replace PSG.LGD at the top of the region, and they didn't end up doing that. They ended up falling off a little bit more as the season went on. But season 3, PSG.LGD looks a little bit more shaky. Is it time for Extreme Gaming to be the new champions? I think so. I'm a massive fan of Paparazzi, especially when I got to watch him earlier on in the first season play against.
Wait, just for my personal understanding. So you said you thought they were gonna get first in the second season.
Yes.
And now you think they're gonna get first again in the third season.
Yes.
So you think they ironed out the problems they had previously, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'm a big fan of the team too. I like all the players on the team. Paparazzi mid lane, when he played in Europe, I watched like almost all of his games. Like he was just destroying everybody. So
Yeah.
he doesn't quite have that same like scare factor that he had in those European pubs. Obviously, it's a professional game, but if they can just make sure that he has a perfect game, I feel like he might even be better than Somnus, which is a statement, I know, but Paparazzi is really good. He's really good.
I mean,
go ahead, Nomad.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of similarities to be drawn between the two players, and actually a lot of similarities to be drawn between the two teams. I mean, RNG and Extreme Gaming are both two teams which have a super experienced and strong support duo. They have a very, very experienced offlaner. They have a mid laner who's mechanically skilled beyond all recognition, and then a relatively new carry player who's, been pretty exposed to the tier 1 scene and brought up into the ranks of these pro games, and they now have to fill in really, really big shoes. But Lou is, he's been around a little bit longer, he's been with the team a little bit longer, so it's really cool to see his development, and he's definitely got the confidence to come into it. So they definitely have the stability on Extreme Gaming, which puts them ahead of RNG. But versus Vici, these are two very different teams, Vici and Extreme.
Yeah, I've got to ask a question though. You guys know I'm a carry expert, so I'm gonna ask both of you: how do you feel Lou has been developing after he joined Extreme Gaming? Has he been doing very well on the team? How is he like gelling with them? Like, what's the status?
Can I answer that one? I'll start. I think when you switch over from being like a pub player to being on a pro team, there's like a small period of time where you learn a lot and you improve very quickly. And then after that, I think you kind of go backwards. You try to develop a new play style. I think Lou's kind of fallen into that one a little bit, where he learns to work around his team a little bit more instead of his team working around him. Because of that, his performances haven't been as insane. But I think he's improving as a player, and we're now getting to that point where, you know, he's going to start meshing with his team incredibly well instead of them just having to adapt around him.
All right, so for you, it's like you improve rapidly,
And then
because you're exposed to like this really high level environment. Then you drop down because you're trying to adjust to that environment, and then once you're adjusted, like you get better again.
Yes,
basically. Okay.
Yeah.
I like that. It's actually very true. I agree with that completely.
Interesting. So, what are your thoughts on the Erica and Lou comparison then, Black? Because obviously, Erica Poyo's been around a really long time. You know, he's played a lot of different. I feel like he's played lots of different versions of carry. You know, he's not this guy who's got the one resolute play style. He kind of shifts over time. Sometimes he's very active. Sometimes he's much greedier. So, how do you think he compares to Lou in that regard?
I believe Lou is a much better hard carry player, whereas Erica plays active carries much better. So what I want VG actually to focus on is sort of what RNG did a while back with God King and Somnus. Like, let XM, maybe even Yang with like some Nature's Prophet or something, take over that role of just carrying the mid late game, and just pick an active carry for Erica. Like, his Weaver is super strong, for example. Just really utilize his strengths rather than putting him on these hard carries that he doesn't really excel at. You know, even Spectre got buffed quite a bit. Like, just give him a Spectre. He can be everywhere. He can fight all the time. Do something like that.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that analysis, and I think you know, Extreme Gaming, they had a really good read on the patch, last patch at least. I think they were one of the best teams when it came to mastering the patch and also moving with the changes as well. You know, so I think that they were in, and that's why they did so well. Honestly, like their Razor, their Wraith King, you know, the two heroes they excelled with really, really heavily when they were really, really strong, and you know, they just kept on playing all the good stuff. So I'm hoping that they have new reads coming into D, and I hope they have new ideas coming into this one that they can bring to the table, and that they don't kind of rely and fall back on what they were doing last season, which led to such success for them. Do you think that's a risk, Neff?
Sorry, can you repeat that last bit? I was reading something that was being typed by production.
Sure. So do you think that there's a risk that Extreme Gaming, you know, are still stuck on the C patch and don't adjust well enough to the D patch, because that is what they did so well on last season?
I don't think that one's a problem. I think the changes were small enough that isn't going to be a very big issue. It was relatively small compared to what I think a lot of people were expecting as well. They nerfed some things that definitely need to be, like BKB and Wraith Pack Totem. But, you know, when they announced it earlier, they were like, yeah, it's going to come out a little bit late on the 8th. It being a relatively small update, all things considered, but it's going to be mostly the same as it was before. So the teams aren't going to really struggle too much.
Fair enough.
A boring answer, but unfortunately,
but
a little
very
bit of a boring
true answer, especially the disappointment with the amount of changes part. I was like, yeah.
They even said in the blog post, like, oh, it's a big one, guys, get ready for it. It's taking a little bit longer than usual. And I was like, oh, wait, no, it was big in terms of the Dota Plus changes, which were very, very cool. So focusing again on VG Gaming, or continue to focus upon them. Where do we rate Yang as like the offlaner now? Do you think he's had a big impact in this team? And do you think he's going to continue to do so?
Actually, I want to get Neff's opinion on this as well, but for me, Yang has always been a guy that likes to take space for himself, which is actually why, in my personal opinion, VG has been playing a lot better, because Erica isn't actually forced to play these super hard carry heroes. He isn't forced to farm all the time, because Yang will do it for you. You know, he will happily do it for you. So he can just take, as we said before, more of an active role in the team, in the game, and it's been working out much better for them.
I think one of the benefits of having Yang on the team is able to adapt a lot better to the situation he's in. When you give him space to farm, he's going to take that farm. You know, Dota Darwinism. He becomes the carry if you let him.
Yeah, like on his Marses and stuff. Like, if you give him money, Yang is really, really strong. Actually, Yang performs at his best when he's really rich. If he's not as rich, compared to some other carries, he isn't as good as playing from behind, I would say. Offlaner, sorry, not carries.
And I think, continuing on from what we said earlier about, wanting to see Poyoyo in a more active role, that fits in really well with the Extreme Gaming team then when you have these 3 cores with a kind of even distribution. It definitely seems to make sense in how they can kind of split things up.
Oh my god, Nomad, your quality.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I'm restarting it. It's looking like YouTube from it's looking like YouTube from the 2007 era.
You need to stay as still as possible. Like, just don't move at all, and then eventually
let the bitrate recover.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, just don't even talk. Me and Black will handle everything. Black,
What do you
guys think about it?
All right, it isn't working. I felt like we got to the point where it needed to be acknowledged, though.
Yeah, no, you're right. This is we'll work on this after the broadcast and try and figure out what's going on here. Something in the pipeline's not quite right, but we'll figure it out.
UK internet,
anyway.
lol.
Yes, the UK internet is not all it's cracked up to be. I've lost my train of thought now. Yang, Vici Gaming, yes, indeed. I think it's interesting that Irving, wasn't quite able to find his feet in Vici Gaming, but honestly, I think his playstyle didn't quite fit the team, and I think he was kind of the he wasn't greedy enough to be on the team. As we say, Yang now seems to fit in so well with.
Now, I just want to ask another question regarding that. So they obviously chose to remove Irving and get Yang. Is that because of player availability, or is it because they really, really believe in Erika? Because obviously they've been keeping him for a very long time.
I feel like it's a question for B Cup. I haven't been following things as closely as to know player availability and whatnot. That's something that I haven't paid enough attention to, I feel like, within the region.
Let me rephrase the question then.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys think it's justified that they put as much trust into Poyoyo as they have been, considering his past performances that past 2 seasons?
Yeah, I would say that he underperformed a little bit, so it's surprising they put that much trust into him. But is a correct statement. We're talking about. I was a little bit odd seeing his hit and miss performances. Once in a while, he'd just pop up, but the rest of the time, not what you'd want from him.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. But maybe they see some really deep hidden potential, some anime comeback arc is happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty, well, right now indeed is the key word as we have the draft available, so let's waste no time in jumping into it as we get into game number 1 of Vici Gaming versus Extreme. And
greedy offlaner! Woo!
There it is, straight off the bat. And the response from Extreme is going to be the Tiny and the Visage.
Yeah. All right. So this is a decent start. We've been seeing a lot more of the Visage, and I feel like the one thing that made it more popular was actually the Eastern European region. Back when Dahog was picking that one up a lot more.
Thank you, Bad Boom.
Yeah. Have you been playing this one carry at all, Black, in any of your games?
Carry Visage? Yeah, I have like a bunch of times, but honestly, in pubs, it's way less effective because you can't really hit your timings as strongly as you can in actual pro games with your team. But even in pubs, it scales super well into the late game. Even past level 25, you still shred heroes.
Yep. One thing that I think is kind of interesting was the change they ended up doing to the Crimson Guard. So now it blocks 75 damage and it blocks 50 on ranged heroes. So if you pick it up on a ranged hero early on, you can block a level 2 Visage Birds. If you pick up on a melee hero, you can block level 3 Visage Birds completely. So that Crimson Guard change almost feels targeted on the Visage being back inside the meta, as it shuts it down pretty well.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. I like that item a lot now. It's just still a very expensive piece to build, right? And it doesn't give you super much for it. I mean, it's a nice buff, and obviously it could potentially hack on the Visage, but there can be stuff like purges and whatnot, and suddenly you waste 4k gold on nothing.
Yeah. The fact that it works on towers as well, though, is pretty sick. It's give another fortify.
Well.
Yeah.
I hope we get this picked up a bit more, because so many people build Vanguard anyway and then just leave it as a Vanguard. Just spend some more money, show us how it's done against Visage.
Yeah.
There's so many things you can do as well with as an answer. I mean, that's always the nice thing about these heroes, which just have a very complete kit and don't really need a whole lot, is that you can just kind of itemize for what your team needs.
I would agree with that as well. How do you guys like the Winter Wyvern answer to Visage?
I think Widow Wyvern's just solid in general. Widow's Curse is great at turning around team fights. It's always been amazing at like resetting. And Visage usually wins team fights just from having a favorable initiation. So not only is like the Cold Embrace just like a counter to the hero, but being able to reset a favorable fight that Visage starts is like his team comes in, tries to gank someone with the Widow's Curse is super sick. So I think the Widow Wyvern answer is like good for multiple reasons.
Okay, yeah, I like that as well. Also, the recent flight duration buff, you fly for 10 seconds. No, it actually feels like
10 seconds is so long, yeah.
Yeah,
It's really
exactly.
good, yeah. Makes him so much better in lane. Like, he used to just not be laneable. Like, you pick him in lane and you're just kind of griefing. Well, I mean, you pick him in the game and you're griefing your lane. That's not the case anymore, though. He that extra 2 seconds is enough to really punish. Because you can't stay out of the... Well, you can stay out of the lane for 10 seconds, but it sucks to do so. Or you can just sit there and tank it for 10 seconds, which also sucks to do so. Like, you basically just go hide in the trees.
And chances are you're going to get hit anyways at some point, you know? Mm-hmm. Especially against the heroes like Tiny and Visage, they're both pretty high health, level 1. Like, that Arctic Burn is going to do a lot of work.
Yeah, those percentages hurt.
Yeah, I didn't think of that. If you're just doing like damage through his armor because he's got no armor, and you're doing percentage damage to his HP, yeah, his health goes down pretty fast. Needs a lot of regen. And do you think if you play this Tiny as a carry and your support can't just drop salves on you anymore because the most recent change, then Widow Wyvern absolutely destroys him.
Yeah. I like that.
That's interesting, actually. Do you think this patch is kind of with the no longer being able to share salves? Really, do you think that's affected the low armor heroes in lane a little bit more?
Yeah, I would say so.
That's right.
I think we've seen like a couple offlaners just like build bracers, like more and more bracers, and they just try to punish the carry, and the supports can't drop salves on them. So you either buy salves yourself, mess up your GPM, or you get zoned out of lane off into the jungle. So it's really weakened carries, and it's made these lane like win lane offlaners even stronger in this patch.
Yeah, I've also just realized that a lot of offlaners in general, or lanes in general, are playing a lot more aggressively now. Like, Dooms don't go super heavy into the Devour if they can avoid it. They just go like 1-3-1 and really just bully the enemy carry out of the lane because the pool region is no longer there.
Yeah.
Puck, welcome back, Paparazzi Puck.
Yeah, I'm happy to see this one. One of the reasons I was like hyping up Paparazzi earlier, it's the exact same thing that you mentioned happened inside Division 2 DPC games as it did in his European pub. It just looked like he was playing a pub when he was like taking Shadow Fiend and Div 2 Saiyan, which is not easy because even Division 2 in China is incredibly strong. But he was just like making it looking like he was smurfing or something like that in his games. His puck is going to be pretty sick as well, and they don't have a great way to start setting up on him so far. But if they get like an instant disable and then follow up with a Doom, they can shut him down here.
Yeah, that begs the question. I've been thinking about it for a while. I still don't have a definite answer.
Uh-oh.
Is he a better carry or a better mid? Paparazzi, that is. Because I'm not sure. He's really strong on both. But
I like him on mid, but to be perfectly honest, like I think he has a bigger chance to flex his mechanical skill across the entire game when he's on mid.
Mm-hmm. I think his laning that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. I was worried initially when he's playing mid that he might be a little bit too greedy, but the way he itemizes, like he doesn't mind going for early Aeon discs and stuff like that if the team needs it. So he's very smart anyways. Like his Dota IQ is very high, plus his mechanical skills is very high as well.
Wasn't it Paparazzi that won the mid competition as well? The one
multiple times.
Yeah, when he was playing carry.
Yeah, exactly. He beat all his mid lanes, no problem.
It's a boss move. It really is. Like, imagine in another sport, like, you know, in like you're a boxer, and then you just enter like a kickboxing competition and win it.
Yeah, everyone's like, who's that guy?
That's messed up. He's not supposed to have that much muscle down on his legs.
That'd be Paparazzi in another sport. Just be thankful he's in Dota. To be fair, looking at him, I don't think he's beating anybody up. But
he's a Dota player. No. He's going to be playing a kickboxing competition. Is what you're saying?
He's a very nice and timid guy. I don't know. Like, he doesn't really scream and stuff. Yeah. You know, there's some really loud players. He's the complete opposite. Like, I'm a loud player.
Yeah.
He is the opposite of me.
No, Black.
Who's the loudest you've played with, Black?
Himself.
The loudest I've played with, probably Ice.
Oh, really?
Dude, when him and I were on one team, if we win a team fight, the building is shaking, man.
I still remember being in studio with Black and being in the casting room, which is like soundproofed and whatnot, and being able to hear Black screaming off in the other room for no reason.
Dude, it reminds me at DreamHack.
Yeah.
It was literally like 50 meters away or something, and the caster mics picked me up screaming when we were winning the game. And
Yeah.
they were like, "Oh yeah, Black is being very happy," as you can hear.
Yeah, I could actually hear you louder than I could hear the boats at some other event that I was at like 2 weekends ago. I hear boats taking off a distance, and you're actually louder than that. It is insane. Back on topic here, though. Juggernaut, you have a very powerful early game lineup here, I feel, on VC Gaming. I like the Juggernaut up against the puck and the Monkey King especially. Like, up until you hit level 25 on the puck, your Dream Coil is pretty much useless against him.
Mm-hmm. And also plays into what we said, the more active potential carry role for Erika. Winter Wyvern Juggernaut is an amazing lane because most heroes honestly don't want to heal up to full HP against Wyvern because next Arctic Burn you're half health again. So most of them try to play around half health all the time. If you do it against Juggernaut, you might just die instantly.
Yeah.
But Monkey King, it's really good against Doom in lane, obviously, and it's a pretty damn good answer to Juggernaut too, right? Like Omni Slash doesn't really hurt you at all.
Yeah, the Omni Slash barely hurts the Monkey King, especially when you decide Wukong Command and whatnot. So I feel like, yeah, it's decent for that reason, but then they're never really going to have a way to kill this Juggernaut is, again, the thing that I'm most concerned about. So he's just going to be free farming. I think I'll probably go like Battle Fury or Maelstrom this game. I'm not sure how fast they really want to play. Like, they could go very fast in VC Gaming, but I think Juggernaut probably feels reasonably safe to stall this game out.
Quick drip check on Yang, by the way, repping the Gucci. Possible merger in the future, Vici, Gucci, it's got a ring to it. Sponsored by Gucci. Sounds good.
Some of the Chinese players really like to flex their fashion sense for sure. Songs is another one that sometimes likes to do it, and other times it just looks like Beacon when he's sleeping. Rimstroke.
Random shot, but I'm here for it. Grimstroke comes out as the final pickup for Vici Gaming, and that is going to round off their draft very nicely indeed. Some strong combinations coming up. I like it. They've got a nice little bit of synergy. They've got some going. They've got some frontline. They've got some carry. They are ticking a lot of boxes on this Vici draft. It looks very nice indeed to me.
Yeah, double Doom potential also for a last pick. It's a very, very strong support pick. And Extreme, they're also looking for a support, right? Unless they want to play the Monkey as a support, which would be a bit weird.
Yeah, they're not. A lot of people don't like running the Tiny as a carry or pause one anymore either. After a couple of the nerfs to it, I feel like he goes through these phases of they over tune him a little bit to be a carry again, and they're like, oh god, we messed up. This hero has way too much HP and damage. We need to tune that back again.
Yeah,
and they do a little bit too much.
Snapfire.
Okay. +5, they do go for Snapfire. Alrighty then, that'll be the final pickup for Extreme Gaming. It seems fine. You've got a nice counter to the Wyvern here, and that if he ever goes for the Cold Embrace, and you've got those kisses coming through, then you just absolutely melt someone. And the cookie can be a nice save for Doom as well, and that kind of thing. So, yeah, I think I like this final pick. It's enough to make me go for Extreme Gaming for this first game. Oh, that's a tricky one. I'm going to let you guys go first.
All right, I'll start. I think VC's gaming draft is better, even though I'm not a fan of Grimstroke. I don't think they have a great way of dealing with the Juggernaut with this draft. And as much as I like Extreme Gaming, I think VC just draft infinitely superior. Winter Wyvern also incredibly good for this game. As Black was pointing out earlier, Black, I'm going to pass it off to you. Thank you for the great points that you helped me with my prediction with.
I would also just say that I completely agree with your assessment. I just want to add one more point that I think Visage behind doesn't feel good at all and can just become a feed hero. And I really think Juggernaut Winter, this game especially, will just destroy that lane.
Okay.
All right.
Well then.
So we're both going for VG, in case it wasn't clear.
Yep. And not just to be contrarian, but I think I can go for Extreme Gaming here, honestly.
Okay.
I think these drafts are more even than perhaps you guys are making out, but you know, I am the pleb, so it's maybe my job to do this.
Look,
but
they have combos, right? What you're saying is true. Puck
Yeah.
Snapfire is an amazing combo. If Vintage
Very
Summer
nice.
wins the lane, yeah,
Puck
Extreme
Tiny,
Gaming definitely
very good.
shot.
More
it's also-
self-confidence. Your resolution has improved as well. So
Oh my god, that
confidence
means
in
he is right and we're wrong. Okay, we lost.
Easy
Because
game.
your resolution is tanking now suddenly.
Oh no!
I'm fading my power.
Like, wait a minute, No Man's Face is back on stream again. Censor it quickly. Get him out of here. Another thing I really like as well is that it's really comfortable for them as well, right? First game back, you don't want to be trying to go like new meta, you know, to push yourself in new directions. Go for what you know, go for what you love, and keep it comfortable. And like these are all like heroes which are tied to the names, right? Old 11, his Visage, he was playing it, you know, when it's off meta as well. So this is super comfortable for him. Super good. PYW Tiny, it's another classic. You know, Puck Paparazzi obviously is a huge one as well. Lou, Monkey King, like every single one of these heroes belongs to these players, and I think that's really important when you're playing your first game back, first official back after a long break. So yeah, I think Extreme Gaming are going to be taking this game number 1. But let's find out as we jump into the matchup here. These two teams battling it out in this very important opening match as we get into the game for game number 1 between these two teams.
Mm-hmm. I think we already mentioned it, but both these teams, it is their first match in the DPC for the 3rd season here.
It is,
Indeed.
yeah. You don't want to be losing your first game because it means starting with a loss, you know. Teams have disbanded for worse. I'm just saying.
You know, I think that's kind of interesting about the DPC. I want to highlight that one real quick. I think the fact that it's 6 weeks, as long as you don't like mess up at the beginning or like the end of a season, I think you're usually going to be in okay shape. It's all about when you start beating or being bad at the game.
I agree. Unfortunate feed timing could definitely lead to unfortunate or 2 decisions.
Yeah. It like depends on how many stand-in slots they have left or how close you are to the end of the season. They're like, yeah, this is a change that needs to happen.
Now. Eric, you went 0-10.
Yeah.
Also, in my personal power rankings, I'm pretty sure I had Extreme Gaming as 3 and Vici on 4. So, I mean, and I
Who did you
imagine
take out
everyone
from
else is
the old top 4?
Pardon?
Who did you take out from the old top 4 for VG?
RNG.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Because they lost God King, right?
Yeah, just shuffling too much and don't seem to be committing to any firm ideas on how to play the game, which I think for Tour 3 is a little bit unforgivable. But hopefully, you know, they might be able to pull it out of the bag and make a run, but I don't think they're making it to the major this time around. But early days still, very early days, and I'd love to see them, you know, pull it together and get some consistency going. But yeah, I mean, considering these two teams are so close together on, you know, expectations, from my point of view at least, I think that makes this game, this series, even more important. Because that's when it comes down to positional deciding, and when those head-to-head results really come into play, is when these two teams, you know, win or lose against each other. Those are the really critical deciding matches. You know, you've got a few games a few series which you're probably just going to win, and you have a few series which you probably won't be able to take. So the ones which are highest contested are the most important, that you bring their all, and both of these teams need to be like 110% prepared and ready for this match.
Yeah. Can we look at PIW real quick, though? He's carrying a tree right now, but it is invisible.
Yeah, I saw it as well.
Yeah.
That looks very...
Yeah. This is just like Saber from Fate. Am I right, Black?
Yeah, but Saber's a little bit more powerful, unfortunately.
Up until you have a couple points in Grow, right?
Oh, it's because he's got the Christmas tree equipped, and it's not Christmas. So, yeah, no, that's okay.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
It's the balancing logic nowadays.
Yeah. I'll decide to take out any Christmas-themed things when it's not Christmas time. It's summer, in fact, so it makes absolutely no sense that he would have that.
One tapping at Korea, of course. You know, big trees, small Korea, also makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm. Does indeed. Ooh, mid lane.
More than ever, Dota makes so much sense.
Ah, he mistimed it a little bit. Paparazzi tried to go for the double rune steal, but he was just like an instant off on the illusory orb, which meant that XM was luckily able to get his water rune for himself. That could have been pretty bad. Yeah. Something almost happened in the mid lane, guys.
Yeah. I actually can't believe that the water runes didn't get addressed or anything.
I know.
It's weird.
Mid is boring. I'm gonna say it. I'm brave. I'm gonna say
it. That's a snooze fest for sure.
Yeah. Every cast, I'm like, oh, top lane, Yang, he's getting beaten up. Dude, he's dead. Lu's got to draw first blood. Huge news for Extreme Gaming.
That is the power of Monkey Snapfire. And Monkey King in general. Like, Doom hates it when enemies can actually kill him through his high armor. Monkey King is one of the best heroes at doing so.
Yeah, it's funny how we've come back around the opposite direction of Doom being a 0 armor hero to Doom having like 5 base armor and then also extra from Devour. He's just like the opposite of what he used to be. Someone comes back to Dota recently. Yeah. Yeah, people absolutely don't like that, and they haven't even bothered putting any points in Little Shredder here, as it punishes low armor heroes rather than high armor heroes, so he'll go for the magic damage build instead in order to take down Yang. Makes sense.
I'm very surprised at what's happening down here, though. Like, Juggernaut is actually being pressured very hard. His Nepwolf is suffering greatly. I did not expect him to lose this lane.
Yeah, I mean, from what I've seen from the last two Arctic Burn usages, that he's been basically just plowing into the Tiny with it, and PYW's just like, yeah, all right, fine. You know, I'm happy to buy myself some spells and just sit here and tank it. So a little bit questionable on that, I would say. Is we have another kill up in the top lane. Yang goes down. Lu getting another one. You gotta respect the lane.
Yeah. This is getting to the point where Doom can't actually touch creeps anymore in the lane. Monkey's almost level 5, level 3 Jingu. The damage is way too high. They're probably gonna wait for a Void Spirit rotation.
Look at Glenn Bottom as well, just plowing into PYW with like this Arctic Burn here. He just uses the entire duration on it. I'm not sure if that's what you're meant to do. I don't know, to be perfectly honest. You guys can answer that for me, but
that's a cool overlay that we have. I didn't realize. Look at all the couriers ferrying out items for all these different heroes.
How to avoid the question like a pro.
Yeah, and it even has the items that are dead on the couriers for another 60 seconds.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That's cool, actually.
Something that I am very critical of. I haven't seen a single spin yet. This lane is super strong, level 1, level 2.
Yeah,
you just
too much slow. They can't get on top of the Visage.
Go on Visage.
And in fact, he doesn't even have boots in the Juggernaut right now either, so he struggles to like gap at distance initially, and then he can just like drop a Grave Chill onto like a creep or a Widow Wyvern and be able to walk away.
He's dead. Go.
No, yeah, look at the speed. He's too speedy. He gaps the distance too quick.
Yeah, Grave Chill is a good ability. They are two very speedy boys, aren't they? With the brown boots on the Tiny and the Grave Chill on the Visage, with the brown boots picked up on him as well. Wow, yeah.
He puts a second point into it now as well, instead of going the extra point into Soul Assumption. She'll have even more movement speed exchange. So spinning on him just probably isn't going to be an option anymore. They squandered their opportunity here, Black.
Yeah, I mean, now
he's with a spin, but he's got to run. Oof.
Oh, the lanes are going horribly.
Yeah, it's a good thing we both predicted Extreme Gaming at the beginning of this one.
Luckily.
A lot of people
would want to be the fool that went for VG Gaming. Nomad.
Look, all right, lanes mean nothing. Lanes mean nothing. It's all about the fights. PYW is chasing hard here as there's a bit of fighting going on over the rune, but PYW going for the toss under the tower, kills off the Wyvern. Meanwhile, over towards mid, DY trying to run away, but with that Inkswell upon XM, he might be able to pick up the kill here. No more spells left for the Snapfire. Xiaomi will just fall.
Yeah, no mana on the Tiny or no cooldowns also. Void Spirit's gonna be just fine. But they gotta salvage the side then somehow. Like, XM has a lot of pressure on him right now.
Yang is getting gone on here. 2 points until spell's available.
And he's dead again.
And he's gonna get it.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say. Like, did he actually think he could fight that? Because he was just hitting him.
His Inkswell was like coming off a cooldown like a couple seconds when they started that fight. So they're like, okay, my Inkswell's just about up. Just fight into him. And then by the time you can actually drop it onto him, the guy's basically dead already.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
it
the
was
damage
like
output level 3 Jingu is just ridiculous. You're hitting for 200 damage per hit.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they realized there's 3 points into Jingu. At that point, sometimes you have like 1 point Tree Dance, 2 Boundless Strike to Jingu or something like that. But he ended up just like tearing into him there. So a poor judgment call on, I think, the Inkswell cooldown is what caused that to happen.
Yeah. I mean, there's also just a recent nerf, right? So maybe that's coming into play as well.
Perhaps.
How are they gonna salvage though? Like, this Monkey King is not an easy kill at all.
I think the only way they do that is after Doom gets level 6, like you initiate with the Void Spirit, get the slow off on him, then Doom him afterwards. But with the tower there, I think that kill happens a little bit too slow as well.
Alright, so
I don't know. Not easy for the next couple of minutes. Yeah, what does it see at the 10-minute mark, maybe?
Yeah.
They'll try to get the kills off on the Lu.
Okay. I just feel like the side lanes are not being addressed right now. Like, XM is doing very well in the mid, but your side lanes are suffering. I think you gotta help them out.
Yeah.
Maybe with the next good rune. If it spawns top.
Doesn't, but they should get a kill on Snapfire here anyway. BG Gaming, they'll play their free build. Ah, great job.
Nice one, Yang. I would have mana burned him.
Pretty much just a solo kill from Yang there, really.
Yeah, the Facebook coming in clutch.
Yeah, really gap that distance there. All right, he's buying the Hand of Midas as his second item, not getting the first one. This is something that I like lost my mind when I was watching Tinies in this region get it every single game as like their first item. This Midas. Yeah, I hated this. What do Wyvern?
YW, he's throwing back the Wyvern into the clutches of the Parkers. Paparazzi claims another one.
Yeah, Visage level 6 before Juggernaut. He might just have to evacuate the lane here. Healing Ward's getting sniped as well.
Found easily.
Erica didn't sprint TP. He didn't sprint TP.
Oh, he didn't.
Huh?
Yep. I mean, he felt safe because he could see the puck, but PYW was also in the trees as well. I don't know what he was trying to do there, but yeah, just being a bit too min-max.
Yep, getting punished for it. Monkey King halfway to his battlefield already. And he just finished his threats on Jack. A stark contrast. And with the Wyvern getting caught again, you're gone.
XM's coming in though. He's got that ace swell upon him. That's really nice. 2 heroes locked down. They've got the Science out onto the puck as well. They will be able to take off the Science, but on 11 is gone, and now the jaunt away from Paparazzi is going to get him to safety. That was actually really cute from the Visage. He turns around to get the silence off the puck, the Phantom's Embrace. So basically gives his life for his mid laner, but if he didn't, they were both dead.
Yeah. I mean, you know Paparazzi probably gave him the stare. Do your job.
He said he was timid, man. He said he was a cool guy.
He is timid, but he can still look mean.
It's always the quiet ones you don't want to mess with the most as well.
Exactly, yeah. You never know what's been beneath the surface. You know, loud people like me are usually very nice, you know?
Usually, and you're a rare exception though, Black. Right?
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I really pride myself on that.
Alright, so we've now hit the timing that we talked about them, you know, potentially looking for a kill off in a Lu because he's getting this battle here done way too quickly. 5.5k net worth here, 10 minutes in. Is safe lane carry? You don't want that to happen, man.
Yeah. Now, I'm actually wondering, is Juggernaut just overrated? Because whenever I see him, he's just losing his lane really badly. When I was casting through, got completely crushed every lane.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, he should be winning his lane. He made a couple crucial mistakes. I mean, he didn't just Blade Fury TP out when they ganked him last time, which is a little bit surprising. I think trying to min-max things a little bit too hard. He's... Alright, good. I was curious to why he walked up into this and then spun, but he TP'd out immediately afterwards.
Yep.
So...
He's actually going to the top lane.
Yep.
But Monkey King's out already. Tiny says, come back.
Radiant's bottom tower is fallen.
They know he's up here now. Now they're teleporting. Yeah. They have this information they
out.
don't.
Oh, so greedy, Yang. You're so greedy.
Yang. He really is. I mean, that's a play they're all calling for, right? Like, they know Yang. They've played against him thousands of times over the years.
And with it,
staying for the next wave. Yeah, for sure.
Paparazzi was like, yeah, there's no way he's gonna go back. I was like, yeah, he's gonna walk away from the catapult. Now he's like, no, I need that CS right now.
They're smoked up and running mid now.
Yeah. They also have their... No, they don't have the coil, actually. But they still have Snapfire ult, which of course is massive damage.
Here it goes. Throwing it in with the combo. PYW here. Yama's going to be the target. And oh my god, he is low, but he's not actually going to die down to 2 HP. He's going to survive through it. Now they turn around. Double Doom comes down. Hello. VG Gaming are looking to turn this one around, and they're going to bring down Lu. But then Omnislash bouncing around on some targets here. But doesn't seem to matter. They're just taking them apart. VG Gaming still on the aggressive here. Extreme are starting to turn around, though. Erica realizing that they don't have the numbers and they have to back themselves away. A lot of heroes getting very low on BG, but nobody quite dropping. But at the same time, Odd 11 still sticking around for this tower.
Yeah, that play was all set up by the Winter Wyvern, I want to say. He got that initial attack with the Arctic Burn off onto the Tiny. That slowed him down enough that he wasn't able to gap the distance, then get the toss back into his team and whatnot. Then, of course, stalling out with that Winter's Curse, setting up the double Doom. It was all Winter Wyvern, man.
Yeah, it really was. Awesome curse. Just really good spells overall, even his Cold Embrace. Okay, this is what they needed, and I've seen it a lot of times actually from quote-unquote lesser experienced carries. Like, they itemize in a really hard carry way, but then they keep joining fights. Like, if he had an Echo Saber there, I think the fight goes quite a bit differently. No, I really want him to focus on that farming if he goes for it.
Alright, they're smoking up behind the tower. It didn't work last time, it'll work the second time though, right?
No cooldowns, so this should be pretty easy. Drop the coil, maybe?
He's got Curse up now. Just came off a cooldown.
Yeah, he baited him.
Yeah, Victoria is inevitably going to fall here as BYW will toss him up and get the kill, and now they'll be able to finish off the tower. In fact, it's already gone.
Yeah, they're very cooldown dependent, of course. The double Doom only comes out every 2.5 minutes. Without it, you're pretty weak right now. You have that Midas on Doom, so you really just want to scale to your BKB ASAP. And Monkey King is too big. He is too big. It's very scary.
Too big to fail. It's like the banks, right?
Yeah. Do the banks have a Battle Fury though? Or Doom? That's what you do with two supports that have a lot of killing potential. Easy pick.
Yeah.
You kill him, exactly.
Yeah. They're going to deny the tower as well. They're going to have Doom off Golden when he's back up, but they're fighting into Old 11 who just finished his Wraith pack now. This item is just way too good on Visage. He's somebody who already has like already has everything he needs with just like his initial kit. So being able to just like provide a little bit more in team fights with this item is pretty good.
Yeah.
So
You're always wanting to
a little
build
bit.
Yeah, maybe they can get the kill onto Victoria here. The Yule's out from XM, just trying to hold back the Visage from getting those nukes off, but they get the kill regardless. As BYW brings down an internal attention towards XM. XM is going to fall to the burst of Paparazzi. Once again, there is a double Doom coming down onto a bird?
Yeah.
Alright. Well, fuck that bird, I guess.
And it's still alive too.
That was the double Doom that went off to the bird.
Alright.
It latched onto him.
Yeah. But,
So just to
hit the
confirm, as
snap
Doom
on
also dies, the leash can just leash a bird over here, right? If it's closer?
Yep.
It counts as a hero, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So
it's like
another double Doom counter.
Are you sure
kind
you
of.
didn't just cast it on the the Soulbind on the bird initially?
I missed who it cast it on, but it definitely connected with the Snapfire because my game is lagging.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe misclick on the bird then.
I mean, it definitely hit the Snapfire.
Xiaoma is dead too. Oh, they're snowboarding way too hard. This is all while Monkey King is farming. Oh, he's going for the DD. That might be your death, maybe? Nah. Okay.
Nah, he's good.
Throws it out anyway. It's like, okay.
Sending a message.
Let's give him the hands.
Don't mess with me.
You want to throw hands, bro? Here, come.
All right, Black, how did you get back in this one? You're Erica in this situation. You see that the enemy carry is more than 2,000 net worth ahead of you. Not something that would happen in your situation, of course. You would always be top net worth, but
usually I would be ahead of him.
Yeah, but if you were like taking over the game for your little brother at this point, what would you do?
I would split push very aggressively to force TP rotations, and that way open the map for myself and my team. Because they have no spin cancel. Yet.
Right. Yet.
Until they get a bash on Snapfire.
On Snapfire, not the Monkey King?
He will get it eventually too, but Snapfire sounds more funny.
Yeah, it does.
Imagine TPing away. It's like, but yeah, like, what he's doing is pretty much what he has to do. Like, all you can do now is split push, get your farm up to a level where you have enough damage to kill people through the Wraith pack, and through those high health pools. Even that support Tiny is in there 1600.
Yeah. Everyone's way too big. You just need way more items. I mean, Void Spirit's, I think, going for the correct build right now. You need the Yules this game. You need to go for the Aghanim Scepter or jump the backline. Silence everyone. Does more damage as well. But Juggernaut is definitely too far behind. Then Grimstroke's damage is going to be kind of underwhelming as well. It's just a hard position to be in, man.
It really is. It really is. They were, I feel like, supposed to be potentially even be a little bit ahead. Like I thought.
Yeah, bottom was
Saiyan
supposed to go way
was
better.
strong. Yeah, bot lane should have won super hard, and then Jug should at least be at Monkey King's net worth, and Visit should be at like maybe like Void Spirit's net worth at this point.
Yeah, because Monkey King's not supposed to be a fast farmer. Like, you farm faster by going tree dance and whatnot, but he got way too many kills early on with Jingu Mastery.
Yeah, yeah. Agreed.
Smoke up from Vici, though. They're going to fight over this Arcane Rune. The Ink Spell's out onto XM, and now they just back themselves away from each other.
Yep. Speaking of, I wanted to talk about Lou's build. You talked about all the early points he put into Jingu Mastery. He went to 3 at level 5. And then after that, he just went like full transition to Tree Dance and Boundless Strike just to be able to farm faster. He realized he's not going to be fighting as much for the next little while.
Yeah.
So he like completely optimized his like farming build on Monkey King. Won the lane super hard with 3 points of Jingu Mastery, then went full back for a Tree Dance and Boundless Strike. What an
just
ownage
realized that
gamer.
he doesn't lane anymore on Doom, right? Like he was in the jungle for like 3 minutes. He's like, I don't need any like laning spells anymore.
Yeah. What a gamer.
XM got called again. Hard counter to Void Spirit, of course, and he's just dead. Yeah, if you're behind against Puck, the game feels so hard to play, man.
Yep.
So annoying. Snapfire ult also. Together with the Tiny, almost killing the Juggernaut.
Is he gonna be able? Dude, he's juking the tree so he can't Omni Slash him.
You're going in? Wow,
Oh, he gets it off. He gets it off, and that's going to be a dead Tiny at the very least. Does take a little bit of time, but they bring him down for the birds. The birds catch him out, and the Juggernaut does fall. And now it looks like Jama will be following him to the grave, as well as Old 11 is just relentless with the jump here. Finishing off the kill. 3 dead on the side of Ichi Gaming, and only cost them a Tiny. And they'll be happy with that one on the side of Extreme.
Yeah, makes me wonder if Tilt was playing a role or not. He did not have to chase the Tiny for like 5-6 seconds. He could have just ran away. If he wanted to.
Dude, the PYW was just playing with him there. He was like hugging the tree line there, dodging him out where he didn't have vision of him, like trying to juke out the cash animation for Omni Slash. That's what he was doing.
Man,
He was trying to style on him.
Nope, nope. You may not cut in, sir.
Yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Look, already BKB done on Monkey King. He's so filthy rich. He has Nailers queued up. Isn't the normal build Axe now?
Wouldn't you want Bash to be able to cancel the TP spin?
Yeah. If you don't go Axe, I would definitely prefer the Basher over the Daedalus. PYW potentially in trouble. He's so tanky, man.
Yeah, it's very tricky here to get through at the moment, that's for sure.
1700
constantly-
HP, 15 armor as a support.
Dire are scared.
Coil is online. There's massive combo potential here.
No.
Smoke up, Peachy are looking, and they might be finding they have a choice of targets here, but
my
the stun out from
God.
Lou, it's beautiful, it stops the advance from Vici Gaming straight off the bat, and they just have to back themselves away, but Lou, he's not going to let that happen, neither is PYW, the Winter's Curse will come down, holding back Extreme Gaming, but they are still way in front of this tower, and will be taking down that tier 2 with ease, and that said, Grimstroke, he's not even out of the woods yet, in fact, he's not going to escape the woods, as Old 11 blasting down with that Soul Assumption.
Cabra in the woods scenario. Dude, they're just gonna, are they gonna push high ground off of this one?
They're showing no signs of
threaten
slowing
it.
down.
Yeah, they've got no Winter's Curse, so they can't stall this one out.
They do have double doom though. Look out for that one. As they jump
XM,
forward here. XM needs some help. There's nothing coming his way though. He's just gonna drop 40 seconds on the sidelines. Juggernaut, he's just in the jungle. He's GGAFK in the jungle right now. My
His
God,
TP is off a cooldown, but he's not getting back. He realizes this Rax is just no way he's able to defend, so he just focuses on farming.
PYW
Kinda
just
toss
finding them again. My goodness, this Tiny just don't stop.
Attack. Radiant's
What is happening? 21 minutes. I guess it's just the power of heroes like Beastmaster and Visage, right?
Yeah.
You can't really just run and force it high ground with that Vlad's aura.
It's insane.
Doom? He has no BKB yet. The BKB change again.
Not again, not again, but PYW is just on the case every single
everywhere.
time.
The birds are always there too. The hero isn't actually there, but the birds are always there.
He got the mana burn off of the Tiny before he went down there, though.
Worth it,
You
worth
know.
it.
Yeah. On his final breath, he curses PYW.
I hate you! Feel my pain! Oh, they're looking for a
Erica?
Juggernaut actually.
Oh.
Found him!
He's got spin, right?
Healing ward?
He's got spin, right?
No!
Oh! Can he even sprint out?
Yeah, he's good, right? He's good.
That hurt. I felt that.
Nah, joke's on you, he wanted to farm those Ancients.
Right.
Plan all
Right,
along.
right.
I'll Omni Slash over to the Ancients and then kill him with the spin.
How much gold would they have gotten for Tiny? I feel like 500-600 at this point.
Yeah, when they're losing like this, I mean, PYW is pretty farmed. When they're this far behind, those kills are worth like 700 gold or so.
About $1 billion.
$1 billion gold, roughly.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It caps out.
Googleplex.
Oh, here's a BKB on Visage already as well. Super tanky. I mean, where's the damage gonna come from the Radiant? They just have no items.
That's the thing. That's the neat part. There is no damage.
That's the iffy part. At least they have 2% damages, right? Arctic Burn and Infernal Blade, but...
You know,
Maybe
BKB on
we counter
Visage isn't something we see a lot of, but do you like it, Black?
I do, just because he is sort of the frontline for his team right now. Like, Monkey King doesn't really want to be in first near this puck, so Visage is just playing that role. Oh, the Doom!
Oh, the Doom!
BKB.
It's a really big target. They're just going to stay on top of him here. I mean, Monkey King needs help, and he's not really getting it. They're even going to commit the Soulbind for this one. They want to bring him down, and they're going to do exactly that. Yang just chatting on that Monkey King. My goodness. But meanwhile, in the backlines, Erica's looking for another target. PYW is being taken down as well. Erica, he needs a little bit more, and he's going to find it. And now the Cold Embrace comes out. The Winter's Curse just to hold back Old 11 and Paparazzi and allow Vici to get away. It's a hit-and-run attempt here, but are they going to make it? I'm not sure. Except trying to jump on top of the puck. Puck gets away, though. Erica running around in this one. He's got the spin, but he just wants to use it defensively to get back up to his high ground. The cookie out the Yules from the Void Spirit. It's good, but does he have enough to get away? Astral Step gets up to the high ground. Beautifully played by Vici Gaming. It's a tricky fight, but they've managed to find the entrance to it and make themselves trade 2 for 2, which they will be happy about in this circumstance. But again, Extreme Gaming are not slowing down. They're still looking to push the towers, and I don't think there's anything which Vici can do about it now. They don't have those ultimates.
Yeah, they might have used a little bit too much on Doom at the side of that team fight. After he already expended his BKB and his Doom, they dropped Dream Coil and Snapfire Kisses onto him.
Do you want to be the guy, or do you want me to be the guy now?
You be the guy. You're the
Okay,
guy.
so before the fight started, it was 15k. They got a massive pick on Monkey, and somehow through it all, they actually lost 3k net worth advantage, despite getting 2 massive kills. How?
That's just math, baby.
Just math? Did they have many buybacks or something?
They bought back on Winter Wyvern there.
That's it, really? I mean, I thought it was going to be a bigger goal swing for the Monkey King, at least, but...
They lost
Not
Doom
today.
as well, who was the most farmed hero on their team.
True.
He's top of the net worth. So,
Yeah.
so you get a fight going your way, even
Wait,
though...
20k? I just said it's 18.
Well, yeah. Obviously, your math was incorrect, or you're going to need glasses, Black. It's actually a 20k net worth advantage now, despite them doing well in that last team fight.
I have
You always see
glasses,
them.
yeah, but they're just pooping money. It's not my fault.
Yeah. And they
Gold
generate
turns.
Well, what's
Yeah.
this little pig called where kids save all the money in?
piggy banks.
Yeah, piggy banks, yeah. They just smashed their one.
Yeah.
And VG's is gathering interest at this point. They're gonna smash it soon.
This is bad. I mean, they're the ones with the Doom in the hand of Midas. You'd think that they'd be farming a little bit faster. If the net would jump, it would be them. But this Monkey King is too swole to control.
Yeah. They actually go for just straight Daedalus, like super chatting up.
I guess they don't feel like this Juggernaut is enough of a threat that they need to go Basher and deal with his his spin moves.
No basher, but
Which is
I
kind of
feel
depressing.
like maybe just tanking up with like a Skadi or something would make more sense, because he is still one of the most fragile targets they have, right?
I mean, he's been doomed twice now, and he's died both those times through the doom. So going for the Daedalus is very much just a case of, you know, he wants to kill this Juggernaut when he spins in, basically. He wants to abuse the Juggernaut's aggressiveness and overconfidence.
But basically he's saying, we're really far ahead, get out of this game, bro.
Yeah. But
Now.
he's got to make sure he doesn't get doomed.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
they're trying to take advantage of the fact that Puck was just on the other side of the map, but then Puck immediately makes a... Alright, never mind. I thought he was just making a beeline back for his team after that. In fact, he is. So it's going to be a 5v5 engagement.
And they need a double doom on 2 core targets.
Yep.
They have a good ward there. at
There's a
least.
Lincoln's on Puck.
Paparazzi,
No.
oh, great little play from him to pop the smoke, actually going down to the low ground to fight them, and now the kisses come through overhead as well. Yang, he's looking for a target to get off the Doom, but he's not going to find it. Pops a BKB, turns it around and just says, fuck it, I'll Doom the Visage, but that is not ideal. and now he runs into the fight. The BKB is over, and his death will come shortly afterwards at the hands of Paparazzi and PYW.
You gotta be careful with the monkey. Like, if you get cursed next to him, it's a lot of damage, but won't get it off. And they still have a DD, of course, plus Daedalus, there should be a free run.
I don't think Visage even noticed that he got doomed either. He literally just was like, oh, well.
Like, he's still BKB'd as he rolls his hands, you know, he's like, yeah, I don't want to die here. But yeah, damage-wise, yeah, he lost no health.
That was depressing. Immediately, like, the grip stroke gets gone on, loses all of his HP. He doesn't...
Didn't get it, though.
Yeah, they got it on Monkey King. He backed his inventory.
Almost stole it, but unfortunately didn't quite have the range inside his Dissimulate. If you Dissimulate directly on top of the Aegis or the Shard, then you can steal it, but if you're slightly to the side of it, then you can't.
Yeah, he was quite off-center, actually. So...
Yeah.
I mean, he went to where Roshan would be initially, but Roshan was actually moved a little bit. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but... Yeah, I did not expect such a one-sided game, to be honest, with these two teams.
You thought they'd be relatively even. In fact, I felt like VC had the better draft, but again, I think a lot of it comes down to what happened in the bottom lane. Juggernaut just not do near well enough.
Oh, he's just getting completely destroyed in a bunch of taps.
Yeah, Yang's out. Yang taps out of this one. GG disconnect from Yang. Dude, he's gone. He's gone. He's looking for the next game. My goodness. Well, Extreme Gaming turn up the volume and absolutely smash Vici into the ground in this first game. This was not close at all. And, well, I mean, I don't know what that's means to the rest of the series, but this one was brutal. I mean, what really went wrong for Vici in this one?
The lanes, man. From the very beginning of the lanes, they ended up losing all them way too.
We have to rephrase that. What went right?
Black, we've been over this. You're too toxic for your own good. You're going to get yourself in trouble.
I'm sorry. Oh, please continue your very knowledgeable and smart point.
Thank you. I'm not sure if that was sarcastic, but I'm going to go anyways. No. So anyways, they ended up losing 2 hearts on lanes. Erica ended up dying at the very beginning when he had no business. I think for the very beginning, they squandered the advantage that Black was talking about. He was surprised that they didn't just like QW on the Winter Wyvern after the Visage and spin him down afterwards. You let Visage get a couple of levels. He suddenly had points in he had boots advantage. He had points inside his Grave Chill. He was just able to walk away from you at that point. So you didn't do near enough at the beginning of the lane, then it just went way too far in favor of Extreme Gaming.
I was so surprised he didn't use a single spin until like minute 5 or 6, which was defensively used. You know, it's they definitely didn't play the lane aggressively at all. Which when you pick Juggernaut, you pick it to be aggressive. But otherwise, just pick some here that just farms. You know, like if you pick Juggernaut, you must win the lane. You must.
Yeah, I agree. And, you know, elsewhere on the map, you know, I think XM did, like, reasonably well in the mid lane. I'm looking at player net worth right now. Like, beginning, he was, like, neck and neck with Paparazzi, mostly. By the time you hit the 10-minute mark, Paparazzi had a little bit of a net worth advantage after finding kills. But being able to do that well against Paparazzi, I feel like is respectable enough. But, yeah, the side lanes, you mentioned Black, they did nothing. And they didn't end up even finding the kills off onto Lu post-laning phase. In fact...
Yeah, it was super tough. Like they just, as you said, mid lane they went somewhat even, but even that lane they lost like a little bit. If you lose 3 lanes in Dota, it's just so hard to play, especially against a team like XG with so many veterans. You know, they know exactly what you're gonna do to come back, and they punish you at every like turn. There's just nothing you can do.
Yeah, really, really hard. Overall, I mean, there was just seemed to be a better read on the game from every aspect on Extreme Gaming. You know, like, yeah, they get a few kills on Lu, but in the end, it didn't really make a difference. And what I liked about Extreme is that every time Lu ended up dying, or, you know, they get that nice double doom and they managed to take an even fight on Vici Gaming, like, Extreme did not waste time. You know, they didn't say, okay, let's just group as 5, smoke up and go in. No, they just ran down lanes. They just shoved their faces down the lanes and said, hey, you don't have any ultis. You're useless at the moment. You know, you picked Doom and you picked Wyvern. We're going to take full advantage of that. And they absolutely did. And I think that was one of the ways that Extreme Gaming like really looked dominant here. I think they still would have won if they'd taken their time and they'd gone back and they'd, you know, just farmed a little bit and then 5-man smoked in, went for the next objective or whatever. But this kind of like gung-ho, just, you know, abusive attitude they had where they just did not stop, it gives you not only a tactical advantage but also a mental one as well. Like, it's so hard for Vici to take the time to recover when they're just constant, you know, they don't have that time after a fight to go, right, that went well. What do we do next? No, like they're like, oh crap, they're already pushing our tier 2 tower. Can we defend this? I don't know. Am I strong enough? I don't know. You know, they don't have time to process the next moves, and even at this level, you know, that's still a huge factor. So I love that aspect about Extreme Gaming's gameplay. They played very extreme. It was very fast. Loved it.
Very extreme.
Very extreme. Neff, I got a question
Yes.
for you. Okay.
Yes.
So I'm a big fan, or rather, do you agree or disagree with this statement? I'm a big fan of, if I can get 500 net worth and the enemy gets 0, I would rather do that than get 1,000 and the enemy gets 500. Right?
Yes, I agree with
And
that.
that's exactly what Extreme Gaming did this game, which Nomad pointed out, and that's why they're so far ahead.
Yeah.
Super well done. I love that. I love that. Because a lot of teams would just go back to their own jungle, farm up, and have a good old time. You know, wow, look at me, I got 20k net worth instead of 18k. But the enemy would have a lot more net worth as well.
Yeah, I think that was like a common debate back when jungling was more of a thing. Like if an offlaner wasn't able to play into a lane at all, they would just let the enemy carry free farm, and they would go into the jungle, the triangle. Iron Talon was super popular at the time.
Oh yeah, yeah, I remember.
But you just let the enemy carry, do whatever. If you can completely shut down people, then it's like way better. So you chase people into the jungle when they're farming instead of like making stacks for your carry, because that's like the optimal way of shutting down the enemies instead of just getting your carry super far ahead.
Yeah,
I think that's a better way of doing things. So 100% agree with that statement.
Yeah, cool. We are very much in unison today on the panel. Very cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Somebody told me I was being a yes man today, which I take offense to, because usually I'm disagreeing with my fellow panelists.
Yeah, but today, you know, there's just a flow. We're flowing.
Yeah.
Vibing, I believe it's called, as the kids say nowadays.
Vibing. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm a little bit of a boomer, so
yeah.
Excuse me.
That's okay. Yeah, this fight at the end was so sad. Like, Erica just spinning away from all his troubles, spinning his way into game 2. Yang just couldn't find the target, so decided to doom a Visage, who literally just said, alright, I'm just going to hit this creeps for lifesteal. XM tries to make the steal afterwards, you know, almost gets a shard, doesn't get the shard, gets killed instead. It's just... Yeah, full Sag across the board. I feel like if you've committed to the Roshan there, you might as well just get yourself killed for the shard at that point. Like,
Tank.
What else is there to play for?
Agree? Disagree?
Agree. I actually learned something from Nomad today. I didn't know you could do that trick with the Void Spirit dissimulate, being able to pick up items.
Oh, it's kind of like a sleight of fist, yeah.
Yeah. You can, like, with Sleight of Fist and with Remnanting, you can pick up items in the middle of that one. But yeah, I didn't realize you could do it with the Void Spirit as well. But it's a newer hero, so I'm going to forgive myself for that one.
Did you know when Odie...
That is some cope right there.
When Odie astrals you with a shard, you can also pick up items?
I didn't know that
I was
either.
just kidding, bro.
Okay.
You cheeky boy. No, I learned that one from... it was from the Western EU region, I think, when someone picked up a rune whilst doing it. So that's where I got that one from. I didn't know that before.
I think that's what we call hacking here.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? Like being able to pick up things whilst you're like invulnerable. I feel like is always a bit of a.
I am in a different dimension. Let me just take this anyway.
Yeah. Like I don't know. I guess it would work. You can do it
That's what I'm saying
as well.
Odie should be able to do it too. If Void Spirit can do it and Ember, Odie should be able to do it too. There's no reason why not.
But then, should you be able to do it whilst disrupted by Shadow Demon?
Yes.
You should. All right.
Totally.
Can't do anything except pick things up. Imagine someone's like inside the Shadow Demon disruptions, then you drop your support drops the salve on you. You pick it up inside the disruption, heal yourself. Oh my god.
I mean, if it's illogical, it has to be consistently illogical, you know? It can't be inconsistently illogical. That makes no sense.
It doesn't. It doesn't make any sense at all. But what does make sense is game number 2. But will we have a game number 2? Well,
no.
We will have to find out after this very short break. We'll see you in a minute for game number 2. The draft won't be long, so we'll jump over in just a second. See you in a sec. Hopefully.
Right.
之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧，在到达终点之前。
Hello, my little cutie pies, and welcome back once again to the China DPC Division 1, where we have ourselves a lovely little series on our hands. It is Extreme Gaming versus VG Gaming, and we are into game number 2. The draft is already live, so we will jump straight in there, straight away, and start breaking this one down. I'm, of course, joined by the lovely Neff and the beautiful Black guys. What are we thinking about these drafts so far? Neff, give me the 4-1-1 on VG's opening.
Well, you see, VC's opening, you go for the Tiny, you go for the Monkey King, both very powerful heroes.
Neff, can you say V?
V.
No, Chi.
Chi.
Great, now put it together.
Vici.
Excellent, I'll go again.
Good job.
I'm being bullied by my panelist. Anyways, they... Huh? I guess they look at the tell HR. Yeah, absolutely. You bet your ass I will after this game. So anyways, Tiny Monkey King is the opener here. I mean, Monkey King, incredibly powerful hero, as is Tiny. They want to play aggressive. Things didn't end up working for them in the last game. And they went for that Juggernaut pick. They saw what Extreme Gaming did, and they went, I want that to happen in my games. And so they pick it up themselves. They copy their drafts. And so we talked about some of the earlier series. But on the side of XG, I mean, the Visage ended up being incredibly effective. It is super strong right now. It's a hero that can build Wraith Pack pretty naturally. Vlad is good on the hero as it increases the damage of your birds by quite a bit, as well as giving you lifesteal. I feel like it just functions way too well for that purpose. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I guess it's the logic they're going for here. So solid starts from both these two teams. I do believe this will be either a Visage support or position 1, as they already have a Doom on their team now. Black, what are your thoughts on this one?
I was wondering if they got a little bit debated with the Monkey King, perhaps, because we've seen a lot of Doom Force also, especially by LGD. So they could do like a Doom Visage lane, and obviously that's Monkey King is not nearly as effective against that. So potentially just blindly copying something might not be the best choice always, because I really do think this game Monkey King is going to struggle quite a bit if he lanes against Visage +1.
Yep.
Yikes. I mean, this is like, you ever see those couples who see like another couple doing something cute and they're like, oh, can we do that? And then, they're like, oh, well,
we want a tandem bike ride, but I don't know how to ride a bike. Oh, neither do I. Let's do it anyways. Yeah.
Yeah, but it looked cute, so let's try it because we saw that other couple doing it and looking super cute on Instagram. Exactly. Like it doesn't really work, like it's not authentic. And that's what
sounds oddly specific. Is everything okay at home?
It's a journey, but we're working through it.
I see.
One tandem bike ride at a time.
All right, guys. I'm always serious, so I'm just going to go back to topic, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Monkey King. You know what Monkey King hates? I'm going to tell you what Monkey King hates, guys. It kind of sounds like an advertisement. Anyway, Monkey King hates playing against attack speed slows. And Visage is one of the best heroes. Is it a she? It? He? It slows attack speed. And Monkey King hates that super much.
Super much. I agree. Thank you very much, Black, for the amazing insight and mastery over the English language. Void Spirit panned out next. They pick up a puck immediately after. I mean, we talked about how Void Spirit is seen as a counter to the puck a lot of the time, but they want to go back for Paparazzi playing this one again. I think they're going to need more lockdown. You've got a decent start with the Avalanche and the Boundless Strike, but we've seen what Paparazzi is able to do if you don't just shut him down with some hard lockdown in the middle of these team fights. Do you think they go too hard for like stuns and not enough damage if they go for something to counter the puck here, though?
Yeah, that's a big problem because Monkey King this game until BKB, I don't think he's going to be very effective in that damage department, and Tiny doesn't really deal a whole lot of damage in a support role. So yeah, you might potentially run into some problems if you just solely focus on disables. That being said, though, a hero like Shadow Shaman offers both, right?
Yep.
So maybe they'll go for that. Shaman is also pretty good against Doom and Visage.
Oh, well, Visage is actually a dude, my bad. I just went to check the the spells to see if it uses him or her, and it uses him.
Oh, it's,
I thought,
it's
yeah, this is just a dude. I thought the little familiars were like her babies, but well, I guess men can have babies too. But
Thanks, Nomad.
yeah, I
Thank
thought
you for-
when she casts familiars, she was birthing them out.
See, I
That's
use
their
high level English, and he's just very knowledgeable. What else do you need, Neff? Like, we're educating you on the spot.
That is true. Normally, you'd have to pay good money for this kind of commentary.
Yeah. Oh, you're welcome. The people
You
are
lucky
welcome.
people in Twitch chat get all this for free.
Welcome to Masterclass with Nomad and Black. All right.
TA. What is this?
Whoa.
Whoa. So, it's probably a Doom 4 and then a TA. Oh, not TA. They're going to pick a support last. Honestly, Undying might be a big problem right now. So, they might want to get rid of that on VG's side. TA into Monkey King, though, it's a very interesting one. Because if Monkey King and TA have the same level of farm-ish, Monkey King destroys TA super hard. But of course, TA snowballs much harder than the Monkey King does. And probably the lane is going to be much easier.
Yep.
I don't
TA
like
is
this
much
Monkey King pick
quicker.
anymore at all. It looks so bad now.
Agreed. Speaking of like the tempo system, I'm surprised the meld wasn't addressed in the last patch.
Oh,
The
yeah.
ability is way too good at early levels.
Is it still 12 seconds? Was it 12 seconds duration?
It is still 12-second duration.
Yeah, cool. 5 armor level 1 for 12 seconds. Let's
And
go.
50 bonus damage.
Yeah.
Cool
Nice.
stuff. Yeah. You can
Was
use it
80
twice at the
before?
lane
So
as
at
well.
least they nerfed it a little bit, right?
Wait, is it 50
Or
or
it's
80?
80 bonus damage. It's still 80.
Oh, yeah, my bad.
It's just so much damage, dude, from one attack. What the hell is happening? I
and
don't even know my voice is going so high.
you can minus 10 armor at the beginning of a lane as well if you just like double meld strike someone by getting the lane early. They just lose like more than half their HP no matter what hero it is.
Yeah.
Anyways, they banned out Abaddon. I guess they're worried about hard disabled they're worried about their hard disabled getting like Puck back out. Makes sense, but they have a Mars on their team. Abaddon is way too good at position 5. They'd also struggle to deal with like blow up Abaddon in this game.
Let me ask you, is
Go ahead.
Snapfire too much of a counter to Undying to pick it, or is it still okay? Because I feel Undying is actually really strong for Extreme. With that, you don't have to skill Tombstone necessarily, but just for the lane and then the massive amount of heal makes it really hard to burst anyone.
I think it's when you have the Tombstone guaranteed out by the Snapfire, I think it's not good enough against the rest of the heroes as the game goes on to be that
Fair.
effective. Yeah.
All right, I can see that.
So I don't like Undying anymore.
Terror Blade. Okay, so they do monkey support and tiny support, so they're throwing everything down the dumpster and be like, okay, we need a better carry matchup, which makes sense, honestly.
They've completely changed their game plan now.
Yeah, they had to. Like Monkey King, no way you can put him as a carry. But now you have what, like off mid Monkey King?
Position
Monkey King, 5 Snapfire?
4 Monkey King,
Mid
5 mid Mars, 3
Mid snap,
3
5 monkey.
no
Five
way.
They have a lot of
Terrorblade?
possibilities potentially.
It's got to be 3 tiny. It's got to be 3 tiny for Monkey King, 5 snap, and then this Mars in the mid lane. We saw Mars in the mid lane earlier tonight.
Yeah. That seems likely, but it's also super boring. I want to see more snap core. Why is no one doing snap core?
I want to see Marcy in the game. That hero just makes kills happen in the beginning.
Yeah, they're banning it though.
Yeah.
Boring.
Yeah.
Also,
What can you do?
Dawnbreaker ignored this series as well, which I guess is kind of interesting. Some other teams seem to like it, some teams don't. It's a very undecided hero at the moment.
Yeah, it is.
All
It's
right,
a very special one, too,
snipe the
because of
pick, Black.
global
What is it?
Snipe the pick. Oof. Let me dig down the box.
It's a
I'm going
Viper.
IO. I'm going IO.
Viper.
I like Disruptor.
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 Explain why is Disruptor better than Viper here?
You're thinking it's support Viper or?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 5 pick.
I mean, I like Disruptor just because when you're doomed, you run away, and against TA, you want to run away, and you have traps that give vision for glimpses and stuff. I feel like VG is going to be running away a lot, and Extreme could catch them very nicely with Disruptor.
It's a very dominant mindset.
Yeah.
Don't let them run from us. We will kill them.
Elder Titan, okay. I did not expect that one.
Spoilers, the stream isn't caught up yet, but yes, indeed, it is Elder Titan coming out from Extreme Gaming as the final pickup for them. Does that tickle your pickle, Black?
I like Elder Titan. I mean, it's a direct answer to the Terrorblade, right?
Yeah.
You have the what's it
Not this
called?
armor.
The
The
aura?
natural order.
Natural order. Yeah, everything as it should be. And TA, Elder Titan in general is just an amazing combo. You have set up for the Puck. Puck has set up for the Elder Titan. They can all help each other. This draft is tickling my pickling. Tickling.
Yeah. Black is very well pickled right now.
So, you like it then? You think this is going to be a tasty little 2-0 Black?
Yeah.
All right. Neff, you're wrong last time. Pull it back. Get it back together.
I suppose if I want to be more correct, I should disagree with Black, but I like the Elder Titan pickup too much here. I think it is very good against the Terrorblade. It can shut down his illusions. You can destroy all the micro, everything away from those stomps. And it's going to make it even easier for them to set up sick Dream Coils or Dooms or Visage Birch drops. I don't know why I didn't think of Elder Titan, but, Extreme are the pro players and not me, so that's obviously why. Black, I got to hand it off to you. I'm going to copy your answer, but change it a little bit. Well played. So I'm with Extreme Gaming here, you number 2.
My question is, whilst they do have, obviously, the Elder Titan to nullify the armor on the side of the Terrorblade, do they have enough catch to get on top of him and keep him held down? I mean, they have the Puck, right? The Puck is good. I don't know. I guess TA buys Blink as well. Yeah, I don't know. There's something missing in this Extreme draft for me. There's that kind of... The support duo, I think, is what it is for me, which I'm not really digging so much. Doom, Elder Titan support duo.
It's a strange one for sure. It is a strange one, but you can make it work because you can overrun the opponent. Like they have a pretty tanky support duo.
Mm.
I'm not convinced. I'm going. So I don't know how after that first game they looked really, really bad, but I'm gonna go Vici game for this game number 2. I don't know. I guess disagreeing with you two seems to yield results today, so we'll go with that. Let's jump into it. Game number 2. It is Extreme Gaming versus Vici Gaming, the debut matches for both of these teams, and a win here would really set them up for a lovely, jubbly time throughout the rest of the league. Both teams really needed to make it happen, and it is, of course, Extreme Gaming who are a game ahead at the moment.
Okay, so Visage Doom against Monkey King Terrorblade. I mean, TB recently got buffed, so his level 1 Metamorphosis is actually really strong, giving you 30 damage, more than
Incredible.
it ever has before.
Yeah, I remember when I was at 15 was actually kind of awful before. But they buffed it a couple of times. Like they make it so you don't lose movement speed with it anymore. Did it give you HP back in the day? I know it did when it was
It did.
Demon Hunter.
like 150 or something.
Yeah.
It was a weird one.
Yeah.
But they also reduced because it increased your BAT by 0.1 before. They also removed that quote unquote nerf. But yeah, I think TB is actually in a pretty good spot again this patch. Because his laning phase can be very strong with the new Metamorphosis.
Yeah. It's an Erica favorite as well, right?
Yeah. Which kind of goes against what I like to see him play. Like, TB is a super hard carry.
Yeah. I think it gave you HP back in the day because Metamorphosis gave you HP from the Demon Hunter.
That was tied to the actual Warcraft 3 spell.
Yeah. So hey, we'll give him a little bit of bonus HP.
Do you remember when Terrorblade had the non-channeling partner life drain?
What was it, life drain? And then he had Zeal for a little while as well. You would just walk people down with that channeling thing. Yeah, it was it was 20 per level, right? It was way too good.
Just 80 health.
Yeah.
Oh, Puck. Ooh. That orb was
gracious.
almost about to expire. If that expires, it's dead.
Yeah. Something almost happened in the middle lane. Crazy. What a nuts game. Something which I think is going really well for Vici this game, though, is that they kind of can't lose their side lanes. Their side lanes look way too good.
Yeah, that's the biggest weakness of the supports, as you mentioned. Like, Doom, Elder Titan are not the greatest laners early on. Elder Titan can be, but not really with a TA.
Did Shaman come a bit too far forward
He
here?
is probably going to be... He's 1 creep for Soul Assumption.
Yeah, but he's not going to have any stack this Soul Assumption once he puts the point into it.
No, just nuke him for 20 damage.
Get him out of here.
Unrecoverable.
Base damage 20. I mean, this Soul Assumption is a cool ability. They shouldn't change that.
Yeah.
Noted.
Do you think the nerf was enough for Visage? Just minus 5 damage on this?
5 damage, yeah. Completely necessary. Heroes fixed. We've solved it.
It sounded so weird when I first read that. I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
Was that the problem?
Apparently. 5 damage per stack. Maybe if they reduce the base damage to like 0, but I don't think you should do that.
Yeah.
That'd be worse.
Because it can still cancel blinks that way, too.
Yeah. Wait, what's the minimum damage to... Is there... No, there's no minimum damage to cancel.
There's no minimum
blinks,
damage. Anything. That's,
yeah. I remember back in the day, used to use Orbit Venom to disable Blink Daggers on TA, and it would go through Refraction because it was below the minimum threshold.
Does Orbit Corrosion still cancel Blink, though?
No, not anymore.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, there is a minimum.
They changed it.
Or is it just a special thing
I think it's like a special kind of thing.
Yeah, it's a special
because
thing.
Iron Shell every tick. Whoa, okay, 2 Visage nukes is all it takes, Shelma. Now we're seeing the grass from the other side as the... Do Americans say that?
The grass is greener on the other side.
Or grass is greener on the other side. I think what I said is a German saying, and I just English-fied it.
Yeah. It was very funny when you guys tried to do the horseshoes and hand grenades thing when we were in studio.
I don't know. I still don't know what the hell that is about. What the hell is horseshoe and hand grenades?
Close only counts for horseshoes and hand grenades.
Yeah. I also really liked our glass cannon discussion. Oh, as I said, at Visage, the glass cannon is down. Wow, I'm so on point today.
Impressive, Black. It's like you can see into the not too distant future.
Very good. And the fact that he went for 1-1-1 and the Visage as well is kind of extra surprising that he did die there. But no respect to the Monkey King. You know, Jingu, it's a small boost, you know, 40 bonus damage, but it certainly seems to be doing the work in this lane.
TB is hitting for 120 right now with the level 2 Metamorphosis. So much damage.
It's insane.
I mean, it's only as much as it was like a couple patches ago. It's still 40.
Yeah.
Let's see. They're moving on to him now, but fortunately, you know, it's a Doom. The power is just not that strong from PYW.
Yeah, he just needs to die, so Visage gets 100 attack speed. That's the play right here.
Throw. I was genuinely about to say that as well. That's the funny thing. I was about to say his plan is just to run in and die. 11 attack speed.
Yeah, new meta on Doom. People did that with the golems on Doom for a little while. They would throw the rock and they would just die, and they would split up to the 2 mini Dooms and then throw 2 rocks at them again.
Yeah.
Do you not remember that
one? Do you
one?
think they should split again into mini rocks?
Yeah,
there should
make it like an
an
labyrinth.
ancient golem. Maybe they should change the ancient golems to do that.
And
then change the rock golems and rock golems to the mini ones?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be so funny. Alchemist Paradise right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just wins the game off 1-8. Oh, the ancient creep spawn. There we go.
Yeah.
Won the game. Top lane again.
Trouble again.
11.
Man, this has actually become really problematic. Like, he can't last it against the TB anymore, and the raindrops just completely save him.
Yeah.
From any sort of harass. This lane is completely done and dusted.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to go through his entire mana pool with his Soul Assumption in order to get through the raindrops, and he's not going to be able to kill him without the raindrops. He's only got a single point Soul Assumption as well, because this is just the Visage build, right? 2 points Grave Chill, 1 Soul Assumption, 1 Gravekeeper Cloak. He's doing like what you're supposed to on the hero. Bottom lane?
Oh, getting hammered. He doesn't have the briefcase. He has the, what is that? Ball of lightning.
A mace. Ball on a stick.
TB rotation. Oh, nice.
Oh, huge kill. PYW gonna fall as well. Old 11 probably not making out of this one as well. XM, he's still got the toss should he need it. Oh, okay, throws the creep into him. Guess he didn't have the movement speed to keep up with the old 11 Visage with the brown boots, so just has to let him
OP.
Yeah,
yep.
OP.
Grifchill's very good ability. Remember, dude, this thing used to give you 32 movement speed at level 1, didn't it? 32%?
Yeah, wasn't it 64, but really like low duration or something like that?
It's like 32,
so
64, wasn't it?
Changes. Or was it text 64, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Visage again, though. Tiny says, hello, I'm still here. In case you forgot, you're dead.
Yep. The old stick around maneuver, it's really underrated. You know, you just don't leave. Just stay. And then he would come back in going, all right, we survived the tiny gank, now we can get back to laning. Oh, he's still here. Never mind, I'm dead. And,
nice dodge.
Just having some fun with PYW. Yeah, PYW just managed to sidestep the leap, but unfortunately, PYW, he's got the one, it's not enough. XM gets the kill, Jama connects with that final Jingu hit, and brings down the Doom.
Now, after this fantastic Doom performance in the early game, did someone change your mind with the support duo, or?
Took me a minute.
I was like, is he actually serious?
Have I missed something? Has he done something really cool? No, he hasn't. Okay, yeah, he's yeah. Sport duo. I mean, they're getting away with it though. To be fair, I don't think Extreme Gaming are going to be that sad about how his laning phase is going for them.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's gonna put a lot of pressure on them in the mid game, right? This Terrorblade is absolutely free farming. It's very scary. The Visage is losing to 1 Terrorblade illusion already.
Yeah, but Lou's doing well at bottom, so you know, just forget the Visage. He's on the support now. It's fine.
Yeah. I mean, the real strength will come when TA is online with the Elder Titan close by, right? So that's what they're really playing for. But if they don't get there without a massive disadvantage, then you know what's it for?
Yeah, like neither of these teams really wants to play from behind, but I feel like Extreme Gaming, you know, with his Visage and with his Elder Titan, these are two heroes which can really struggle if they are behind. Oh, Victoria tries to make his way up the cliff, goes for the TP out, and I think he's going to make it. It's close, but he does get himself out of there.
Yep, went right over that cliff instead of on top of it. Unfortunate. I mean, it was fortunate he ended up getting out of that one. Still wasn't able to stop that kill with the Elder Titan. He hasn't gotten any points in a natural order yet, by the way. He's gone 2-2-0. I think that's normal for ET. You usually want like 2-3 points in the Echo Stomp just because it's such a good ability.
Yeah, and they don't really have the best heroes to utilize the aura early on. And they don't have like a Tinker or anything. It's just a Puck, really.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Not to mention, like they changed it a while ago, but natural order you need to be on top of the hero to reduce the base armor of them. Like the physical is attached to your hero, the magical is attached to the astral spirit.
Yep, and your astral spirit is actually inside of you.
Inside you, yeah.
Yeah, which is interesting.
Mm-hmm.
The natural spirit was inside of me all along.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Wow.
You just gotta call him out when you need him, no man.
Thanks, guys. I will.
You're welcome. So, old 11, level 6 now. Time to make something happen, but he can't make anything happen top lane, so he says, okay, I'm gonna jungle. Nice.
Making something happen in the jungle. Just what we want from our offlaners.
Yep.
Also, Jama stealing all his XP.
Yeah. He's a little careful with the monkey. It's a nice smoke rotation, too.
Yep.
He's got it. The whole team.
Yeah, they've got an observer ward real deep here. Let's cancel them out.
Do they sniff it out, though, is the real question. No blink on the Tiny just yet.
Done out. They're going for PYW. They're going for a kill here, but a beautiful arena actually going to catch them both out here. Stun comes in, though, from the Elder Titan. Is it going to make any difference here? No, it is not.
And the
Two heroes dead. Super, super clean from Vici.
Yeah. Nah, this is much more like it. So whatever happened between game 1 and game 2, they got some of the special sauce, you know? They're playing much better than in game 1. Just like team cohesion, team play, everything.
That's a good thing we both predicted VC winning game number 2, right, Black?
Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Vici.
VG.
Thank you. We'll get there, buddy. Don't you worry. We'll work through it.
I'm just like kind of ignoring the disrespect, you know, that you're throwing towards my old team, but it's fine, Neff. You know, it's fine.
See, that's what I'm doing. I know it's hurting my co-cast from the inside.
Deep inside, you know, I'm hurting, but it's fine. We know all anime villains don't care about that.
Wait, which one of us is a villain?
We leave it out to the people.
Oh, Blackheads. Have you seen him on the webcam? He always looks like Shinji's dad.
Yeah, he does.
He's not a villain. He's trying to save humanity.
He's definitely the villain.
No,
Have you seen what he did to those kids?
Wife. He's evil.
Yeah, but he loved his wife. That's pretty nice. Well, he got doomed on TBH while we're talking so much important stuff. Awesome rotation from Paparazzi and the PYW. Why is no one talking about it? Snap, hello?
I just lost a lot of respect for you because you don't know the plot of Neon Genesis Evangelion. Anyhow.
I did never actually watch it like super properly. I watched the robot fights only. It's not really robots, it's more like the suit fights.
Anyway, great pick up onto the TV. That's going to take him down a peg, stop him being at the top of net worth at the very least, and keep Lou on top. Now, how do Extreme Gaming capitalize this advantage they have on their TA? She has found a game somehow out of all of this madness. What do they do to ensure that stays the case?
Not dying in the top lane right now would be pretty important.
Well,
But she's
makes
dead.
the go here. They've got the kisses as well. No refraction means no Livy, and Lou is going to fall. Yikes.
Dire's middle tower is under
They're
attack.
trading. Yeah.
Should we talk him up? You know, like he is at the top of the level. Okay, he's dead.
Tower has fallen.
That wasn't even a curse. I wasn't even saying like, oh, he's doing so well. I was like, oh, well, let's hope he doesn't die.
Ooh, nice Quelling Blade.
Ooh,
Nice cookie as well, though.
A lot of nice things going on right now.
Oh, nice stomp as well, though. Oh, nice bird drop as well, though.
Nice,
Oh, nice soul assumption as well,
assumption.
though.
Very nice. Let's go.
Dude, I got casting figured out, guys.
You're now the play-by-play #1 in the world.
It just took a
Only
while.
takes a watch out.
I was gonna
Black
say
Sun
as
will do your
well.
job.
Yeah. Okay, man. The Blink Dagger reveal on Tiny there. That was so cool as well there.
Yeah, it was a very nice blink dagger reveal there.
Radiant's bottom
Nice
tower
snapfire kisses as well there. Okay, I'm actually not gonna stop if we don't stop, so just stop.
Focus up, refocus on all this stuff.
Yeah,
Extreme
refocus.
Gaming is regrouping as well as they head towards the top side of the map to take this tier 1 tower down. They just want to go for the easy tower. You know, want to get something going their way. They know that they're not like super out of game at the moment. Just don't send your TA top alone was the lesson to be learnt there.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Radiant's
Look at this.
DB's also
Digs up a
most-
bounty rune on the Snapfire and then leaves it here for the Tiny to be able to grab and ball it up. I think to put some damage in this tier 1 in the mid lane, I believe. XM, please.
Start
Not
hitting
going
it,
for it. They're
maybe?
waiting for someone to TP in and try to punish the Snapfire.
But nobody's
then-
TPing. They know Tiny's not hitting, so it's up to something.
Yeah, they just saw him there moments ago.
He's up to something. I can feel it.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage they didn't get off in the mid tier 1 because of that, though.
But I see the
They
Monkey
could've-
King again. Got
And I
silence.
see him. Oh, he's running. He's running.
Oh,
Oh,
not
they
you
actually got
again,
the
Lou.
coil on him. That is surprising. The toss back onto Lou. Lou once again in a whole world of hurt. The arena comes down. They will finish the job and get the TA. But the Monkey also being chased on the backlines here. DY slams him in the back of the head with that big old mace of his. Meanwhile, the Doomed Tiny just running
Stop.
away from all his
Oh, it's a
problems
good
in life.
one.
But the orb is going to catch him. The damage is going to be there. They'll get the kill. XM falls, and now they look for more. They'll move around and they'll look for the Snapfire, and they will find him. It's going to be yet another kill for Extreme Gaming. They get themselves back on the board in style.
Yeah,
Outplaying
last,
the man. Oh, you too, Yang?
yeah, Yang is just dead, which played, even if it didn't take him out
God.
of the last hit there.
True Captain goes down with his shit, boys.
Yeah, he definitely didn't need to die there, but as you said, he felt responsible.
Surprising amount of damage coming out from the other trade in that last team fight as well. The Stomp set them up on multiple heroes. The Earth Splitter ended up connecting with 2 as well. This Earth Splitter with a cosmetic, the activation of it looks kind of suspect in my opinion.
A little bit.
Yeah,
It's not clear at all what's happening with that thing.
yeah, it looks like a PA dagger.
Yeah. Well,
I got killed by it in a custom game a little while ago, and I wasn't sure what it was. Anyway, super sick rotation in there. The Stomp ended up connecting with 2 in the end there. The Elder Titan pick already coming into play pretty well. The only issue is that like Lou is not having an amazing game so far. Like he had started out great, but they shut him down these last couple of minutes. Unfortunately, now he's kind of fallen off.
I think he's putting himself into a very dangerous position that he doesn't really have to put himself into. You know, like as a TA, you don't really want to be there straight away, but like come like in the middle of a team fight or something when the attention isn't on you, but on your teammates. You just come in, poke a couple of times.
These aggressive wards are scouting out to old 11, by the way. And they've got Monkey King here. They're moving like Mars here as well, but he doesn't have his Blink Dagger done yet, like 16 minutes into the game, so he just opts not to go for the kill instead. It was a mid lane to finish this one up. It is important that they get this. Was it you I was talking to about Black? You didn't like the multiple Blink Daggers on heroes at the beginning? Just because you spend a little bit too much net worth on
because it
gap
puts so
points
much
and
pressure on you to really kill a lot of heroes, right? It's probably fine in this game because Terrorblade is a hero that can really absorb the whole map if you give him the space to do so. But yeah, like if you have 2 blinks like this, you gotta make something happen. And it's not easy, right? Elder Titan is so defensive. The Visage went into a super early shot, very defensive. Even Doom and Puck can be played very defensively.
Yep. I mean, this is going to be even more defensive once this Wraith Pact is out. It's even harder to blow heroes up.
They're expecting a move bot lane, but they're misreading the map a little bit.
Yeah, they tossed Avalanche and Illusion.
Yeah.
There's a Desolator completed on the TA. She was holding net worth for a moment there, then ended up not building the BKB. I think she was thinking about turning into a BKB, but...
Oh, jumping on the monkey. They found him in the trees once again, and Jama will fall.
Oh, they stomped the Terrorblade if they're going to coil on him.
Yeah, the follow-up needs to come, but they don't have the gap close after dumping all their spells onto that Monkey King. So luckily, they do get themselves out with Erica. That would have been absolutely huge if they're able to get that kill.
Yeah.
What do you think of this skill build on Elder Titan Black? You went 4 points in the Astral Spirit.
Ooh, oh really? Yeah, that's very interesting. But let's talk about that after Snapfire dies. Never mind, we can talk about it.
Okay.
Why actually? Yeah, I'm not sure. As a +4, I'd understand it more. But he's not really running in and hitting people, right? Is there a cooldown reduction on it? Yeah, there is.
Okay. CDR and more armor with each level.
Yeah, I think he's
So maybe
probably did it
most of you
primarily for the cooldown then, right?
Yeah. Yep, for the CD.
Anyway, Extreme Gaming are into Roshan. They take the Aegis in a matter of seconds, so fast with this lineup. And that is going to make sure that Lou, if he does have any more slip-ups, he is going to be absolutely okay as he will respawn. His team will hopefully be there in time, and everyone will be very, very happy.
Yeah.
In theory.
In theory. Terrorblade is still very rich though, and in theory, Terrorblade is the perfect answer to the heroes on the Radiant. No, because sure, Elder Titan is very strong, but as Neff mentioned, you need to be in melee range, and if Elder Titan runs into melee range against Terrorblade, you're probably just dead.
Yeah, before you get there even.
Yeah, I spoke to AUI about this a while back, and we kind of came to the conclusion that Elder Titan, at least as a support, isn't really a hard counter to TB, just because you actually can't really get in a position to kill him.
Yep.
But I'd kind of like to see him, in that case, get the shard this game on DY. That would really allow him to get that gap closed, which could be super important in killing him off.
Yeah, potentially. Could be...
Top lane, though, Doom out onto the Monkey King. He's trying to run away, but I think they're going to have to deny him. They don't have the heals. And Yang
poke him.
A spear through his chest.
I hated you, Selma.
Had to put down the pet monkey. They didn't have enough money to take him to the vet.
Oh, God. Sorry, Curious George. Just don't have the funds, buddy.
Sorry, food's expensive this month, though.
Yeah, I should have gone into the medicine cabinet, buddy.
Alright, double damage rune on Puck down here as Erica shows himself in the lane. He's got Dream Coil available as well.
Erica! He blinked out instead of in?
He hasn't read this at all.
Yeah, he misclicked, double tapped it.
It was 100% misclick.
Yeah, they won't chase into this, thankfully. There's too many responses coming, and then the Snapfire's nearby, so...
Even a player like Paparazzi can make simple mistakes like this, huh? Even gods can bleed, my friends.
Yeah, we're all mortal in the end. We all... Never mind. Gentlemen, looking to set up here. Actually, not all they can set up. It's Paparazzi's coming forward. Just beating the crap out of the Snapfire here. Not going to take down to the Witchblade, but coming close.
This game is a little bit scary for Extreme, maybe. Like, this Terrorblade is way too big, and if he gets to Skadi...
Yeah, that's super good against, like, almost everybody. I mean, you're countering out 3 cores with your Skadi, you're playing against 3 different ranged heroes.
Yeah. And on top of that, you just don't... Like, did you see the TA? She needed, like, her entire reflection and the melt attack to kill 1 illusion already.
Yeah. It's not good. She needs her Elder Titan buddy. And even then, you know, like, those conditions are so hard to meet inside these team fights.
Yeah, like, you gotta run through a potential Monkey King arena, you gotta run through a Mars arena.
Gotta run through tiny kisses.
A lot of running to do.
Running through a
Question for you,
minefield.
Black. This Terrorblade, every time he uses Manta or his Conjure Illusion, he switches to int treads. Is this optimal?
And with Manta, you can actually switch to int and then to Agi if you're very mindful.
Very fast.
Yeah, but honestly, for Conjure Image, I always like to leave it on Agi. just so much more
This
efficient.
time, yeah.
They did this
PYW,
time.
Oh,
are you
PYW is
alive
not
or
getting
dead?
away.
You're dead. What was he doing there? Trying to cut wave?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
something like
Just
that.
trying to quick wave. Yeah, I was looking too closely at the power treads being swapped in for his Manta style and whatnot. His Manta, they're stuck on int and whatnot.
Hey,
So this is what Eric is
if you
doing.
Manta on int and go to Agi, that's super advanced, you know. Most, like, even top 10 MMR players don't do that stuff. Even though it's really good, guys. It's really good, okay? Let me tell you. Back in my days... No, let's not go there.
Just watch what happened down in the bottom lane. The TV illusion was like clearing out a range creep, and then Jama came in to last hit it.
So you're saying he's out of the
Classic
team after
position
this game.
fours.
Yeah.
Classic goddamn position fours. I swear to God.
I mean, he's wielding an important item. He's going for an Orchid right now. It's very useful against the puck, especially given the puck doesn't have any defensive items yet. And he's probably not going to get one very soon because he's going for the Sanj Kaya next.
Yeah, but he does know Monkey King is going for it. So let's see if he switches
To Yules
up a little bit.
with the Staff of Wizardry that he currently has.
Yeah,
Yeah.
wouldn't
XG
mind it at
Gaming
all.
smoked up and looking to rendezvous with their teammates in the enemy jungle. Not quite sure what the players here. They're moving into territory they already own with a smoke, which is quite unusual. But DY is going to push it a little bit further, get forward a really aggressive Observer Ward. I love this one. You know, when you feel unsafe, this is the camp you go to, right? This is your safety camp, you know? It's like the little blanket you have as a kid. It just feels nice and safe. And then someone wards it, and you're like, wow, screw you, man. It's like my one little zone.
It sounds oddly specific. I don't ever remember having a safety blanket.
Oh, my best friend did. I stuck my thumb as a safety thing. That's what I did as a kid.
What happens though if the safety blanket gets ripped off by a terrible?
Well, that's exactly what's happening with this Observer Ward, Black. They're going to see them farming that camp. They're going to come for him. They're going to kill him. But it still feels awfully deep, to be honest, for the side of Extreme Gaming. So I don't know how much value this ward will have in the short term.
Look at this TB illusion. Can't clear it. Uh-oh.
What was that? 5 attacks to bring it down?
More like 10. 200 damage per hit ish.
Takes a while.
That's not good.
It's not good at all.
So with the
Didn't
pace the
they
game is
make it
going
take
at the
less damage
moment.
too? They did, right? Like TB illusions got buffed a while ago. They take less damage now, I think.
300%. Yeah, they used to be 400, weren't they?
Yeah, with 325 or 350, I don't even remember. But now it's buffed, so they're very strong, and they have problems killing them. TLDR.
Wait, Blink Dagger, this changes everything. The Templar Assassin. Now you get on top of these targets.
Yeah. What's your game plan? Like, TB doesn't have BKB. Do you try to burst him still, or do you ignore him because he's very tanky? I guess if
Here's
he
the
can zoom in,
solution.
he's dead.
Look, you get the Aghanim Shard on the Elder Titan, and then you're beside the TB at the same time. The Templar Assassin's beside them.
Yeah, I actually think that could be a very good idea. Like, if they can get a Doom on a TB, that's the perfect way to start the fight. But it's just so hard to do anything for them because the TB illusion just pushing all the lanes.
And as I mentioned before, they've got so many other spells to throw down these team fights. You know, there's no way they can just run up to Erica without getting blasted in the face by a billion spells. Both teams very much being careful right now. Well, VG Gaming just running through the map together, trying to find someone. Meanwhile, they're huddled up on the high ground on the side of Extreme Gaming. Honestly, this is what I expected. I expected when they got this BKB and Blink Dagger completed on the TA. Like, this is her kit. This is when she's stronger. She's at her peak right now. The fact that Extreme Gaming didn't try to smoke and find some action happening with this all completed up just says that they are scared. They are not in a good frame of mind at this game at the moment, but hopefully Lou can overcome that and he can make the calls. It does seem like he's doing that as he runs up the top lane
Gets
right
himself a safety blanket and stops being scared. I think the BKB is the safety blanket this game is the point you were trying to make earlier when you were talking about that as well, and those are still on the way. You need another.
W almost has his. Visitors going into one as well. But again, I feel the longer you wait, do you really want to give Terrorblades more space to get his BKB?
Terrorblade's not waiting for anything. Looks like he's just walking towards the high ground right now, man.
Yeah, I think they can also feel it, right? How hesitant Extreme Gaming is.
Yeah. I mean, you got TB Tiny, guys. You don't want to base race this. This is not one you're gonna win.
Yeah, they saw them use the Fortify in that tier 2 tower that they just ended up taking, and they're like, okay, well, we can put a lot of damage here onto the tier 3. We might as well. They end up putting more than 1,000 damage in.
They literally stepped on the high ground for like 2 seconds each on Erica and on the Tiny, on XM. And they half health the tower in that time. Absolute beasts.
Uh-oh. Okay.
What
He's
are you
kind of
uh-ohing,
okay.
friend?
I was out-owing Old 11 getting got on by the Monkey King. It looked like they were going to follow up with that one, but I think they got a little bit hesitant when they saw the Astral Spirit come out.
Yeah, a little too close to the high ground for comfort there.
It's still super easy to turn fights around with the Echo Stomp. Like, Echo Stomp is actually massive ability for setup. Like, the amount they can accomplish with, like, the Visage Birch one on top of that thing, like, you straight up lose those fights. It's so good for resetting.
Right. Ooh, quick reactions from Yang. And actually, did they force away on... Yeah, it looks like they forced away on DY, so... Very, very cautious. Even when they're smoking up, they're still thinking defensively. PYW tries to blink in and find the target, doesn't quite grab him, unfortunately. BG Gaming. Oh, now go for the spear back, doesn't quite land either. Everyone is just feeling the pressure at the moment right now because Roshan could respawn at any minute. These teams don't know that it's going to be in 20 seconds time.
But in 20 seconds they will.
If they can see Roshan, yes. Which both teams should be able to because...
Well, one trap at least, but yeah. I mean, if they're in there super fast, they might be able to just take it before VG notices or realizes.
We'll see. We'll see.
But TP illusions, man, just look at that. It's so obnoxious.
BKB pop from Yang, straight off the bat. Thought he was going to get doomed, so immediately threw it down. Meanwhile, Zhama's getting run down by the Visage on the sidelines. As PYW was unable to find the doom onto Yang, or just didn't want to do it. Not too sure.
Yeah. They back off on several heroes now. And with the BKB expanded, yeah.
It should be a freebie.
This becomes very easy. And they're in a position like they know what they're up to right now, and they're thinking about going inside the pit. They've got Arena to work with, but everything else...
Give the shot to Elder Titan, please.
No BKB.
This feels like a bad idea.
No Monkey King. It's not a fight they can take.
They give it to Doom. I mean, not bad too for the stun duration, but...
Yep.
I would have loved it on a Titan.
Yeah, same. We talked about how important it is for him to get on top of this TB when the TA is there as well.
Wait, just a little fact check. It does not... Like, if you're BKB, you don't get aura'd, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't pierce magic immunity.
Alright, so... Alright.
Ooh, here they go. They managed to find Old 11 on the sidelines here. Oh, but they have to get a pin to the low ground, so he doesn't take the damage from the arena. Can they kill him off regardless? Looks like they can. The Kisses doing so much work, but look at the backline. Shaman's taken out straight off the bat. Mars is burning down as well, and there's Doom is out onto the TB. TB needs some help. Lewis staying on top of him. The invincibility is going to save him for the time being, but now he comes out the other side. They will be able to see him, and they want to bring him down. Meanwhile, Victoria down the background. Eric actually trying to turn around onto Paparazzi there, trying to catch him off guard. He's got the Thunder, but he's not going to get it off. Paparazzi gets triple kill as Extreme Gaming. They take this fight in style, and Vici are left running for the hills.
Super sick team fight there. I mean, the Elder Titan he wasn't really that big of a part of that team fight at the end. He ended up getting the stomp off, but the Doom getting off of the TB stopped him being able to stand his ground, like click people down or get the Sunder off, as well as the super sick timing of the birds as they chased him down, interrupted them in the middle of the cast animation for that Sunder, tail into the team fight.
Yeah, why do you guys think VG felt so rushed to do something? Because there was no BKB on Mars at the time either. They just kind of fought on the terms of Extreme Gaming, who also just picked up an Aegis.
90-second BKB cooldown coming into play once again. It's been such an important part of so many games over the past few days.
Do you feel like people just forget? Like teams just forget that the timing is like a bit slower now, so they're like much faster than they should be?
I mean, the same sort of thing happened, especially when like cooldown reduction first came into the game. A lot of people have like this internal cooldown in their head of when something is going to happen. Like you get into a flow, right?
Yeah.
It might be the player themselves, you know. It might just be like everyone else being like, all right, we can be aggressive now. We feel that way, and the player himself's like, yeah, we can be aggressive, you know, and doesn't register. You know, these guys, they play so much Dota. They play so many scrims, so many pubs every single day. These things become second nature. So to retrain it takes some time. And I honestly think
they're
that's
gonna fight a game, and there's a new patch, and we're gonna get all the new buttons. Oh, nice here on TA, but How nice was it, really?
Oh my god. Yang has to BKB this again, and we know how punishing these BKBs can be. They jump in and try and combat the Lu. Lu doesn't care. Doesn't pop BKB, doesn't pop Aegis, just jumps in here in front of Erica. Erica says, alright, well, I can ruffle your truffle, sir. And we'll do exactly that. Lu's gonna lose his first life inside the Wukong's command. Stun onto 2. Old 11 continues a lockdown here. Beautifully done onto the 2 of them. XM, is he gonna fall as well? Yes, he is. Soul Assumption ripped him in twain, and now they look for more. Running for the big boy. They want to bring down Erica here. The Doom was popped as well. Look at PYW, the absolute Chad up onto the high ground on the Doom, killing off the TB again. VG Gaming crumble under the pressure here as Extreme step it up and will now be taken to the high ground.
Yeah, no buybacks means probably one side, maybe even 2. They have a lot of physical damage. Could they go for the throne? They could. There's no glyph anymore.
Kisses. The Fortify is there.
I think they're gonna go throne. Knowing Extreme Gaming.
They love to play fast. Lu is absolutely a proponent of that.
Lu's not targeting the rack. The rest of the team doesn't want to follow them in, but again, they do have a lot of time here.
Yeah, just look at the vintage damage once he starts hitting. Absolutely insane.
Yeah.
If you don't commit now, the game is over. Like, you gotta go in now.
It's too hard though. They've got the other side here. It's just gonna stomp them. It's gonna buy them even more time. They're just gonna click the throne down, man.
And again, they don't have the BKBs. The timing, it's not there from the Mars. The Mars is going to get dropped. He's dead, no buyback, and the game is gone.
Wow.
GG called from VG Gaming. Extreme take the series 2-0.
Out of nowhere. Like, the game looks so even, and then just 2 Dooms onto the Terrorblade we spoke about. Can't fight back, and yeah, just outclassed once more. Just feels like Extreme Gaming is overall just a much more solid team when it comes to understanding each other and what moves to make on the map.
It was insane to see like the TB get so big over such a long period of time, and he never really started participating in any of these fights. Yeah, like 2 Dooms is all it ended up taking. He tried to stay in his ground while he was like doomed up, but no life steal means that he's just ticking down in these team fights, and running into these Aegises made things even more difficult. Lu definitely baited them out in that last team fight, where he kind of like let TB get on top of him and kill him. They knew he didn't have Metamorphosis back up for a little while, and as soon as you did have Metamorph, like you had Doom available again as well. They used those 2 things around the same time as each other, and PYW managed to hit him with the punish. So support duo was a little bit awkward, but my God, did they ever like let Terrorblade do whatever he wanted and shut him down at the critical moments? It was important.
Yeah, DY 0 deaths, by the way. Like, absolute madman performance on this Elder Titan. So many clutch stomps as well. He's definitely a very vital part of the victory.
Yeah. And Lu 0 kills, by the way. So
on a TA.
Yeah. Yep, 0 kill TA. I don't know what to say about that, other than I guess he was there. I mean, he hit the Ancient at the end of the game. He hit the tier 3s, hit the tier 4s, hit the Ancient at the end of the game. That's all we need to do.
Hero damage is a joke, yeah. 9K
0-2. 0-2. That's all you guys need to know.
9K hero damage on the TA. I just saw that.
Yep.
Interesting.
It is what it is. But then at the same time, no one from VG Gaming actually got over the 10k hero damage mark. That is how like small these fights actually were. You know, we didn't have these massive rules breaking out, because in the end, there were only like 2 big team fights at the end of the game. Both of them went to Extreme's favor, and that was it. Game over. Pretty insane.
Now, I don't want to like sound super harsh, but we have seen it in the past, right? Where VG go all into the Erica basket, and he is just not excelling at these heroes in those scenarios. I don't think Erica is a very good Protect 1 player, and every time they go back to it, games tend to go like this. Like, he has an amazing game, but then in those crucial moments, you know, can't just perform. Can't quite perform.
Now, do you think that's to do with, you know, the player or the team?
I think it's a team issue, because
what do you think, Neff?
I think it's a team issue, because we were talking about this one. We thought things would go a lot better when Yang was playing on the team and he was finding a little bit of farm. Like in this game, they went back for the same old sort of play style. This game, we saw that Yang didn't end up getting a Blink Dagger until like 16 minutes into the game. Like, this is a super late Blink Dagger for your offlaner. It should have come out way faster. I feel like if you prioritize his farm a little bit, the game doesn't go as bad when it's just Eric getting shut down or focused down in these team fights. So 4 Protect 1 definitely ended up being their Achilles heel.
4 Protect 1 also into a Doombringer, right? That has been like a big no-no for many, many years at this point.
Yeah, and PYW, you know, he had his guitar and he was shredding this game, absolutely. Like, towards the end, they're just picking up that BKB and the Blink.
Look,
and just absolutely, like, Yeah, just sitting on the TV. Like, what? Look at this Chad. Look at this guy.
Yeah, his
Doesn't
decision
care about
making this
anything.
game has been absolutely amazing too. Yeah, 100%.
And GG called out at the India throne goes down. I do like how they just focused on the throne. They realized there's absolutely no way for them to be able to defend. And Terrorblade was pretty big. If it ended up going to the ultra late game, and like TB had a Satanic or something, was able to stand his ground a little bit easier, they might have been able to win this. But they like recognize these clutch moments that they needed to be able to focus down VC and took advantage of that one. So congratulations to Extreme Gaming, looking really good to start off the season.
Yeah, it's a dominating start. Probably the most dominating start we've seen so far out of everyone. You know, all the other series in China have been pretty close, but that one, I mean, this game was close, but then the moment the fight started breaking out, it did just feel like there was a difference between the two teams. And yeah, that difference came from PYW, it came from Paparazzi, who, by the way, went 10-0. Probably deserves MVP, despite PYW's Giga Chad performance. Paparazzi,
What about DY though?
Straight up, DY was good as well. Yeah, 3-0-11 on the old Titan, but didn't really
Tough
have
MVP
those
call.
show-stopping moments. I wouldn't say. I don't know. Did he?
I mean, more than anything, he had like some nice setups here and there. But I mean, you're right. Like Paparazzi cut the back line super nice. His coils were pretty on point. I still remember that one double click on the blink dagger though. So
Yeah, so that ruins the MVP for you when you make a mistake like that.
Yeah,
you don't get that
like-
kill.
he is a VP now, a very player.
I see.
That title at the moment, that's for sure. Jumping in with the big KDA for sure on Paparazzi and making some big plays happen. Do you think XM did enough this game on the Tiny, because he had a good lane at mid? As we throw up the standings here just to see how everyone's looking. Of course, eHome, Extreme, and Asta are all starting off well with their opening matches.
Black.
You. Sorry, I completely didn't catch the question. I was
I
not
asked,
here.
like,
I was also trying to. I also didn't catch it, so I was trying to throw it over to you, thinking that you did catch it.
Wait, can you repeat that again?
I
Real quick?
mean,
Sorry.
It was actually my bad, because I kind of asked a question and then started talking about the standings in the same sentence. So I won't flame you
My
guys.
brain
for
went
that.
exactly. I went to the standings. I'm like, what did you say?
Like, oh, numbers! Wow, 40 teams. I mean, let's talk about the standings for a minute, though. I mean, is there anything
Okay,
here which
sure.
surprises you? I guess LGD being 1-on-1 is probably the standout here.
The eHome one, right? Like eHome beating LGD was absolutely unexpected.
Yeah.
Never thought it would happen ever.
Yum's in first place now. This is a team that you said didn't look very good, though, Black. I feel like you've been flaming them a little bit.
They look terrible in season 2. That they beat LGD is, it was, as I said, a shocker to me. To me. But they played really well in that series. So potentially, we'll see. Maybe they're top 4. Maybe not.
Maybe. I mean,
Maybe
their
LGD
biggest
won't be top
problem-
4. Woo!
Maybe that'd be good for the region, that's for sure. But LGD won't let that happen easily. I think the biggest thing about eHome for me was their consistency, right? Like, they never looked consistent. They could overperform one game, look like super crisp, pull out some crazy planet shaker domination. And then the next series, they were just, the next game even, they were just like, look completely lost and, pick something which it looked like they had no idea how to play. And that was the biggest problem for me, as if they can iron that out, then they're going to be a great team. But for them, it's all about consistency.
I'd agree with that. That has been my biggest shortcoming of theirs as well, I think, where consistency is just king. If you want to be on top of a league, especially in a format like this, 6 weeks, you can't really afford yourself an off day. An off game, yes, but if you have an off day and repeatedly, they're not gonna cut it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's especially in this format, right? Like, this format is super punishing for teams which can't get it together in time, and that has been seen time and time again. So, I mean, it's only week 1. These results are very liable to change pretty massively, but looking forward to week 2, and we do have some interesting matches coming up. I think probably the biggest ones for me are going to be Vici versus Asta. We've got eHome versus RNG, and we also have LGD versus Vici later on as well, which I think after this series is looking a bit LGD favored. But talking about the highlights of next week, what do you guys think is going to happen in the eHome RNG series?
I think that one will probably go the way of eHome. Well, what are you snickering about right there?
Just both of you, when I asked your faces, everyone, you both just kind of like it looked like your
Yeah,
brains
I
just
hadn't thought about
exploded.
that game yet. I think that one will probably go the way of eHome. I think we were talking about earlier. RNG. No, you mentioned that one. RNG looked pretty inconsistent, and they've been shaking up their teams a little bit too much, especially as we get into the third tour here. So I think eHome, which has been together a little bit more, will end up punishing them just from having time to work through a bunch of strategies. It's like a 5-man cohesive team.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree. We also saw RNG play against Dandelion. I mean, Dandelion, I'm a fan now. You know, they played really well in that series in particular, but RNG looked pretty lost and not quite on par. And I mean, no disrespect to Dandelion, despite me being, you know, a big fan of theirs now, I do think they still have a long way to go. You know, so RNG, eHome, I would definitely say eHome is the favorite to win, but it also comes back to what you said. Are they going to be in shape in that day? Who knows?
Who knows? We don't know, but we will find out next week. So make sure you guys jump into those matches. The next play day of the Division 1 in China is going to be June the 14th, where we will see Asta Aries play off against Extreme Gaming and Vici Gaming play off against Asta. But from today, we are all done. It is LGD and Extreme who are victors of the day, and we are all done. So thank you so much for watching. Tune in next time. But from today, goodbye, and we'll see you next time.
成为英雄之前，你不曾拥有姓名。通向终点的路很长，但谁也无法预知结局。有人前倾暗影，谋而后动；有人拼尽全力，克敌机先。没有对与错，只有速度是唯一的答案。奔跑吧！在到达终点之前。